Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Remix Rumble KDA Cup. My name is Necker, and I'm your desk host this weekend, joined by our coveted cast of Casanova, Crowan, Azael, and Gangly. Casanova, Crowan, how are you both doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to send a couple players to regionals, right? That's what we get to do today. I always personally, as a spectator, love when we have like a new patch in the quick turnaround. I know how hard it is as a competitor, but as a spectator, you get to see this meta evolve in real time and all the cool, different, crazy compositions that people come up with. A lot more cooking happens when the meta is less defined.
So much cooking. There was a lot of great cooking and great action yesterday. Got to end off the day with the Soda 3 from Malala. That was a treat. And I couldn't be happier to see competitive TFT being back for Remix Rumble and continuing to just be so exciting.
I know, same. Yesterday, I was actually really shocked at the number of times you saw players pick prismatic portals.
Yeah.
Like, what a blessing. We never get to see that. Our competitive players are so boring when it comes to sometimes picking those
Crab
portals.
Rave.
Okay, that's the only one we're missing out on. Otherwise, my bucket list has been complete from the very get-go of our tournament coverage. This roadmap, though, for North America is a little bit shorter than normal, so if you're just tuning in, for Remix Rumble, we only have 3 official North American events before we are already looking at finishing out the set with the Remix Rumble Championship. I honestly can't believe that, Casanova. Feels like we just got started a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and we keep harping on it. We got to talk about how, the short set makes it so you really have to bring it to every single one of these cups because, having an early exit, that can just lead to ladder or a top 4 being your only shot to make it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even though we have a couple of players that were right on the cusp of making it into this final day, they're still going to be going home with like 24 to 26 qualifier points. And like that adds up, Crowan, but there's
Yeah.
still only 10 of those qualifier point spots and only so many spots they get to instantly move forward to something like the regional finals.
Definitely. We haven't seen a competitive kind of scope like this in NA yet, so maybe those qualifier points will be enough if they have another good finish, even if they end on the top or out of the top 4 at Hardsteel Cup. But, you know, it's still, the pressure is on. You don't want to be in that spot where you're like, am I going to make it? I don't really sure. And there's only, I believe, 6 slots from ladder as well, so even that race is really, really tight. So it's just, yeah, what can go on? There's a lot of questions, but excited to see who's able to pull it off.
Yeah, there were a lot of players with those early exits, right? You know, like Ashmoo, Preston, Dish Soap, and you know, we're gonna have to see if they can, you know, get in through ladder. And we know Dish Soap always kind of is looking to lock in that snapshot, but it's crazy to see some of those players being in kind of a tough spot.
Yeah, and all of those players, I definitely expect them to continue to hit ladder hard. They already had to in order to qualify to play in the KDA Cup, so maybe they can continue to push those limits and those boundaries. We are going to be playing in day 4 of the KDA Cup today, which means we've got 32 players. We're going to be playing 7 games, so the first 5 will be our top 32, our 6th game will be for top 16, and then that final lobby, who can come out on top. It's almost like a mini checkmate format when we take a look at things. Crowan.
Yeah, definitely. That progression is always really exciting, right? Who's able to start out of the gates really, really strong, secure their spot in the top 16. But, you know, it's not over yet at that battle. You still got to get into the top 8 and play for those top 4 spots. We do have bonus points, of course, coming into today. And those have played a factor before in the past. So players who have gotten, you know, 3, 2, even just 1 bonus point could really make the difference.
Yeah, those top 4 spots are going to be the 4 spots that every player is pushing for to make it right into the NA Regional Finals for Remix Rumble. But there's also $12,500 in prizing on the line, but that's only going to be awarded and distributed to our top 12 players. So I feel like that still even just puts the pressure even further, Casanova, because of course you want those spots, but that money for first place looks pretty nice too.
Yeah, I mean, the money is like always the big bonus, right? I feel like a lot of our players, just the big goal in TFT is to make regionals, is to make it to the championship. And, you know, considering the shortened season, even making that final lobby might not lock you in via qualifier points, right? If you completely bomb out the next cup, it's possible that someone can overtake you. And so making it to the final lobby is just one step to try and make that top 4 to get into regionals. The top 4 has never been more important than it is now.
So much pressure for all of our players, but I think even the format aside, it's one of the reasons why NA has been able to forge such high caliber players. It's the pressure cooker that we see these players have to go through the gauntlet of games, and it all makes these players stronger when they get to the other side of the competition like this. But yesterday makes me so excited for what we have in store for day number 4. I mean, going into yesterday, what were the expectations for the tournament when we had this giant patch come through?
I mean, expectation kind of looked like, oh, we're going to see Disco, we're going to see Pentacoli. These seem like the winners of the 4 costs, but then also 3 cost reroll really on the rise. I talked about it in day 1 pre-show, right? How Vex feels like the strongest unit in the game right now. And we did see a good amount of reroll with Vex, but also plenty of other 3 costs taking the stage.
Yeah, there was also just some players kind of cooking and making creative boards work out. You know, it didn't always, end up being the case, but sometimes it did, right? We saw some carries that didn't typically synergize together, like some Zed pairings with the Karthus, or even just playing, backline carry like Ezreal that we didn't see that much of, and playing a frontline like Bruisers, right? There's still a lot more ways to get to these, top 4 or lobby winning compositions. Even saw a lot of Heartsteel, throw some things into a loop and capping around legendaries that we haven't talked about too much. So there's still a lot of potential in the compositions that we can see today, and the players were able to find those outs and pilot them.
I mean, I think one of the things that really surprised me is, like, Casanova, you called out the Twin Terror composition earlier on yesterday, and then we saw a Lulu Twin Terror game, and that's the kind of cooking, right? We need to be eating good today with all of these newer takes on these types of comps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we had talked about, like, hey, Twin Terror is just so strong right now. There has to be another way you can look at this, right? There's the obvious one of Executioners because it uses it so well, and Executioners are so strong. But also those units are very contested. And so we saw Roby Van have the JG. He had that dual gauntlet to give the crit ability to the Lulu, and then it's like, okay, well, extra crit from Twin Terror, attack speed. This all works out, and Lulu is a pretty strong reroll right now. So Roby using that for tempo, and he found the top 4. I thought that was an incredibly cool use of Twin Terror.
Yeah, 100%. Just a lot of creativity again coming out, right? And I think there's even more that we can see in that same regard, especially out of Twin Terror specifically. We saw a lot of really cool augments too. There's some prismatic augments that we got to start the day with, and even got to see a going long game, right? It didn't go too well in the going long game, but still, yeah, Cruel Pact as well. Actually, that's a really, really big one that can, just have that lobby tempo, be really, taken through some loops. But to see players who are able to pilot those, especially being on a new patch, because there's always gonna be differences in how those are going to affect each other in the lobby, how you're going to try to cap out your early and then go to mid game, end game board, right? It's just fundamentals of TFT that really do get shaken up, especially with a patch as big as this one.
Yeah, I feel like with the patch, especially with the streak changes, we saw a lot of players adapt their play style to fit that. We had a lot of players that took economy augments just to make sure that they would be able to have enough staying power late in the game, enough money to be able to play around with. And then we also had some players just make some huge risky plays, because not only is the format sort of indicative of that, but you gotta go big or you gotta go home. So looking at our qualified players, we sadly did have to say goodbye to 32 amazing players yesterday, but we got left with some of the best, and I can't wait to see how they're gonna do today.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see as we move forward, right? We only have 4 of the top 10 from set 9 that made it through. Setsuko, Weijin, Goobums, and Soju, right? We've got a lot of, I wouldn't necessarily just say new blood, but players who did not have as good set 9s having solid starts here in set 10, right? 12 players from the first weekend have made it through. We were worried about that first weekend crop because they played on a different patch there while other players prepped on PvE, but no, 12 of them have made it through to the top 32. And alongside them, I mean, it is just incredible to see Ripple have such a strong performance, right? With that 1.5 average really popping off and showing his stuff.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. And it's also exciting to see the players who have not done well in cups before really perform this time around and make it to a final day, right? There's 8 players kind of on that list that have made it to day 4. Weird, Kai Wang, Bruce Law, Biri, DK, Peckle, Yuhao, and Leo. And even that last graphic, Yuhao able to make it into that top 5, right? Amongst the caliber players that we have here today is absolutely insane for their first kind of major showing at a cup.
And alongside of that, none of our points leaders from day 1 through 3 got the points curse. So congratulations to them for all making it into the final day. We'll have to see if they can maintain that consistency moving forward. But that means like Roby Van Knoop from day number 1, Humbug from day 2, and of course Ripple Overdrive from yesterday have still made it into that top 32. So a lot of amazing players to keep an eye on when it comes to what we can expect from later. But I think something else that makes me really excited about the rest of today is, while we got those highlights, we only got to see 6 games. We have so many more games and players that are going to be taking on this field of competition. And who better to kind of celebrate some of that competition with than with Malala, who is one of our competitors in the top 32. Malala, welcome to the broadcast. Can you believe it yet that you are the Vegas Open winner? We see that belt in the background.
The belt in the check. I love it.
Yeah, honestly, I can't really believe it. I always thought like I had the potential to win a tournament. It just never came. But yeah, honestly, winning the Vegas Open was like a dream come true for me.
All right, Malal, I mean, we can see you displaying the belt, the check behind you. I know you're getting that emote as well, and I just have to ask, how much are you going to flex that in tournament on people to just get mental edge? Like, is that going to be spammed everywhere?
Yeah, I'm going to be spamming that one in solo queue, making sure people know, just get that a little bit of edge wherever I can.
I'd be intimidated.
Yeah, it's always what it is. Just got to get those edges wherever you can. But speaking of maybe those edges, right? What were your biggest learnings from yesterday coming into today, right? It's on a new patch. There was a lot of discussions like what's going to be good. Maybe some comps started to be, on the forefront, especially like 3-cost rerolls and 4-star, 4-cost carries as well. But what were your personal biggest learnings coming into today?
Yeah, I think right now on this patch, especially for tournament, there's like a little bit of like a seesaw between people rerolling and like people going fast 8 for Karthus and TF. I think the most important thing is just to make sure you don't play a line that's super contested. I don't think any single comp is strong enough to justify more than 2 people contesting. So I'm just trying to make sure that I play a line that's less contested so I can guarantee like a good placement for myself.
I want to kind of continue on that. Did your study group feel like they were really good about knowing all the kind of available lines right now and identifying what was really strong? Because we talked to Ripple yesterday, and part of his success was playing 6 different lines across the 6 games. And I'm just curious, did your group kind of fall to that same situation where you know so many lines you feel like you found edge over a lot of the field?
Yeah, honestly, on like a new patch, it's kind of important to be able to play all the different lines just because I feel like no one actually knows exactly what line is the most broken or like what line is going to win out all the time. So as long as you're comfortable on the lines that you're comfortable on and you play them well, you usually should be able to get a good placement. Like as long as you don't get like contested and like you miss on your roll down for reroll comp. I feel like that's what's most important.
Yeah, 100%. I actually want to kind of take it back a little bit to the Vegas Open. He said it's kind of a dream come true. That's a massive accomplishment. Do you right now feel any kind of pressure to live up to that performance again? You know, getting that tournament win is like, okay, I know I can do it once. I should be able to do it again.
To be honest, I like before I always knew I had the potential to win, but I just thought it would never come. And the fact that it finally came on like the biggest stage, it was a complete relief for me. It felt like a chip off my shoulder. I didn't feel like I had like the respect of my peers as like a true competitor, but winning the like Vegas Open made me feel and like prove to myself that I am actually like one of the best like NATFT players. I don't really feel too much pressure anymore. Obviously, I still want to compete and strive to be the best just because I'm a competitive person. But right now, I feel like the nerves are like slowly gone away.
I love that.
Yeah, what a great tournament to win, Malala. I think that definitely proved your worth as a competitor to everybody that was able to watch that event. And so I just wanted to give you a moment here before we let you get ready for your tournament. Any shout outs that you'd like to make?
Yeah, sure. Just shout outs to my study group, Philip, Weijin, Toronto, Tokyo. I want to give a shout out to Bufosaurus. He was actually in Vegas and he told me like every single day that he thought I was going to win. So that actually helped me a lot. And I also want to give like a shout out to Frodan. I wasn't able to shout him out at Vegas, but Frodan was actually like the first caster who put me like when I was first coming up. He was the first one who put my name out there. So yeah, shout outs to Frodan too.
Oh, we love to see that support for you. Malala, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us, and best of luck today.
Thank you.
So great to hear from Malala. What a legacy that he has created for himself after winning the Vegas Open. It's so hard to go up from there, Crowan, but I feel like this is the type of person that can.
Yeah, 100%. I love the mindset. I love the answer of like, yeah, he knew he was good enough to win a tournament for so long, and finally winning one on the biggest stage, right, that TFT's ever had. Being able to compete at a LAN and get that is just pressure off of his shoulders. But the work kind of isn't done right, and while he's not feeling that pressure to like have to perform and have to prove himself, he still wants to compete, still wants to do well. I think that's the mark of a real true competitor there. And now having had that experience, I have really high hopes from Lala moving forward in the competitive TFT set.
I'm also wondering, like, it can take so much weight off your shoulders to have that one win. And this is a player who, he had that reputation as a choker that I think he shattered at Vegas. And I think maybe part of that was that pressure on his shoulders. He's like, I know I can win when I have to do it. And it, would mess with him when it got towards the end, when he got so close to winning. And now that that's gone, I mean, we might never see, that Malala choker thing happen again. He might just be an absolute beast in these final lobbies when he makes it there. Time and time again. And I'm excited for the new era of Malala.
Totally unburdened. And you could hear from him as well that he has such a confident read on the meta at the moment when it comes down to what angles players need to take in order to actually get a first or a second in these super stacked lobbies. So that's where we need to start drawing our attention to is, okay, so the expectation coming into this weekend, we were going to see a lot of those 4-cost carries come through with like Twisted Fate, Akali, and we are starting to see a little bit more of something like that 3-cost reroll come through. But is that the sauce? Is that enough, Casanova, do you feel like, for these players to continue to find success?
Yeah, I actually think a big thing is coming into the final day. I think a lot of the players who had refined the 3-cost reroll lines and knew exactly the spots that they should play them from are still here, and they're going to continue to look for those spots and have success with it. Whereas players who were more forcing into 3-cost reroll lines that they felt felt comfortable with and they liked them and they thought they were good, but ended up maybe taking them from spots that weren't as strong, are the players that ended up getting eliminated. And we heard Malala talk about this seesaw between those 3-cost rerolls and the 4-cost, and I think that's a good angle to look at it, because you actually kind of need to be able to do both. You need to see and saw on the axis, right? You have to go up and down between these two depending on your spot, and we saw some players do that exceptionally well throughout the day. One of them was, of course, Darthnub, who has been very, very good at playing flexibly around what was available to him. And Corona, I mean, we saw this country board. This was fantastic in how he played around the Samira in the set.
100%. I think country is one of those 3-cost rerolls that is really, really so powerful, especially with, you know, Vex right now. I know you're a big fan of Vex in this current meta. She's just really, really strong, but especially playing around the executioner line, right? Not being able to go that kind of vertical country angle that we've seen, but be able to flex and go that 4 route, especially leveling up, adding that Akali, and then finding all those 3 stars come through, and the board already is so strong, and you can play stronger units like the Alawi over the Tom Kentrite at that point, and we know how strong Alawi is in this meta. So just really, really well done by Darthnub in that game to get a first place.
Yeah, it was great, his recognition and ability to see, okay, well, Vex and Amumu are contested, but I see that Samira and Set specifically are not. So, you know, we'll trim down country, we'll play around Samira and Set, we'll still keep the executioners in because Vex is still a great unit at 1 and 2 star for the crowd control. And then once his opponent started to fall one by one in this very contested lobby, he used that tempo to save HP and then roll down and hit everything at that point. So really, really well done from him. And I think that this was a great example of kind of mastery over some of the 3-cost reroll lines and being able to recognize a really good spot to go for it and play more modularly.
100%. But then there's other comps, right? Not only the 3 costs that exist, but also these 4 cost kind of carries, like this board from Dish Soap here. This was an insane game from Dish Soap, able to get up to that 10 pentakill because of the power of emblems, right? Dish Soap had 2 pentakill emblems, was able to reach that crazy vertical, and at that point it's like, yeah, you're probably just gonna be winning lobbies, right? Especially with, like, this is a Pentakali composition, right? There is the Akali on there.
Yeah.
But it also was what the Forge 10 pentakill. It's like, it's the Giga Chat version of this composition. He had Trickster's Akali, that's why there's 2 copies there on his board. But the what the Forge like option, right? Not many players would have picked that in Dish Soap's position, but it's like, no, this composition can really work out with that option, having double Cyber's focus on that Karthus, so just like one tapped every single carry, and especially with that, you know, 10 pentakill bonus, it was just super, super well done. But you can also do some more cool things with emblems as well, right? Especially with country being a craftable emblem now, and even Spicy Appy's had a fantastic 8-bit game towards the end of the day yesterday, where he was able to, you know, have that recognition of grabbing a spat in the stage 2 carousel. Even if you couldn't craft the emblem right immediately, he was just playing for that out, recognizing, hey, this probably isn't going to be contested, I can go for this, and made it work out really, really well.
It was really interesting to see him commit so early to that as well, right? Being able to just pick up the spatula off of the first carousel and then playing and committing towards 8-bit on stage 2. Whereas a lot of times we would see people maybe hold the spatula, play it flexibly, maybe wait till the stage 3 carousel and just be like, okay, well, maybe I can make a tactician's crown, or we'll see if pentakill's open or if country's open. But no, Appy's just said, okay, 8-bit's gonna be open. I'm very comfortable playing around Ribbon. He played a lot of edgelords leading up to Vegas, and so he knows that line, and it worked out beautifully for Appy's. And I'm curious if there's anyone else who has some secret sauce with the spatula, or will still just even play around the 8-bit.
Sure, I mean, Heartsteel was the other emblem that did pop up a little bit, right, in terms of that other craftable emblem, and we saw some crazy games that were, you're raising the stakes, and those worked out super well, especially when you get to that level 9, level 10 Gap Iron Legendaries.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what other augment choices that some of these players can make that might surprise us. And on the other side of things, like, can these players continue to find these more unique spots to be able to go for a creative game plan? I think one of those players we really need to hone in on here is Ripple Overdrive. You heard it from him yesterday after being the points leader for day number 3. Ripple Overdrive played 6 different compositions to get an average placement of 1.5. And, like, this is unprecedented, Casanova. We, like, rarely ever see numbers like this.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much Setzy in set 9 was it for putting up numbers like this. Robin songs in set 5, right? I mean, this is of course a cup. This isn't a regional, so we don't have to get too crazy just yet. But Ripple having a beautiful performance yesterday, and Ripple has been on my radar since set 6. He had some pretty solid stats. They were, you know, kind of middle of the pack, but very consistent. across all of set 6. And ever since then, he's been a player that has been pretty close to reaching that top level, been very close to being someone who, hey, could win a tournament, kind of like Malala, right? He's in that spot where he's very much on the cusp of getting there, and it just hasn't had it happen yet, even having a very good regionals placement in set 8. So now coming to set 10, Ripple going into overdrive and getting a 1.5 average placement on day 3. I just want to see how far he can take it.
Yeah, Ripple's set 8 overall was really, really good. And you're mentioning that great performance, right? He got 7th in regionals, making it to that final lobby. In set 9, he didn't have that much kind of impressive showings, but it looks like he's very much back in form for set 10. And it's super exciting to see, especially after yesterday's games, right? It's like, okay, I want to see Ripple do it again. Please, no day 3 curse, right?
7 more comps. I'm expecting 7 unique
7
comps
new
on
ones.
top of the 6 that he did yesterday. And then we'll be able to call him a god. The second player I want to highlight here is Kyun, who ended up with the 2nd highest points yesterday. And also, like, fantastic numbers across the board. Top 4 win rate of 100%.
Yeah, I really love seeing Kyun up here. We saw a couple of great games from yesterday on broadcast, or he converted into a 2nd place finish overall on the day. But also kind of set 9 was the first time in a while that Kyun was really consistently doing well in tournaments. He only missed out on regionals by like 1 or 2 qualifier points, but having the consistency now set to set is really promising. And I'm very excited to see Kyun kind of back in form like this for the first time since like the first few sets of TFT.
And the great thing about Kyun's play yesterday is he was playing very flexibly and being okay going into more off-kilter lines. We saw the Olaf reroll that he played to that first place. A lot of people know about this line. They might be willing to play it, but Kyun showed some mastery over it and understanding how to play around that last stand when it got to the very end of the game, even beating a Yone reroll comp with his Olaf. And I think that we saw with Ripple playing 6 different compositions how important that flexibility is. And I think Kyun's results coming from being able to be flexible, knowing a lot of lines, it's no different. And we expect this out of Kyun. He's always been able to play very flexibly.
I think the third and final player we have to highlight here is Solus. Got 3rd in points yesterday. Ended up starting off a little shaky, though, for the day. He did go 4th, 6th, and 5th before finishing out the day with 3 firsts in a row. But sometimes it does take a little bit of that warm-up to get used to the patch.
And Solus is someone we expect on a new patch to be very good, because Solus has always been really great at finding the lines, creating some of these compositions, and then mastering them very quickly. And Solus is somebody who has this reputation as someone who can play reroll and pick a line and go 20 out of 20, and no one will ever contest him. But what was interesting is Solus didn't play that much reroll Crone. We saw the 2 Seraphine games. One went first, one didn't do so well. But other than that, Solus played pretty flexibly as well.
Yeah, I feel like just looking at a player like Solus, you expect him to reroll 3 costs and be the ones like, okay, me Yone or me Riven, right? Don't contest me. But no, Solus is demonstrating his mastery just of TFT, right? He's been around for so long. He knows still how to play these typical lines, right? He did on a trend towards disco a lot, and we didn't see that much success with disco on broadcast, but Solus played it in those last few games 2 times to a 1st place. So he is finding these angles where he can go level 9, cap his board, you know, and compete with the best of the boards. I'm curious to see if Solus does pull out any more Seraphine reroll today, because again, the only reroll comps he played were specifically that Seraphine. So it seems like he is really trending towards that. That's the thing that he's cooking up, and obviously can perform really well on it.
We have seen a lot of players opt for something like that Seraphine reroll. A lot more KDA, I think, than I was expecting overall. When you look at some of the other AP lines that are available, I don't know if KDA is really the first thing that jumps to your mind is like, that'll get me a 1st place.
Yeah, but a lot of players are leaning towards that Ahri. Maybe it's because they're missing Twisted Fate. Maybe they're missing Karthus and they're ending up on Ahri. But it does seem like she is in a decent spot because there's a lot of melee carries that are very good, specifically the Riven and the Yone. And if we see that continue to be a heavy meta share, Ahri gets a lot better. Sentinels with Ahri does very well into these melee carries. You just have to play her on the positioning, make sure she gets in front of one of them. And if she focuses them from the get-go, you'll win the fight every time. And so I think that maybe Ahri is, even with the nerfs, is a little bit better than people initially thought, and we might see even more of that KDA pop up.
I did see a KDA Ziggs at some point. So it's definitely possible to be able to see more of the vertical KDA. We definitely saw some vertical country. How many other players are going to be playing that? Well, we do have to figure that out, don't we? We've got 7 games ahead of us for the final day of the KDA Cup, and I am so looking forward to getting right into those. So, casters, if you are ready, join me all in welcoming to our broadcast Gangly and Azael. How you both doing?
Thank you, Necra. Welcome to day number 4 of the KDA Cup. Gangly here alongside Azael. And I want to start first, Azael, talking about one of the mantras of this weekend that we've talked about, which is really there's no margin for error. Yeah, that's true. That's the first mantra. The second is no margin for error. All these players, there are crazy high stakes going into the first cup of the set because only 10 players can qualify through qualifier points, and 4 players are going to be qualifying for those top 4 spots. It feels really good to make it into the top 32 today, but the truth is the work's not done yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you really need to be pushing for the top. You want to be able to get one of those spots directly into regionals. You want to be getting, as many points from this as you possibly can, because it is so competitive. We saw a lot of really great players go out on yesterday, going out in some of those bottom spots even, guys like Dish Soap, guys like Replay, people that were expected to be up towards the top, not having those results they want. It is just incredibly competitive. There's so many of these returning top players, and there's a lot of guys who I think are having kind of more breakout performances that are really kind of slimming the spots for those expected top finishers.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about 14 players who are coming into the weekend as a whole that had never made a final weekend before. And right now, 8 of those players still remain, which is a pretty high number when you consider the level of play that you're mentioning that did not advance to today. So the start of set 10, I know we talked about it before, only 4 players who were of the 10 best performing players in set 9 made it to today. So we are really seeing this kind of changing of the guard in a way. And with such a shortened set, it does kind of wonder it makes me wonder if this is an opportunity for those newer players to kind of rise up and make themselves a star in just the first weekend of TFT set 10's competitive circuit.
I mean, it totally is, right? I think especially for people who had a good performance, in Vegas, then are coming here, having another good performance, to me, that is really how you build your name. Because one good performance, you can say, well, they got lucky or they high rolled that event or whatever. You can kind of sweep it under the rug a little bit if you're trying to be negative. But, if you start stringing together good placements at these events, people really have to sit up and take notice and realize, hey, this person is doing something right. This person is doing something that maybe I'm not, right? And I think that's also one of the most fun parts about these kind of events is when you have new players coming up and pushing these established players, they have got to adapt if they want to survive, right? They have got to be able to be honest with themselves and say, what are these new guys doing better than I am that I can adapt to my gameplay to stay on top?
That's part of the beauty of TFT, right? It's a knowledge-based game that changes so quickly. We see a lot of players who can run down 400 LP on ladder, and then Friday night, it clicks for them. They go into a tournament, and all of a sudden, I'm looking at you, Kiyun, you are the 2nd place finisher in day 3 of the competition, because it really can change so quickly. So if you're not putting your all into every single game to get the most out of it, you're very quickly going to fall away. And we talk about a lot of the new players, but I also want to talk about some of the veterans, because the first lobby that we're going to be looking at today is going to involve a ton of those veterans in the scene. We're looking at players like Kiyun, Malala, who won the Vegas Open, Gubam, Setsuko, and I think it's kind of exciting to start on a part in the tournament where we're immediately getting the veterans, because as much as these new players have the ability to break out and make a name for themselves, in order to do that, you have to beat the best. You have to beat the people who have been around for so long. So we'll see if those new players are able to make it out, especially against a stacked first lobby like we have today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to watch Setsuko as well, because this guy was just such a monster in set 9 and has been for a while, honestly. But, at Vegas didn't have the performance that he wanted, right? People were expecting him to be a guy who was in contention to win the whole thing. It did not work out. Obviously, the format there was really, really tough. People were getting cut so aggressively, so quickly. 75% of players got day 1 at Vegas. That's just how the tournament goes. So I think being back in this more standard tournament format, where half the players are going to be able to move on, they play 6 games on day 1 before that cut is made. That's more his comfort zone. He's playing from home as well. That's the comfort zone as well. So I think I have really big expectations for him coming into this. And he's been a player who has just really been impressing me over the last couple of years. That's someone that, especially I think with these kind of more risky late game lines, that's one of the people that I always go to watch to learn from, right? Because I love that kind of first or eighth style, and I feel like few people embody that better than Setsuko.
Yeah, he definitely was one of the favorites, like you mentioned, going into the Vegas Open. And the thing that's fascinating about Setsuko is for so long he had this title of being a ladder warrior, right? Of not being able to perform in tournament. And then in 2023, last year, he did kind of the unthinkable, which was that he won 3 different tournaments in 1 year, being one of only 3 winners in the entirety of set 9 to have won a tournament. This is a guy who something clicked in him, and back-to-back was the best average placement performer in set 8, best average placement performer in set 9, once again finds himself in day 4 competition. But like I mentioned before, he's not the only heavy hitter, right? You've got Kiyun, one of the longtime veterans, Malala, a champion in his own way at the Vegas Open, Goobums and Robin Songs, 2 veterans of the scene who have been time and time again at the top of the competition no matter what set comes up. And this is where it's interesting, because now we have players like a lab member, Kane Drew, Darth Nub, who has been playing for a while but has not actually found the highest level of success, and Peckle, one of our players who is brand new to the competition. So I think the lobby dynamic is quite interesting, where we have the stars, right, in this lobby alongside some of these players who have an opportunity to break out.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And Darthnum, I thought, performed really, really well yesterday. There's so much pressure, I think, on these players, right? Especially when you're in a huge lobby like this, a lobby with so many big names. I think that can kind of sometimes get into your head, especially if you are a little bit newer, if you hadn't had as much tournament success. You almost have to play kind of nameplates off, as we say in League, where you have to be playing the game sometimes and just remove yourself from who you're playing against. Don't get too in your head about the fact that you're playing against Setsuko, or you're playing against the guy who just won the Vegas Open. You're playing against some of these really big names. You have to make sure that you're playing your game and you're making the right choices based on the game state, not based on who you're necessarily playing against.
That's a really great call out too. Something they talked about in the pre-show was being able to have this wide range of knowledge for a line. Something you're talking about here, though, is it's more about spot recognition too, right? It's not just about knowing the strongest units, knowing the strongest lines. Something that really matters in TFT is being able to recognize if your spot allows you to play what is strongest, or if you're forced to really make do and play something a little bit weaker. But if you know the spot, that knowledge will allow you to place really highly. We saw it with Roby Van Knob yesterday, who played this Twin Terror Lulu reroll game, right? Something that obviously is a little bit more creative. And that's what I love about TFT. It's not just doing your homework, learning the lines, learning the meta, being able to think critically, rely on your intuition in order to see lines and find an edge against other people is one of the ways that you can make a name for yourself in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially in those contested lines, those skills you're talking about are incredibly important, right? In that Lulu Twin Terror game, he didn't just go into it and get Twin Terror and say, yep, playing Lulu. It's because someone else was also playing Twin Terror in the same game. It was actually Ashmu who was playing Twin Terror in the same game. And Ashmu went 6 and rolled down immediately. He had a horrible roll down, didn't hit anything. But obviously, Roby didn't know that it was going to happen, right? So he's just saying, I'm going to be contested on this line. I think there was also a country player in the lobby also. So you know that whole kind of package of units is going to be really heavily contested. So instead, he pushed levels. He took Tiniest Titans to keep his health high, to get his economy up. You're probably not going to win out with that Lulu comp, but he was able to get himself into a top 4 position, right? And sometimes that is the best that you can do from your spot. Not every spot is going to be able to actually win out and get a first place, right? But turning something that could be a 7th or an 8th or a 6th into a top 4 is really the difference between advancing and going home in a lot of these tournaments.
Yeah, oftentimes people say the best played game of TFT is not the person who went first, right?
Yep.
When you place first in TFT, oftentimes it's because you hit what you needed. But We say this, we're headed straight into game number 1. We've got 3 different portal selections of Unit Accelerator, something I literally
There's a lot
never
of people in
see.
champion delivery.
Champion Delivery and Treasure Armory, 2 of the new portals introduced in this patch. Champion Delivery, something we did get to see in set 9. I forget the name of what it was. Oh, Hall of the Nines, right, from set 9. Oh, no, it was whatever, I forget the exact
I know
name.
it was in there. I can't remember the name either. But
It's
basically,
somewhere
twice
there.
per stage, it gives you a high tier champion based on the stage. It can really accelerate the pace of the game. Which was the portal that actually got chosen? I was
Treasure Armory, yeah.
okay. So it's Treasure Armory. Oh, I'm not a fan of Treasure Armory. This
Oh,
one
me
is
neither.
this one is the five item package essentially that you can pick. Later on in the game. For me, the thing that's tough about Treasure Armory is that like you're so committed to a line by that point in the game that if you're not hitting the items from the Treasure Armory that you need for your composition, you're forced into like kind of spam re-rolling it, and it can really be detrimental to your game at times. So it's one that I'm not really a fan of, but it does mean there's going to be like a big item injection later on in the game. It can be things that can really change, how that late game is played. And I always feel like when you're playing these kind of portals where you're going to get those additional items, making sure you're playing a composition that can itemize multiple carries, that is going to have multiple threats is even more important, right? Because you have to have somewhere valuable to put those items.
Yeah, it definitely does punish the low rollers in stage 5 especially. So I think it's a great call out that we'll need to see these players being able to stabilize themselves going into the late game. And we're hopping on board with Robin. Robin is one of these players who for a long time, I mean, I called him the most set resistant player in TFT. This is a guy who sets 1 through 7, he was in the final lobby of every single regional finals that North America had. He found success despite the fact that he was not always considered rank 1. He's a player that can always just find himself at the top echelon, and it's no surprise to find him on the final day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he's a pretty damn flexible player, which is one of the really good things for him. We're on board with Setsuko, who did have a set on board as well as a Cassante, so if he could find that Aphelios or potentially a headliner, it could be pretty big. Goobam's going to lock in March of Progress, so, very likely playing around those 3 cost rerolls. That's almost exclusively what I see with March of Progress. Does have an IE that he could slam on bench or BT, potentially even QSS. So does have really good 3 components to play along like Riven, Yone, even Country. So I feel like he's in a pretty good spot with the components plus augment combination.
Totally agree. I'm a little confused by the emo or the Spellweaver Annie Chosen pickup or headliner pickup based on the items, because like you're saying, when I see these components dropped, I'm immediately thinking some sort of 80 flex probably around those 3 cost melees. Having half of an Even Shroud and the Infinity Edge on the bench already is really nice. The problem is it is a little tough to make those items right now. It actually opts to make the Bloodthirster. Very interesting. I think I was expecting the IE a little bit more and then the Even Shroud, but from this spot you do have the Bloodthirster, and then you can look to play around either the Infinity Edge or the QSS if you want to lean more into that Riven off this next carousel.
Yeah, and the BT hopefully allows him, that Annie to kind of like stay alive a little bit longer, start getting those additional casts out. So not going to be taking too much damage. He's obviously not going to stay on the Annie for long. Just as soon as he finds something better, he'll sell it off, start swapping it up. But it is an interesting line to see him playing now over on board with Robin Songs, who has at Pandora's bench. The Prismatic Pandora's bench is generally something that not a lot of people do like to take. Robin playing, basically an open fort style right now. This is something that if you watch his stream, he still plays a lot of. Like, he'll do full opens and play that sort of style of game. It's not something that he's really afraid of. And also we can see it look like he got a full eco opening because he's already on 30 gold. He only has that 1 component. So full eco opening into open fort, really, really popular. You can hit those eco breakpoints so fast. And mostly what I'm seeing people play out of open fort on this patch is, again, melee reroll. We'll see, when he actually wants to take that item off his bench, when he's going to be able to reroll into something. But I will say Pandora's, especially with Prismatic, because Prismatic augments give so much power. If you don't roll into something relatively early, like by the time he's going to start playing a board, he's going to be in trouble. And you really can low roll and sometimes just be going back and forth between stuff you don't need.
Yeah, I also want to pay attention to what units he does hold, because he's currently holding the 2-star Yasuo. It's not a headliner Yasuo, so he does have that slot open, but with the early econ opener and then the flexibility of the Pandoras, it looks like he's probably going to be playing reroll of some sort. Oh my goodness, that's quite a Heartsteel shot. But Malala does have a strong enough board right now that it looks like he may not opt to play that. But the point with Robin, though, is I think we're going to see something around reroll, whether he opts to play around a 1 cost or a 3 cost. I think both options are completely viable. I think we'll probably see a little bit more towards the end of stage 2, early stage 3.
Yeah. I think Yasuo is just so risky. Like, it'll be interesting to see if he goes for that line. Like in a game 1, do you think he'd do that on day 4? Because Yasuo is just, it can be strong, but I mean, if you don't hit really early, I think you're pretty much just going 8th. And I also feel like if you're gonna go Yasuo reroll, not getting any kills in the early round to actually stack the passive, I think is really detrimental, because it snowballs so hard. I've played like a fair bit of that line, and in my experience, it's really hard to play Yasuo from a lose streak. Like the only good Yasuo games I have are the ones where you hit the early headliner, you actually have a strong board, and you're stacking the passive in the early rounds, so that when you have those items, when you have that 3-star, it can start to go crazy. Because if you don't get tons and tons of those passive stacks for the the permanent AD, I just don't think it's strong.
He did choose to not make econ in order to hold the Yasuo too. So that does feel like he's committing a little bit more. And I also didn't see items on his bench, so it's possible that he had something on the Corki that was on that bench already. I also noticed that Kiyun is playing around the Pandora's items as well. So we have 2 different Pandora's items users this stage. Kiyun also picking up the Samira on Carousel, which a lot of people who are able to find that early Samira do like to angle toward that country reroll, but with the Bloodthirster and the Radiant Sunfire slammed, it's probably not going to be that direction.
Yeah, he slams the Titans as well. He's got 5 Olafs on board. He's on that 3 streak, so could be a potential look towards that full Olaf reroll. Kandrew also had the Prismatic Twin Terror, which I feel incredibly good. But look at Darth Nub, he's smiling. He already has the Annie 3. That is ridiculous. 2-5 Annie 3. Didn't even have to use all his free rerolls from Shopping Spree when he leveled up. So he just basically naturaled in Annie 3, which is quite a nice spot to be in, and has pretty much BIS items for the Annie. So that is kind of a ridiculous spot. We'll see where he does go from here. It is going to be the Annie emo as the headliner. But I always feel like this is actually a really strong line, and one that is kind of undervalued now. If you can get into one of those high roll spots where you don't have to spend a lot of gold to do it, Shopping Spree can get you such a strong board later on. It really rebuilds the economy as well, because you're getting that 1 free gold per round. Plus, you just start pushing levels after this point, and the Annie's going to stabilize you enough, and you get to 7, you get to 8, and you're going to have so many free rolls built up that you basically always hit a board and can continue pushing forward.
Yeah, it's actually very reasonable to think
5
that 5 Heartsteel is huge for Setsuko right now, who has this online and is deciding right now whether he wants to cash out. I mean, he has the upgraded Cassante with Gargoyle and Mogul's Mail. Oh, wait,
Robin's board is so bad, though. Like,
I didn't see the cash out. I think he chose to raise the stakes.
I feel like that's crazy. To do it with 5 is actually really hard, because like he has the upgraded Cassante. It's actually strong, right? If anyone is just even doing like a garbage board, or decides to kind of like try to keep a loss streak going, like Robin is on a full loss streak as far as I know. We'd have to double check on that, but I mean, if you go raise the stakes and you lose it, you lose half your stacks and you cash out right then. So it is pretty devastating, and it's really risky. But I will say, if you go 5 Heartsteel, raise the stakes and get a cash out, you have basically already won the game. Like most games are pretty much just over from that point, because you get such an insane early injection of gold, right? Like a raise the stakes cash out with 5 Heartsteel is gonna be like 40 plus gold generally this early on, and getting that kind of an injection of gold is just, it's like unbelievable what it does for your game.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where even if you low roll on your level 8 board, wherever you end up, you have so many resources that you're going to hit some sort of 2-star because of the headliner mechanic. You're going to have an ability to make your board that much stronger. I also do want to draw some attention to Darth Nub's spot. When we talked about having this early Annie Headliner. Having Shopping Spree online means that if Darthnub is able to get a strong front line, go level 8, level 9 without rolling all that much, you can actually utilize those Shopping Spree rerolls on level 9, level 10, and actually cap out without the Annie 3. You sell the Annie 3, you start to play around a stronger, potentially even legendary Headliner unit, and there's a world where even with the influx of gold that we're going to see out of the 5 Hearts deal, that if Darthnub can greed long enough and play around a cap board, his cap will be incredibly high.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Setsuko, like, I don't think he's played Robin yet, so he actually got pretty lucky to like not play into him, because Robin still has 1 unit on board. He was like full open the whole time, right? So if you did play into him, he's just now buying, and he rolled down. Hits the Yasuo 3, so he is committing to the Yasuo 3. It's a Radiant Deathblade Hodge, as well as that GA. Has 4 true damage, so this is going to be incredibly strong at this point. You know, it's maybe not the exact item that you would want from Radiant, but it is obviously very, very good. He has a Cloak on bench. We'll see if he wants to, start building up some tank items, or if he's going to itemize a second carry from here. But with True Damage Headliner, you're in a really good spot. People can play around, Edgelord, 6 True Damage type boards. And if you start streaking from here and start really picking up those passive stats, as I expect him to, the Yasuo can be incredibly strong.
We're seeing already the effects of the Prismatic Opener, right? All of these boards that we're seeing have the potential to be extremely strong. March of Progress can cap out on multiple different 3-star 3 costs. We're talking about the power of Darthnub's high cap, Setsuko raising the stakes, Robin with the true damage, Yasuo online at 3-1. There's so many spots where if I'm in my own game, I'm thinking to myself like, oh, okay, I top forward. But the reality is they can't all top 4. We're going to see a lot of high
all 8 people can't
boards.
top 4?
No, they can't. Unfortunately, no, not this patch.
Some other patches they could.
No, yeah. You wouldn't believe it.
That's funny.
On the other side, Malala's board kind of looks just a little bit more normal, right, compared to all the other boards we're seeing. I'm a little concerned about that.
Well, I mean, he does have Vampirism, obviously strong Silver Augment. He has the Shopping Spree. He's on a 4 streak, so he's making some good gold. His economy is good, and I think his board is pretty stable, right? Like, he's not spending those rerolls now. He is looking to try to push levels. Very likely, I think he's going to be playing around 4 cost. 4 cost type board, whether it's going to be committing to KDA and playing Ari, whether it's going to be TF or Karthus, probably just depends on what he hits. But it will be really interesting, and Robin obviously really benefiting from hitting that econ opening, that into open 4. He was super, super rich. He does have now 4 Guardian, 4 true damage, so really strong board. He's looking to try to win streak from here. We'll see. Against Darthnub, it's generally not a good matchup for Yasuo, but Robin's board is just way too strong, so it's not actually going to matter.
Yeah, he's so ahead of the curve right now. The fact that he has the Edge of Night online, too, means that once he gets into that back line, it's really hard for that Annie to take out. But I see some stuff cooking on Darthnub's side as well, right? We've got a potential Kennen 3 online, level 6, 10 gold right now, which means he probably spent, if not all, actually, no, he must have spent all of his Shopping Spree rerolls in order to try and stabilize, and then taking the loss against Robin suddenly feels pretty questionable for Darthnub's spot.
Look at this cash out, by the way. So this is the thing. As soon as Robin, actually had a really strong board, there was no one that Setsuko could actually beat. So he was pretty much guaranteed to get this cash out. And it's interesting because I feel like if it's on ladder, people are more likely to try to grief you on this cash out. But because it's a tournament, no one wants to risk griefing their own game to try to stop Setsuko. And this is going to be a massive cash out, right? Like, he's going to get 300 plus guaranteed. He's going to be in that spot where he is getting so much gold from it. You can be getting Toma traits. You can be getting into the super valuable cash outs that can be completely game warping. That plus he has Living Forge, which is obviously a really strong scaling augment. He has Tiny Titans, which works really, really well with this also. So I feel like he's in a pretty great spot. I consider both of those kind of like the scaling augments, so to speak, because it's buying him more time. With Tiny Titans to get these big cash outs, and with that Living Forge, once you start getting multiple rounds of that, you start getting that in, it can be really, really powerful later on in the game. So going to be excited to see it. There's also a spat here.
Oh, wow.
That is one of the downsides of taking Tiny Titans, because Setsuko now can't get it, and Robin's going to get it. Robin playing true damage Yasuo, he is in the money now. That is a massive, massive find for Robin Songs, who's going to be able to get to 6 true damage now, basically for free. And I've seen some really interesting lines where you can play around the Yasuo True Damage Headliner with the spat, where you can do things like, especially if you hit it really early and you have a lot of gold, you can do like True Damage Yone and stuff like that. And some of these things where you can add in and play like these edgelord lines that can be incredibly strong. Or late in the game, you can have things like True Damage Kane, which can obviously be incredibly powerful as well. If he does it again, oh my god!
My goodness! Are you kidding me? Setsuko. Okay. Here's the thing, though.
Someone has to actually stop him now.
Honestly, though, you have Living Forge and a 360 stack cash out. Doesn't that kind of feel like diminishing returns? Like at some point, you have so many resources that you're getting from your augments that I just don't know that you need to do this.
If you maybe don't need to, but if you get an 800 cash out, you're getting like multiple fawns. You're getting radiant items. You're getting like this is the kind of stuff that I love to do. And sometimes you just go the fattest eights, because the problem is sometimes you get that cash out, it's crazy, but someone else has an even more unbelievable high roll and you're so low that one death just means the end of the game. So like this is incredibly risky. But you know, if he can get that 4 loss, not be that low, because he does have tiny titans. Like if he can get the cash out and be like 40 HP, which I think he can, I think he is in a ridiculously good spot. And this is just going to be so fun to watch, you know, where he goes from here. I always also feel like when you're playing these really risky Heartsteel lines, it's so much about evaluating board strength, because you basically want to play just strong enough to, you know, kill units, but always lose, right? Because Heartsteel does get, you know, more value, you know, from every unit that you're killing. And also you have to preserve HP. So you want to make your board as strong as possible without ever being able to win.
Yeah, living on that knife's edge is going to be really important for Setsuko, but we're taking a look right now at Kiyun, who did look like, yeah, he's probably still going to be re-rolling the Olaf. Yeah, he has 6 on board, but has clearly rolled a lot on level 5 and has been unable to find the Olaf. And to be honest, I'm not exactly sure if this is going to be the same slingshot that we saw yesterday from Kiyun when he was able to get that 6 bruiser online and then go first.
I mean, he hit that Olaf without even rolling on like 3-1 or 3-2. Like he hit it at Krugs. He already had the Olaf 3 and he was level 5 with 34 gold, and that was at Krugs. So it's just a completely different game. Like I think it's so hard when you don't hit, because Olaf is generally not like a win out comp. Like he won that game, but he won that game by getting level 10 and having like Ziggs 2 and like all this other stuff and last stand, right? So it's just like it's the unit alone does not do enough. Unless you like giga high roll, if you get like heavy hitters plus like too big to fail and like all these augments, then maybe, but he's going to be in a tough spot. And I generally feel like, you know, from that spot, you're kind of just like praying. Oh my God, double Lucian.
This is a pretty wild shop. I mean, you got the MF in there as well. Obviously, this is more
he has
AP
blue buff and
board.
Blue buff Nasher's already slammed.
All right, you ever just reforge it, just straight YOLO it. Yeah, go for it. You got the 80 items on bench.
I'm kind of down. But he's on a 6 streak, so it's like there's no way you do it now.
Yeah. I mean, we're probably just going 4-2 level 8, seeing what we hit. It's probably just better. The thing is, the fact that you got the double bow and double sword drop. If you had just double sword or just double bow, you could reforge the one and then figure it out. The fact that you can't actually reforge both the sword and the bow without just making a Giant Slayer and reforging it that way is actually kind of tough to continue playing Ahri. So I'm actually very curious to stay on Peckle to see how they transition their board to level 8, because I think there's a lot of decision making left to be done on that board.
Okay, Setsuko is about to get his cash out, right? Maybe one more
loss, and then he'll cash out. Yeah. It'll be an 8 loss streak.
I really want to see what he gets. There's no way you're taking Submit to the Pit. You're not Jewel Lotus or something. I don't think you're taking Edge of Night, because there's no way you're committing to like a melee reroll from the spot. Just wouldn't make any sense. So didn't really have a lot of options, but just kind of has generically strong augment there. You just have to make sure you lose this no matter what. I don't think there's anyone he can beat. So we'll see. But he is level 8, and you know he's gonna have to roll some obviously after this. He's going to take at least 10, very likely, unless he plays someone that's insanely weak. But like even Malala, we just saw hit Blitz 2, and there's no damage on this board. So Setsuko is probably going to take at least 10. So I'm expecting him to be, you know, like 34, 32, something like that when he does get the cash out. But again, this is going to be a cash out that is like fawns or radiant items or something insane, right? So it is going to be a game warping cash out that could take you from losing every round to instantly winning every round, as long as you can do that transition well. And I don't think there's really anyone better than Setsuko at doing those fast transitions. Because when I think about like fast 9 metas and the roll downs and these pivots that you have to do, like he is the one I go watch to learn how you're supposed to do it and how you're supposed to cap out that board.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a great example of that, because to be honest, the direction here is a little confusing. I think I would traditionally look to maybe play around some sort of pentakill Akali board with his items, but he's very far from the units, and it's going to be a huge transition. So this is it. Cash out's coming out. Finds an Akali as well.
1100 cash out. 2 fawns and a radiant item, and 2 radiant items. Or
Oh,
one
goodness.
radiant item.
A radiant guard breaker
Okay.
coming in, 2 fawns, still has the Mogul's Mail. Has to find his Chosens right now, though. Hasn't actually hit any usable 4-cost Chosens.
He
Finds an
bought and sold
Akali.
the Viego. That's interesting. So he bought and sold the Viego for Edgelord. I was wondering if he's actually considering, playing an Edgelord line then, because otherwise, why would you buy sell that? But he does find the Akali. He has the Radiant Guard Breaker, so it's not the worst. He could do Radiant Guard Breaker. There's obviously the Infinity Force on his Senna that he could use. He has components for a Hodge on his bench, so he's got some things. But so I would say from this spot, I would actually be kind of sad to get the Fawns low key, because you're kind of broke. Yep. Having items is actually better. It's not the Fawns are bad, but because he doesn't have a lot of gold, he's not necessarily going to have incredible traits and synergies, with these extra two slots, right? At least not right away. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of a board he can craft. Whereas if you just got, 3 radiant items or something like that, you can kind of just slam them on almost anything and you just start to win. So he does need to have a little bit of gold here. He needs to start winning, and then he'll be able to build out a crazy board with the double fawn. But I think it's a lot less immediate power than had he just got a ton of gold or a ton of items, which is some of the options you can get from these cash outs.
Yeah, I think the play here right now, because you don't have a lot of money, like you're calling out, is find your headliner, like he's chosen with this Executioner Akali, and then use the additional slots to enable the Akali through her traits, right? If you can get...
Or Executioner.
Yeah, exactly. Twitch, Karthus, Vex online, and then all of a sudden you have Infinity Force plus Guard Breaker plus Hodge on this Akali. That's probably enough for quite a bit to carry you through the game. So we'll have to see exactly how he transitions, but you make a good point. There's actually still a lot of work left to be done on this board. I think it's going to be a lot of selling all of the pieces you have right now and slowly over time building up a board. Also, just want to call out the Jeweled Lotus as well. Does mean that while you will have the Executioners online, you will have the additional critical strike chance, the additional critical strike damage, because of the overlap of both the Jeweled Lotus crit chance that it gives you, plus the Executioner's interaction. So I think
he has Radiant Guardbreaker, which is more crit, and if he slams a Hodge, that's more crit, right?
Yeah, there's definitely an Akali 1v9 board here. I think there's also, as of right now, there's no world where Setsuko does not win this game, but I think we'll find out if in a couple rounds he can't get the board online, if he can't make a solid transition, if you just kind of fumble it and lose 3 fights in a row to people who are spiking on 4-2. But he's probably safe for at least a little bit.
I would assume so, absolutely. I will say, though, if it's kind of like all eggs in the Akali basket, I feel like you kind of have to play the KDA Akali. I don't think you can really play True Image from that line, because otherwise I think if you go True Image and you just run into something that you get stuck on a frontliner a little bit, sometimes you can get focused down and burst down, right? Because it's not like he's going to have a GA or something like that. But maybe I'm wrong and I'm kind of overestimating the power of some of these other lines. But it'll be interesting to see how he does actually cap out that board. He's got a lot of decisions to make. And also, we don't know what the reasoning for the pause is just yet. We'll give you guys that information when we find. It looks like there was maybe a bug or something, so it's going to be investigated. We'll give you guys info as we get it, but it does give you a little bit more time to kind of think through your line and what you want to do. And I feel like if I'm Setsuko, it's kind of an advantageous pause, right? Because I can really think, okay, what exactly do I want to craft? You can't do anything, but you can look at your board and you can say, okay, I have this many units. I could sell these units, get this much gold. I could look for this, and this. This is the try to board I'm trying to actually build, and you can really kind of think through that decision tree to set yourself up, in the best possible spot. But we haven't really looked at Kanju's board. That's Prismatic Twin Terror. That is terrifying. If you're playing like a Akali, especially if you're doing like true damage Kali or something that
Kali,
doesn't just
yep.
go into the back line, you can just get feared by Vex and burst down, right? Like there's some of these boards that can answer these melee carries really, really well. So it'll be interesting to see where he goes from here. And also, I'm kind of expecting Setsuko to stay on 8 for a really long time until he has the board like fully upgraded, especially with double Fawn before he actually pushes levels. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, there's also another part of Setsuko's cash out that I think we need to talk about, which is that if Setsuko gets significantly stronger and also has 2 additional units on the board, it also means he's going to deal a lot of damage to other people in the game. So if you're one of those players who took a lot of damage early, players like Robin Songs, who was open forwarding, Darth Nub, I know was pretty low on HP.
Reroll.
Yeah, Yoon on the Olaf reroll. All of a sudden, you're going up against a board that has 10 upgraded units on level 8, and you could very realistically be taking these 9-0 losses in stage
like
4.
14 damage, etc.
Exactly. And so it's the ultimate punish to a lot of these low rollers. And we talked about the power of Treasure Armory on top of that, right? Which is the another way to punish those low rollers. If people were not setting themselves up in a way to be guaranteed stabilized going into stage 5, you're almost certainly going to bot 4 here, because all the players who did hit are going to have all the resources they need for their carries. And on top of that, you have Setsuko, who's just going to terrorize the rest of the game. So it's really important that if you are not stable right now in the game, you have to do everything you can to preserve enough HP to try and claw out a top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for some players, their spots are a lot easier to do that than others, right? Because I think it's like for Kyun, with all these boards that I'm looking at, I just am struggling to see how he's not just 7th, 8th, right? You know, with hitting a late Olaf 3, it's like, what do you even do? Do you just roll 0 and pray for your Olaf? Because it doesn't even really stabilize you. Like, you need to get 6 Bruiser as well. So, you know, if you roll to 0 to get the Olaf and you're stuck on 4 Bruiser, you're not going to win anyway. So it's definitely some tough spots, but hopefully we will be getting back. So the status is there was a bug. They're checking on the impact and potential solutions. And we'll give you guys the ATA when we have it. But you know, for now, just going to be continuing to chat about the game.
I think it's worth talking about Kyun's spot too, because when I think about the shape of Olaf reroll, right, it's one of those comps that, because you just have at 6 Bruiser so much HP, something it does really well is, again, calling back to what we're talking about before, it punishes the low rollers, right? If you don't have enough raw damage on your board to deal with these 6,000 HP units on the other side of the board, you're going to lose no matter how late Olaf 3 is hit. And so there's a little bit of pressure maybe taken off of Kyun if he looks around, if he scouts on stage 4 and sees that these players who are angling for level 8 have not hit yet. The players who took March of Progress haven't hit their 3-star units yet, because there is still a world where if you find a Zac on level 7, you're able to get it. You won't have the Pentakill online yet, but you'll be able to play around a 6 Bruiser frontline, and with double Titans Olaf, maybe it's enough if the CC isn't there to deal enough damage to the lobby that Setsuko can clean up, right? This is why I think it's just so important that players who have low HP like Kyun, they have no choice but to stabilize right now, because there is a strategy where if you just outlast your opponent, you will save yourself some placements.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, when you're playing that comp, I think you're praying that you don't run into Twin Tier Vex.
True, very
I
true.
feel like that is a nightmare matchup, especially if Vex has a red buff or something like that. It becomes really difficult because all your bruisers are stacked up, getting AoE'd, CC'd, burst down. It is a really terrible matchup when I've seen that played. And it is one of those things that is going to make it, you know, that much more difficult. But you know, a lot of pressure, I think, on these players, you know, for the first game, you know, coming into this, you know, really wanted to kind of start off on the right foot. And, you know, when you have that like low roll game, or when you have that bad start, you have to remember it's not going to be the end of the world. There's a lot of games to play. We saw players yesterday who started out, you know, with an 8th, still move on, who started out with some really bad finishes, still move on. So, you know, you have to make sure that you're kind of keeping that clear head and, you know, being really focused on your game plan.
It calls back to what Humbug said in the interview at the top of the show yesterday, that for him, the only difference between his day 1 exits in every cup before Vegas and the fact that he made final lobby and then he's in final day today is the fact that he learned how to focus. TFT is a decision-based game. It's strategic, there's variance, and one of the factors that you always actually have control over is your own mental, right? Being able to have a clear mind, be resilient, play to your game plan, despite the fact that other factors may be changing the situation a little bit. Make sure that you're always in control. Yeah, we're back. Setsuko's got a 4 Sentinel board online and has a full bench of items, components, and fawns.
Okay, so he did actually slam the Hodge as expected. He moved the Infinity Force over.
Yep.
And he has about 1 million units. He's still going to play 3 Heartsteel to try to rebuild his economy a little bit. And he does have 5 Akali's, by the way. So he hit the headliner, plus he has 2 additional Akali's on bench. And he did not swap it over to KDA. That's kind of what I would have expected, but he stayed on that true damage line for it. Now looking over at Peckle, who's going to be able to take a win here. He's got that RE2 already online. Kane Drew slow rolling at 7. Now let's see. He has 5 Vexes. Looked like he only had 1 Twitch. Was that correct? Did I miss see that? I want to see his whole board.
Yeah. I think we should definitely try and stay on Kane here, because being able to understand the power curve of this lobby, which is about to escalate incredibly high, means that having 1 Twitch on bench, or you're saying 1 Twitch, like a Twitch 1 or 1 additional Twitch?
It looked like he had a Twitch 1 on board, but I only saw it for a split second. So maybe there was a Twitch 2 and a Twitch 1. But if you're at 4-4 and you're not close to hitting your 3 stars, it's definitely a bit of a tough game, especially for the 2 costs like a Twitch. Okay, so he has 2 total Twitches. That is horrible. That is actually a
3 total
really really low roll, because he even took rolling for days. So he even took 8 free rerolls and he just hit a Twitch 2 at 4-5. So that is awful. Honestly, that is a tough spot to be in. Here we have Malala, Disco headliner picked up there for the Blitz. Okay, TF2 is big. I was going to say he really needs the TF2 with his board, and then his board is actually strong. Also massive that he hits both the Sona and the Alawi on the roll down at 8. So now he has 6 Disco. This is a good board, but he is on a 7 loss streak. He's got to start winning from here. And this is where you're really scared to run into some of those super high rollers, right? If you run into a Setsuko or something like this, even though this is a board that would normally stabilize in a lot of lobbies, it might not stabilize in this one. And we'll see. It's going to be definitely a win here for Malala. Kane Drew just not in a good spot at all, especially, as I said, when you take into consideration that he took rolling for days as well. So we got, what is it? Is it 8 free rolls on the silver one, I think?
On the silver, I believe it's 8 on the silver. Yeah. That sounds correct to me.
That's tough, man.
About Malala's spot right now is you're making the call out. Yeah, he found the Alawi, he found the Sona. These are the units that allow you to cap out. The problem is that your prismatic augment is essentially leading you to this point, right? If you use your shopping spree augment and don't hit everything you need on 8, then you're essentially just a prismatic augment down. So the question is whether this little buddies, which is extremely strong on TF, is going to be enough to stabilize him. I honestly don't know that there's a world where he can make a deep run into like a top 3, especially if he runs into Setsuko one more time, goes down to 1 HP, runs into Setsuko one other time, is guaranteed death. It's really just about HP preservation at this point to make sure that when you fight Setsuko, you don't just die. Wait a second, that was actually kind of close though.
Yep. That's what I'm saying, man. Like when you play the true damage variant, like some of these like melee carries that can't actually get backline. Akali doesn't get backline like an edgelord doesn't get backline like the KDA variant does when you're playing true damage line. So when you play against Annie reroll and stuff, like if that was a little bit of a better front line, he could have lost. Like Annie can kill that. So let's see. I feel like he probably would like some more tank items, maybe just to buy time, but it'll be interesting to see what he actually decides. He's got the red buff on his Ziggs. He does decide to take that. I think this is something I would have taken as well. He also has a Reforger if he does want to reforge a few things.
But he also can play around some sort of like blue buff Jin, add big shot. Has the even shroud as well, so now he kind of has this multiple threat of the Akali, which is dealing true damage, but also is dealing AD, and then the Jin in the backline as well. So I think it's actually a pretty good treasure armory for Setsuko to find early on.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think when you're in those spots and you have one super carry, like when you have a rating item on your Akali, you just kind of need to buy time, right?
Yeah, true.
Malala does have 3 items on the Sona, but not the ones you would want. Didn't obviously have a lot of gold that he wanted to spend, I guess, on the treasure armory because he's rolling 0 now. Does find his Ziggs. He needs to have some sort of major hit. Like, I just don't even think the Sona itemization is good enough that it even really matters that much if he actually hits. And he did just lose his last round, and he hasn't played Setsuko. So Malala could just be dead, to be honest, depending on who he actually runs into. Goobum's on the other side. Does have 6 Yones, but honestly, with March of Progress, not able to hit either. We're seeing a lot of people with some bad rolls in this one, and now Goobum's playing against Setsuko. This could be the end for him potentially. That is a bad matchup to be running into. We'll see if the Yone can get some work done. It's trying to get in the back line here onto the Ziggs, but it is going down, and that's going to be the end for Goobum's very likely. Goobum's going to be going out in 8th.
Really, really rough round for Goobums there. Like you called out, extremely low roll to have only the 6 Yones. But on top of that, like we said, the power level of the lobby accelerates extremely hard at the end of stage 4 going into stage 5. And if you are low rolling, this is just the nature of what's going to happen both in portals like this and when you have someone raising the stakes playing around that Heartsteel.
How did he get a crowd diver emblem? How did that happen? Was that like a reforge, or maybe you think that just came from the? Yeah.
Absolutely
nothing for him though, and he doesn't even have a crowd diver on his board. So was it from the treasure dragon? Maybe.
Yeah, I think it was probably Tome of Traits off the treasure dragon, and then just
like a blue buff and stuff for his Ari. Probably something. If you could take it from the treasure dragon, it had to be with other really good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, it's kind of tragic though. If you get a Tome of Traits or anything that allows you to have an emblem, and then you roll something that has no function on your board, this is the kind of thing. Oh my goodness, 2 Vex 2s just blow up the board. Not going to be enough to kill him right now, right? He does go down to 3 HP. Oh my god.
Kangeroo's one off, by the way, and rolled 0. So there's honestly some pretty low rolls in this game. Like the fact that Goobums had March of Progress 5-1, didn't have a single 3-star. The fact that Kangeroo took Rolling for Days, is level 7 at 5-3 without a single 3-star uncontested on Twin Terror. Like there are some really bad rerolls or low rolls in this one. Because if Kangeroo was on a couple of 3-stars, which is very normal, by 5-3 with Twin Terror when you're uncontested and you take a rolling augment, like he would be in a wildly different spot. A lot of these people would just be dying to him.
Especially when you think of the matchup spread, right? You have this Zed here for Peckle, you have Kiyun playing around the Bruisers, you have Setsuko playing around the Akali. Having the Vex 3 against melee matchups, it would be a huge spike for your board and would save you a significant amount of placement. But I actually don't think it's over quite yet. One of the things that's nice about Twin Terror is that as soon as you do hit, it's such a huge spike that you will probably be able to beat everyone in the lobby apart from Setsuko and maybe Kiyun. I'm not sure exactly how strong he is, but he's been streaking until right now, so he's got to be pretty strong.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, right? Because the problem is the only thing he's actually close to hitting is just the Vex, right? So the Vex is good, but I generally feel like to actually get any sort of win out, you need 3-star frontliners as well, usually, right? So if you can't actually get those, it can be tough. There are some spats. No one's playing country, so that's not really going to matter too much here. Another blue buff there for Setsuko. So Setsuko had picked up Jhin and Ezreal. So he had Jhin, Ezreal, Ziggs as his backline. He did already have a blue buff, I believe, on that Jhin, I think with the Giant Slayer. I think he had the red buff on his Ziggs. Maybe the blue buff could go on the Ezreal or could even go over onto that Ziggs. So does have some options of where to put that. So he's got a super itemized backline now at this point. And Kyun did end up actually taking the country's bat, but it was just, I think, for that upgraded Zac here. Yeah. So 6 Bruiser does have that upgraded Olaf now at this point. He is on 0 gold. So unless he can full streak from here, he's not really going to be able to get to the spot that we saw this comp win out from. Kangeroo did just hit Vex 3 as well, by the way. But yeah, I don't know. Kyun, I think, is just fighting for placements. I don't think there's any way he win from this spot, but his health is really high. So honestly, he could definitely get a top 4.
Well, yeah, I mean, because that's one of the beauties of Setsuko being so strong in this lobby is that, yeah, Kyun's playing him right now. He's probably going to take a loss, but Setsuko is going to be able to deal enough damage to kill. Wow, wait, there's a lot of power coming through from the Olaf. I'm not exactly sure. Alive. Okay, the Akali's in the back line. Yeah, okay. Definitely not enough to take out of that. But yeah, Setsuko is going to very easily be able to kill Darth Nub, Malala, Peckle, who are all on 1 HP right now, which almost guarantees Kyun a spot into that top 4, depending on how the matchups go.
Who did Setsuko lose to, by the way? We didn't actually see that because he was at 30 HP after his cash out, and he's at 19 now. So he lost to someone. But he did go 9, and Peckle has the Ziggs too. Wow, with the Radiant TG. But Setsuko did go 9, and he hit the Ezreal 2 and the Jhin 2. So Setsuko obviously just got a lot stronger as well. So maybe whoever beat him wouldn't be able to now. But
wait a second.
Oh my god.
That's
seven
seven
zigs.
zigs.
Okay. Well, now all of a sudden that gets a lot scarier. And Robin Songs, we have not checked in on his board at a long time. He did get that true damage spat. It's over on that Viego for him. Has 3 items here, obviously still on that Yasuo. The Yasuo in the back line, he's going to be able to win this, and Peckle is dead.
Wow.
6 zigs doesn't matter against 6 true damage, apparently.
So what I was going to say is I'm pretty sure that if there's anyone Setsuko lost to, it would have to be Robin based on the HP totals, right? Just because everyone else, it looks like they've probably taken the damage from Setsuko's board to be low enough. Robin currently sitting with that true damage board, and you called it out at the top of the game. It's not that you just have this Yasuo 3, which can be really strong. It can definitely get you into a top 4, but being able to cap out with the +1 true damage as well is what enables this comp to cap extremely high and play for that top 2, top 1 finish, even competing against the, 700 Heartsteel stack of Setsuko?
1100.
1100.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's pretty insane. We'll see. I do still expect Setsuko to win this, but at the end of the day, his cash out, I still think, was actually, much worse than normal. Like, Fawns are really strong. Don't get me wrong. It's a huge cash out. He's definitely the odds-on favorite to win the game. But when you get to the super late game stages, some of these carries just, are so powerful that it doesn't actually matter if you have 2 extra garbage units on the board at all, right? Like, they have to be units that are really adding traits, that are really adding value through CC or something else, or it just doesn't make that big of a difference. Kane Drew has gotten to 8. He did hit that Vex 3. He did hit the Pantheon 3 as well. Still 3 off, unfortunately, for him on the Amumu. It's the Executioner headliner, so he has 4 Executioner. We'll see how he does. The Olaf is on the other side, and okay, it looked like it was going to wrap on the Vex for a second, but I think the Vexes should go on the Olaf now, and I think he's going to win this, but we'll see.
Yeah, the fact
there's no healing debuff, actually. I don't think he is going to win.
It's kind of hard because, you do have a lot of burst damage, but there's so much sustain between the defenses of the Titans and the Bloodthirster. The problem is for Kyun is that there's so much tankiness on this Pantheon that you actually can't cut through it. And because the Karthus does not kill the backline, Kyun's actually going to fall to 4 HP, and it can potentially go down in 5th.
Yeah. So, definitely seeing the power of the Twin Terror. For a second, I thought the Olaf was going to wrap, and I was kind of thinking he might be able to win as a result. But yeah, no healing debuff does make it a little bit harder, but a lot of people are really low health here. Kyun incredibly low, Kane Drew obviously incredibly low. And, at this point, you're kind of praying for placements, and you're praying you don't really rotate into Setsuko if he's going to be the strongest member on board, because Setsuko is probably going to be a death sentence for whoever does hit him, especially, with those upgrades he got at 9.
Positioning is going to be huge right now. Kane Drew has the Vexes up against the Disco board. Not exactly sure if that's what you were aiming for. You could actually have positioned to the other side. Yeah, Malala is currently, I believe, on a 5-game win streak. Oh, on the other side, Robin just destroys that Olaf. Kyun going to fall. Kane Drew on this side, though, up against the Malala. The TF cast again, and both Vexes are dead. Kane Drew goes down as well. We'll see who takes bigger of a hit.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Yeah, Robin Songs just destroyed him. So the Olaf was lined up with the Yasuo. The Yasuo first cast just 100-0 one shot the 6 bruiser Olaf. The Olaf got insta one shot and was just out of there. So Setsuko obviously on a streak, Malala on a streak. Malala, did get to 9, has the Alawi, has the Ziggs, did get the Sona 2. It's not ideal Sona items, but obviously, in a pretty darn strong spot here. And we'll see how he's going to be able to do, because now there's some really powerful boards. The backline, though, is pretty crazy here for Setsuko. Has that Jin 2, has a Sniper's Focus even now added in on his Ezreal. Got another hit from that Living Forge. The Ezreal ulti into the backline has that TF pretty low, and I don't think there's really much of a chance here for Malala, as there's still way too many units left on board for Setsuko. Setsuko going to take down another player. Malala out in 3rd, and now it's Setsuko versus Robin Songs.
There's another true damage
emblem. He's going to take a deny.
Yeah. That is a great deny from Setsuko. Potentially the only way for Robin to actually win this game is to reach that 9 true damage and be able to one-shot anything on the other side. And maybe even getting that true damage Lucian on board too. Does get the pentakill emblem. That doesn't actually spike the board right now with anything. Don't know if there's going to be a way for Robin to actually win this, especially because, as you can see on the left side of the board, the Akali's in the 2nd row. You're not going to have that same scenario with the Olaf where the Yasuo is one-shotting the Akali. She's protected right now.
Yeah, it is tough. He has Illusion too. Robin has Illusion too as well, but he doesn't have any items on it. So I don't know. I don't think he can really get through the front line fast enough that Setsuko has before this Jin and this Ezreal just take over because they have so much backline access there. But we'll see that Yasuo already into the backline crushes through the Jin, and he is just getting obliterated. The Yasuo wrap. Setsuko got crushed and is down to 2 HP here.
It's a hard still cash out.
Really big win. It's time to get some of this garbage off your board, Setsuko. He's got a Bard 1, an MF 1. He still has his Cassante on there. He just needs frontline to buy a little bit of time for this Jin, and he also needs to make sure that he's opposite side. There's a Kiana True Damage Headliner. He's going to buy that for sure. That is a big hit. But he's just got to have as many powerful units there to kind of buy time for his backline. Because if that Jin can get the violence stacked up, I think it's definitely a win.
Yeah, I think one of the problems there too was it wasn't just that the Yasuo was on the same side as the backline. There also wasn't a really strong front line in front of that Yasuo. So this time you have both the Zac and the Kiana there, and with the Yasuo down, that's going to be curtains for Robin Songs. The backline is Setsuko doing the rest of the work. But Robin Songs still alive, had 29 HP going into it, so still has one more life.
This is a pretty crazy game. Yeah, the Kiana first ulti proc the Edge of Night, second ulti killed the Yasuo. So really good positioning there from Setsuko on that one. And just obviously has, the Bard and the MF in there for Jazz. He has a lot of traits, so it is, obviously getting quite a bit of value from that. Plus he has the third Jazz there with the Lucian. It's interesting to see that he's actually, prioritizing getting the 4 big shot in though with that extra Corki and all this sort of stuff. So he's really kind of just using the double fawn as trait bots and not actually really caring too much about the quality of those units. Robin Song just rolling for upgrades. There's not a lot that's going to make a big difference on his board. If he could get the Yorick too and stuff, that's kind of nice. But really, I don't think any of it's going to matter too much without kind of upgraded items on them and upgraded units.
True damage, Lucian 2 online on Setsuko's board as well, so there's going to be so much damage. I think one of the values that you're getting out of the 4 big shot in this board is because you have this Yasuo with both Edge of Night and Hodge, he's going to be healing up a lot, and so you really want these backliners to be able to try and one-shot something.
Yeah, Robin did dodge the Kiana, so is Yasuo is going for the backline already, and it's in the backline. It's just going to be up to this Jin. The Viego there doesn't have enough damage. The Lucian does finish it off, but it's not going to matter. Robin, will he die? He does go down. Setsuko takes the win. Man, good positioning from Robin Songs. That actually became really close.
That was a game that looked for a very long time like Setsuko was just going to win it for free. And I think I want to call out the fact that we had both the prismatic and the treasure armory in that game, because there was this influx of power that was on Robin Song's board that you would not have normally had. And Setsuko would have had those resources anyway. Despite that, though, Setsuko able to take the game. So that's going to do it for game number 1. But don't go anywhere. We've got an analyst desk coming up in just a few minutes. We'll see you in just a few.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the Remix Rumble KDA Cup. This is day number 4, so we are looking towards which 4 players will be able to make it to the NA Regional Finals at the end of all of this. We've got Casanova and Crowan here to break down that game number 1 just a little bit further. And I gotta say, this game, I felt like it was just such a roller coaster from start to finish. Who was going to be able to take that first place?
Yeah, I mean, it's big, right? We saw some big comebacks coming from, Malala, Setsuko with the over 1,000 heart cash out with Heartsteel, raising the stakes multiple times. But I think the big story of actually multiple lobbies here were the one-cost rerolls. In this one, we had Kiyun on Olaf, we had Robin playing around this Yasuo, and Darthnub playing around the Annie. And while it didn't go so well for Darthnub, we still saw that Yasuo make it all the way to second place and almost beat this 1,000 heart cash out that Setsuko had.
Yeah, no, it's so crazy. I am really curious though, because Darthnub hit really early, right? He had Annie 3 with 3 items, right? One from the super fan, but on 2-5 he was so ahead of the pack. But maybe it's just what one cost we're starting to discover can actually pull out these lobby wins or get top 4s, and maybe Annie just isn't quite one of them. We saw Kiyun win with Olaf yesterday, but he did just narrowly bottom 4 in this game, even though he had the 6 bruiser online of the items that he really likes, right, between the BT and the Titans. But really Yasuo seems to be well in front of the pack in terms of where these one costs can go, and especially contesting 1,000 heart cash out, right? Like, that was really close at the end. Came down to a little bit of positioning differences, Setsuko getting that Kiana online, but that still could have gone either way.
Yeah, and I'd like to just go on a little bit further with that point, right? Why one cost reroll versus something like a 2 or 3 cost? What is the value add there for going for a reroll like that?
Well, one cost, you can get it online early for tempo, and then it lets you push levels later. Really, one cost, you want to be finding it on 3-1 at the kind of latest to get online, and then you really start pushing the tempo of the lobby. It gives you a lot of power early, so then you cap out with legendaries in the very late stages of the game. And we've seen these one costs be able to find wins, right? Kiyun did it with Olaf yesterday, and I was watching lobby 1 a little bit, trying to see how Ripple Overdrive, our point leader, was doing to start the day. But it was actually weird playing Olaf reroll. Ended up finding the big win there because he was playing Remember Your Roots, Last Stand, Heavy Hitters, Olaf reroll, and he capped out with 10 pentakill at the end of the game to go first. And that's just another way that you can utilize these one cost rerolls to just get all that early tempo, and then you find a way to get that big cap.
Definitely. It really is about that lobby tempo, right? Because in sets in the past, it's like, okay, this one cost is just so good. Even if I'm not in a good spot for it, I can just try to reroll. As long as I hit the 3-star, right, then I'm good to go. But that's not really the case in this set. You have to be playing from already having a ton of copies, going into the Krogs, not roll that much gold to find your 3-star, and then recover your economy. Use that little tempo bridge to, like Cass mentioned, get into the late game, push levels, and then find boards that can still be contesting with those 4 or 5 cost units.
I love the explanation there, because I feel like it was so easy for us to tunnel in on okay, well, the 3 cost rerolls are so good, but you have to get to that position first, and then kind of seeing this emergence of those 1 cost rerolls kind of gets you thinking, maybe you just go for it if you see it right in front of you, instead of trying to go for something that might be a little more high value, like a 3 cost reroll or a 4 cost headliner. After the very first game, we can see where kind of all of our players are at, and that's going to be a couple of bonus points even coming in here.
Yeah, a lot of the players, even with bonus points towards the bottom of the table, so definitely going to need to try and bring that back up. But just taking stock of some of our 3-point earners, right? Kiyun ending up getting that 5th, so those 3 points are going to help out a ton. Ripple took a 6th in that game after being our point leader yesterday with 100% top 4 rate. Finally going to take a bot 4 here at the start of day 4, but he does have those bonus points to help out. And we look at Solus and Upset Max, they've actually been able to continue to hold on to that with some pretty solid placements.
Yeah, the top 5 all being, bonus point earners there, still continuing their dominance, right? And these are players I'm really excited to see, right? Toronto, Tokyo, especially making it to the championship in last set. There's can he keep it up, right? Can he be one of these breakout stars, continue to solidify his name? Because there was a lot of excitement around him recently. So love to see him in that number 2 spot right now, along with the rest of those very dominant players.
Yeah, in the number 1 spot, Noster, right? We were talking about these one cost rerolls, Crow, and I know you were watching his lobby, and Noster actually played Yasuo reroll and ended up getting first place with that. So it was kind of weird to see just all these lobbies kind of ending on 1 cost reroll in this game, especially because, as Crone was saying, it is really about having so many copies. You have to have a perfect spot for it to really work out. So just kind of a little bit of synergy across all of our lobbies with people being handed a lot of copies of the same one cost.
Yeah.
I maybe that trend will keep up, right? And I wonder, give me a little insight here too. One cost reroll, yes, that can be effective, but what spots are you really looking for that to be something more valuable to you? Is it really just having multiple copies of the one cost that makes that line appealing?
Yeah,
Yep.
I think it definitely is. It's having a lot of copies early, and it's having the ones that are actually going to be able to perform well. And it's only a few of them between the, Yasuo and Olaf really being the main two. I think that you really are going to consider. Even, talking about that Annie, I was like, oh, maybe this is one that can really shine, can come into the forefront. But
It
no,
used
like
to.
right, especially with Darthup hitting as early as he did. It's like that must be. But no, you need the right units to work with. Yasuo true damage is still super good right now. As soon as you are going to, like, even Robin Songs in that broadcast lobby, he like open forwarded pretty much for the early game, but had a lot of Yasuo's hit with minimal gold rolled after Krugs, and still almost won the lobby with it.
Yeah, the biggest other factor though is the items. You have to have items that match up to that, headliner and extra copies, and then the augments on top of it, right? Remember, your root's perfect for Olaf because you just play bruisers and pentakills. It affects everybody. We saw Idealism picked up for Yasuo's in the past. It's a really great one to kind of push that even further. So you really have to hit that kind of perfect storm of augment items and all those copies to make it really shine.
Well, can all of our players find the ingredients for success? We're going to head towards our game number 2, where we're going to have to see if those questions can be answered. Send everything over to Gangly and Azael to bring us through our next game.
All right, we're back again, and if game 1, the skies were dark for the stars were all in lobby 2, lobby 1's a little bit of a different story, right? Because in this next game, we're going to be featuring a lot of the players going into this tournament who have to essentially prove themselves, right? We got players like Ripple Overdrive, Pokygom, and Humbug, for instance, and then a bunch of these players who are even coming in through the open bracket. I think we're actually going to see a little bit different of a dynamic this time around compared to what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be really interesting. Baki obviously having a great first game, already up at 9 points. So how many bonus points did he have from day 1? Do you remember?
Pocky had 2 bonus points, so he took second in the first game. Yep.
Yeah, nice. So obviously, great result starting off for him. And I'm going to be excited to see what we actually get here. Loaded carousels, basically everyone is on. No one's sitting on Showtime. It's interesting. I feel like pros really don't like Showtime. I never see anyone sitting on that. Unit Accelerator, I feel like just no one likes across any elo. I never see anyone pick that. I feel like no one even knows what it does. Like, it's kind of funny. Oh, Humbug, he's the one.
He's trying to one guy the lobby. Yep. Oh, and Force's Smurf account, aka Weird One Guy's the lobby, playing Unit Accelerator. Yeah. So this is, like you mentioned, probably the least,
one of the least
taken. Yeah. If not certainly one of the least most popular portals. And I think that here's the interesting thing. So Weird is the player that took this portal. Force and Smurf account is a known open forwarder, kind of plays plays the beat of his own drum. He's the kind of player who wants to play creative and to some degree maybe degenerate lines. I guarantee you that this was not a portal that was just taken because they wanted the mental edge over the rest of the lobby. I bet that there's actually some like dark tech hidden cheese that this player has in their back pocket that they've been waiting to bring out in tournament.
Yeah, it's gonna be really, really interesting. I mean, when I'm not gonna profess to be a unit accelerator master by any means, but when I have got it, I have always gone melee rerolls. I kind of generally think that when you're talking about move speed in TFT, move speed just benefits melee units way more. Attack speed is kind of just generically strong for range and melee units, so maybe there's some math there that it's actually just as good for range comps. I'm not sure, but I have had the most success by far when I'm playing this portal by just playing Riven, Yone, stuff like that. Because how fast your melee units move around the board really does increase their DPS. Once you get through that front line, the faster you get towards that back line, the bigger difference it's going to make. So will be interesting to see where we're actually going to go. Degree did have a Yone on his bench, so almost always worth holding that just to see if you do kind of luck out with the Heartsteel 2-1.
He did also have the 5 Annies in shop in that last shop and chose to not take it. So I was not exactly sure if maybe Degree is just not open to playing Annie at all. That is one of those spots though that I think players would consider playing. Maybe it's just because you don't have the tier on bench
That's what I
and you
was
don't
gonna
want to have
say.
to rely on the carousel. Yeah.
Yeah, like if you have no tier, I'm pretty scared to play Annie with no tier. I always feel like it's pretty hard without Shojin, and if you kind of aren't able to get that, then you get trapped in this line that isn't very good. But it could also be a nod towards the portal. Maybe he's just thinking, hey, you have to play melee on this. It's gonna be interesting. Gachagam here, Pakigam is playing just that Mosher Vi headliner. Have you seen some of this stuff that people are doing now? I've seen a little bit of full Vi reroll, where it's like actually Vi headliner, Mosher Vi, and I've seen some people playing comps around that a little bit more. Not expecting that, of course, but it is something that I've seen popping up a little bit here and there.
I haven't personally seen it. I don't think that this is going to be the spot for it, but
I
also,
think
you
it's
know
gonna
what?
be Uni Riven, right?
Yeah. This looks like you're angling towards some sort of level 7 reroll. Pakigam in particular is the kind of player that has historically been known for playing around 3 costs. Back in set 5, when we kind of had this rise of Pakigam, he was extremely powerful playing around the assassin reroll type of playstyle alongside that 3 cost. He really likes to try and understand specific lines deeply, and when he's in form, there is nobody in North America that can really contest him in being able to play around 3 cost reroll. So this kind of feels like the perfect meta if that's where you want to angle.
Yeah, and maybe the perfect portal, right? You know, being able
True.
to actually play Unit Accelerator on that. I do think it has that advantage. We have on the other side, Biri, 5 Yasuos. And I'm
Wow.
curious if we can actually check over if it is going to be a true damage Yasuo headliner. And that is, correct me if I'm wrong, that augment is the one that gives you QSS after you get a kill, right?
Correct. Yeah. Indomitable
remember what it's
Will,
called. Yeah, there
I
you
think
go.
it's called something along those lines. Yeah. So it does take the place of that QSS, which
Exactly.
here's the thing: if you're playing Unit Accelerator and melee reroll is going to be more prominent, you are probably going to see more people playing things that are strong into
And true
melee
damage.
reroll, right? Oh, it is the true damage. Very, very strong spot for Biri. Definitely going to be happy with that pickup. But I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised if, in response to the melee rerolls of Yone and Riven and Yasuo, we start to actually maybe even see something like the Ahri pop up, because last patch we saw so many of these melee reroll comps are that they really struggle with the Ahri matchup. And even though she's weaker, the fact that more players are leaning into it means that this could actually be a spot where Ahri could shine.
I think it makes a lot of sense. You know, Ahri Sentinels in particular, I think is really, really strong. The melee units have trouble actually getting through that really beefy front line. And Ahri has the burst damage to actually be able to knock those down. You know, when you're talking about these 4-cost comps that are really popular in the meta right now, it's Karthus and it is TF. They can really struggle because they're not single target damage champions. They kind of spread damage around the board, and these melee champions with a lot of lifesteal can kind of just heal through that. It's not really an issue for them. Whereas if an Ahri gets on your Yone, if an Ahri gets on your Riven, as you're saying, you can just burst it down, and that's why it is a good matchup.
Biri taking 3 loss at 90 HP, 3 near perfect losses has got to feel amazing. Yeah. And with all of them essentially just being
Spat.
econ losses, right? Now you've unlocked, Spatula
Well,
online
if
as
Biri
well.
gets this, that's a true damage spot. This is
So
literally Robin's
big.
Song spot. Okay.
Oh, and Degree
Takes it.
snatches it. Yep.
Wow.
Not sure what
that's-
Degree's playing right now, but yeah, that could have been huge for Biri.
That would have been absolutely massive. A little bit unlucky that it was on the opposite side, but also lucky that the first 2 people didn't want it, right? So you win some, you lose some, I guess. But I want to see Degree's spot now coming out of this. So he grabbed the spat. By far the 2 most common we see is either Country Spat or Pentakill Spat. So really kind of just playing a little bit of a mishmash, not really much of anything on board just yet, but could easily be going towards Country if you want. The glove being slammed on the Urgot is a little bit unfortunate if you're going to go towards Country, because generally you want that, you know, on your Samira much more heavily, but he does have 2 Country, has that spat, so there is a potential to go towards that line. Could, of course, just play towards Pentakill as well. There is the 8-bit line also. You know, you did just find that 8-bit headliner. Not going to be stacking up too many stacks since it's just going to be from that Garen, but you can play like 8-bit Riven and that sort of style, which is also really strong.
Yeah, a few different angles for sure. It does have the rod, which makes it a little awkward to play the Riven, but you can just kill the rod playing around the Crown Guard on that Garen for now. So I think Degree coming out of the next PvE round is going to be looking for a little bit more direction. And if he's able to find something that gives him a clear 3 cost to play toward, or potentially the 4 cost, like you mentioned with the pentakill, I think he'll be very happy. I think it's really just about preserving HP right now, trying to get as much gold as possible, so that you're in a better spot whenever that direction kind of comes to you more naturally.
I also think that rods, like people talk a lot about rods being trash in melee reroll. I think that you have to have a BT on your primary carry, but I actually think Gunblade is totally fine for your secondary carry. Like having a Gunblade on Viego and things like that, it actually works out completely fine. And that's something that I've been seeing some really good, melee reroll players be going towards a little bit more. So I don't think it's, doomsday. You can't play melee if you have rods. Obviously, you don't want them, but you can kill them with crown guards, like you said, and I think you can kill them with Gunblade just fine. Bruce Law here is on 6 Annies without spending any gold rolling just yet, and on a 3 loss. So if you can keep that loss streak going, which he should be able to do here pretty easily against Ripple, it's gonna be pretty damn good spot. I feel like one more kill, yeah, 2 loss.
Great loss. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you're at 81 on a 4 loss. That is honestly pretty good with 6 Annies before rolling. I think you're feeling great.
Yeah, I don't know if Biri actually look by the numbers. It looks like Biri probably also took 2 very good losses. So I think we're in a spot where our 2 loss streakers are at 80 and 81 HP, and it does speak a bit about the system changes that came in this patch, right? Open 4 is clearly not as strong as it once was, with the gold generated being nerfed essentially from 10 to 6. However, if you can have a quote unquote soft open and kind of strategically lose enough rounds so that you are able to benefit from the loss streak gold without just sacking the entire early game and having no units, it actually does put you in a very strong spot because a lot of players are not getting the streak gold that they once did.
Kaiwen got a really good Krugs, I feel like. 2 items, a duplicator, and it was either 6 or 8 gold. Like that is a really good Krugs. Plus, already had 50 gold with AFK as the start. So Kaiwen, you're at 98 HP with that much gold with an AFK start. That is crazy. Like that is such a good position because usually when you go AFK, you kind of have to take some pretty bad losses. Biri still, leaning towards that Yasuo, does have 2 Yones on bench and now has to make the decision. Do you want to roll on 4 for the Yasuo? It looks like the choice is no. It doesn't mean that you don't have to go Yasuo because you're not rolling right now. You can still slow roll it at 5 if you want to commit to that line. But with a couple of Yones and a Riven, maybe just thinking, hey, I don't actually need to commit to the Yasuo. I could just go and pivot towards more one of these 3 cost lines instead.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a very interesting lobby dynamic. Oh my goodness, amazing loss for Biri once again. Wow. 2-unit loss, and she is extremely rich. You have to expect that she's probably going to hit that Yasuo on her next roll down. But I think we're going to find a really interesting lobby dynamic in Stage 4 because there are a lot of players clearly angling toward the 3 cost reroll. Biri is one of the players, however, that is playing around the 1 cost. And so while players may not hit as quickly as possible because they're contesting one another, Biri is now in a spot where if they're able to hit the Yasuo in the next few rolls, they can actually streak through Stage 3 and maybe get to a very safe level 8 in order to cap out around that higher 4, potentially 6 true damage later on in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think definitely for a win out, you kind of need the 6, it feels like. So it'll be interesting. Weird, we haven't really looked at this board very much. Having to make some decisions here, starting to slam some items. So it is going to be the Morellos. Not
an awkward spot. I don't like this spot very much at all. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. This feels like not only do you not have upgraded units, you also don't have clear direction, right? You can't slam the red buff because you have Morellos already. You don't really want to slam a Runans right now. You're not getting that much value out of it. You're not loss streaking or particularly rich.
And disco. I think he's just going to go disco.
It probably is some sort of disco line. It just feels very hard to get there from your spot right now, to be honest. You have the
I agree.
items, but you're going to bleed out a lot in the next few fights.
I mean, you can't just sit on that board. I think you have to level and roll a bit at 6 and try to stabilize. Because, you can't play no headliner, 1 item slammed, no 2-star units for your Stage 3, right? You're gonna absolutely get slammed, so... I think that's just not an option. So we'll see if they're able to stabilize their board. Back here to Bakigom's board. is still sitting on this Vi. Had slammed that early Hodge and then gets the Idealism augment, which is really, really nice when you already have one Hodge slammed, and also great for a lot of these melee rerolls again, because often you can just put one on like a Viego and one on Ione or whatever, and you have one on each, because it is not only do you get that Hodge, which is great in the comp, but it also is the 12% flat increased damage for those units that do have a Hodge. So really nice augment pickup, I think, for him.
So an angle we haven't really talked about, but I think that it's here for Pocky, is that while a lot of players clearly want to play around the 3-cost reroll, you could actually, oh my goodness, the Omnivamp there from Vi is huge, but you could actually look to play on level 8 and play around the Zed Viego Superfan AD melee flex boards that we saw people like Kaiwing play yesterday.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's a really good point, right? And if too many people are actually contesting each other, you know, at 7, and you can just go 8 and play around those 4 costs, then it's really, really good. Also, Pocky has not had to spend much gold, right? Like, he's just been kind of cruising on this Vi headliner that he picked up right off the bat. So, you know, is in a really good spot, still at 86 HP. We have not yet checked in on Ripple Overdrive's board, so I'd love to see what's going on over there, because still 100 streaking here on 3-4. Will be interesting to see exactly, you know, what Ripple is actually playing for himself, because Ripple had an incredible day yesterday, you know, averaging a 1.5 coming into today. You know, wanted to see if they were going to be able to continue that success. I can see some upgrades picked up there for Biri as Riven 2, Kale 2 both got hit. But yeah, it would be fun to check in on Ripple's board and see exactly how strong he is right now.
Yeah, Ripple, one of those players, I know Crowan talked about it a little bit earlier in the show, who really came up during set 8, made this really deep run, so close to making it to the World Championship, and came up just short. Didn't really take set 9 very seriously, competed in a few cups because they just kind of happened to qualify through ladder. But this set is kind of Ripple's chance to show that when he's in form, he can not just be a one-set wonder who made a deep run in set 8, but is actually a part of this top echelon of TFT players. So I think being able to start off that run with the highest score of yesterday, having the bonus points going into today, is the best spot you could possibly be in to really prove yourself as back in form.
Absolutely. I gotta say, this Vi's kind of doing work.
Yeah,
like,
it really
I
is.
see, like, this is a Vi too. We're on 3-6, and the Vi is kind of just slamming. Biri here. So is going to be playing, you know, that melee reroll line. Obviously rolled some for Yone's. Riven 2, Yone 2 didn't pick up the headliner just yet, unfortunately, but is on 5 Edgelord as well as that 3 Pentakill. So pretty damn good board for now. And as long as you can keep streaking, you would like to not just have to roll down all the way. I think has a pretty good chance here against Pokygom's board, because is still playing that Vi as the headliner. Hopefully for Biri, they're going to be able to actually take this win, keep that streak alive.
What if Vi does it?
Gold. No, Vi, I don't think Vi's that strong.
No. Okay.
There might be a problem. I have to call Mort if Vi wins that round.
That Vi is wild, though.
Vi reroll is looking a little bit better.
Maybe there's an angle. I see the angle there. Yeah. Listen, I honestly, especially now,
might be an 8th angle, but I'm down.
Now that we're seeing people commit a little bit more to the 3-cost reroll, we're seeing Biri clearly hit, I believe it was 4 Yones and not have the headliner selected. That's huge for that disco board. Definitely a really big hit. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if we do see Pocky end up playing around more of those 80 flex melee boards on 8 instead.
Yeah, that would be really interesting, right? We haven't gotten to, we've been talking about that, and I know some people are playing those in tournaments, but we haven't really been seeing it on stream just yet. So definitely a fun variant, right? You know, finding those lines that are powerful, that are uncontested. You're kind of hoping that some of your opponents are going to be, you know, contesting each other for these comps while you just push levels. You take guaranteed power of having the extra unit on board, guaranteed power of getting that extra level, and play around an uncontested line, right? And that's going to give you much better odds to be able to kind of put yourself in that good spot. So for now, still just sitting for Ripple on that Corki 2. It is that big shot headliner. So 3 big shot right now, not actually stacking any, well, it does have some 8-bit stacks, not a huge amount, but is stacking up the 8-bit, is sitting on that Caitlyn as well. So at least keeping that Caitlyn line open. You know, with the IE, with the items on board, I don't really think you're going to go into Riven or anything like that. I feel like you kind of have to play more around these range units, and it feels like he just wants to push levels and play more heavily around like level 8, level 9.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. So I believe the Deathblade on the Corki is a super fan item, right? So we have IE slammed and the adaptive helm. So I imagine there's a pentakill angle here where you're playing around the Karthus Akali, and I think maybe holding the Caitlyn like you're calling though is Ripple trying to increase those outs. The question here is he doesn't have that much gold. I don't think he can 4-2 it. He probably has to 4-5.
And he's
And
so
that
healthy, so who cares?
yeah, that's true. The problem though is that you do allow everybody else to roll before you. So he might be at the mercy of what everyone else is playing before he can actually do his level 8 roll down.
I mean, it's really interesting though, because I think when we looked across these boards, like, is anyone setting up for Pentakali? Not really.
No, I don't think so.
Exactly. So
It's all the Viegos being gone. That's the only problem, but that's fine.
It's true.
We'll figure it out later.
Even if you just get a one Viego, like, I don't think it's the end of the world. So I mean, I think you can delay your level up and play more heavily around economy. We're seeing Degree on a full roll down here, though. He is pretty committed to the Riven. It's the only thing he really has going, but Degree in a rough spot. Ripple just finds that TF, so can play around the TF for now. It is the disco headliner, so maybe you can find another disco to get in there just for that trait. But this is going to be, again, this is like a pretty good spot to be able to actually push forward, but did roll down. So did go 8, did roll all the way down. I'm pretty surprised by that. You know, I did think that he was going to be willing to sack a few rounds because he had 91 HP. Because if you did this on like 4-3, 4-4, you would have so much gold and you could honestly slow roll 8 and then move towards 9 with like any sort of a decent hit. But now the question is, does this TF that is kind of just like shoved in stabilize him enough that he doesn't actually have to keep rolling?
So thinking about it a little bit more, I think maybe there's a world where Ripple is saying, I have the super fans online, and so pretty much no matter what I hit, I can slot it in pretty freely and still feel okay about it. But even then, it just does feel very strange because you're talking about losing
no Dazzler, no disco. So
yeah,
TF's not going to get it done.
Versus having an extra 10 gold on your roll down in the next turn. And even on that roll down, you're talking about rolling down with like 10 gold to hit a disco TF. So you roll once and you have to sell some of your bench in order to play the 4 cost. Well, maybe Ripple is in a spot where he's saying, I'm trying to just play tempo and I want to preserve HP right now, and I'm just going to play for a lower cap. But this feels like a decision that is going to make it harder for Ripple to place first unless he just kind of hits on his own. He's going to have to high roll a little bit from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you do these kind of aggressive roll downs, if you think you can keep your streak alive, then I think it's fine because that's how you kind of like rebuild your economy. So we'll see if he can do that. He also took Radiant Relics, it looked like, so did have the Radiant GS, which is really strong. Does keep your options open as far as like playing around carries at level 9. You know, you kind of have a lot of options there. Akali 2 on board here. Is going up against this Poppy. The Poppy, there's no healing debuffs on the Poppy, and Poppy is ridiculously strong in these situations, but I don't think it's gonna be strong enough for that. And Pocky, you know, will be able to stay alive for now, you know, keeping his streak going.
Oh, so I wanted to call out the fact that Degree. Oh wow, okay. So Degree had the spat from that previous carousel. I don't remember if it was stage 1 or stage 2 that we had seen him take away from Biri. However, he wasn't able to actually use it. So when there was another spat on this carousel, I was very curious to see if he was going to take the Fawn. But what he ended up doing instead is he is going to play around the 8-bit spat, which he believes is going to be maybe the only way to bail him out from the spot. So I'm not sure if he has the Riven 3 yet or if he's still waiting on that. But from this position, sitting at 12 HP, I think Degree is he really needs to find the only way to bail him out into like a top 4. You have to massively swing that power curve very quickly. So I think 6 8-bit, if you find the 8-bit headliner for the Riven, might be the only way that you can actually get to a stabilization point.
It's going to be really hard though. I mean, we'll have to check back in on Degree's board, but last time we looked, it did not have a lot of extra units at all, right?
No.
Like, I didn't think he was not close at all to hitting the Riven 3, and we know that Biri had at least a Riven 2, if not more. I don't know if anyone else had Rivens on their board that I can recall, but you're at least somewhat contested there by Biri. And I don't know if Biri actually committed to a headliner one way or the other, because last time we had looked at the board, it was just the Yone 2 Riven 2 with no headliner, right? So potentially you're getting contested on a Riven headliner also. And I just feel like when you play these 3-cost, you know, melee reroll type comps, if you don't hit and you don't hit kind of fast, you get stuck at 7 forever, and you know it's really, really tough. Like sometimes you can get some really good shops and then get that 3-star and start to swing it back, but I think it's going to be a really tough game to do that in, because if you're contested, it's very unlikely for you to get those, like, you know, kind of just the lottery shops where you quickly get that ribbon 3 or whatever, and then can kind of slingshot it back.
On the flip side, there are the players that we saw going level 8, right? We talked about Ripple Overdrive before, and we also saw Pokygom angling toward that reroll, but then ends up going 8 and plays around the pentakill, and then ends up getting the emblem as well. And talking about emblems, we've got the 8-bit emblem online. The problem, though, is that you don't have the Caitlyn for 6-8-bit, and even if you hit it, you can't actually fit it right now because you have all of your items on that non-headliner ribbons. This is
there's the Caitlyn. But
can't...
you can't drop Edgelord. So okay, so he's gonna
is
put it
he
in.
selling? He's selling.
Oh, yikes. Okay, well now you're just hoping that you're gonna get 6th or something instead of 8th. There's no way, because you're not getting a top 4. There's 0% chance you're getting top 4, I think, when you sell your extra ribbon 2, because you're never hitting ribbon 3. It's never gonna happen. So.
The 8-bit Viego 2 is actually quite strong, but yeah, unless you miraculously pull a Caitlyn 2 out of the hat, yeah, it's gonna be really hard. Also, your augments are, I mean, the Ascension on 8-bit is not that strong because you actually have so much upfront damage when you have, the raw AD of 8-bit plus the edgelords that as soon as they kill 3 units, they get the pentakill bonus and they take over the fight. You want your fights to be over before that Ascension proc. So I really don't agree with the shape of this board. I mean, sometimes you just get unlucky and you don't have an augment choice, but I'm curious to see what happened to Degree that landed him in this position, because this all of a sudden does not look very good.
I mean, I feel like Final Ascension is almost always bad, honestly. Like, there's very few boards where it's a really strong choice. I always feel like when I pick Final Ascension, it's where I like re-rolled augments that could have been okay, looking for something specific, and then didn't find it, you know? And we'll see how he's going to do. Annie can be really strong against these boards sometimes. Annie ramping up, and that Viego could potentially be in trouble in these next casts. We'll see if the Annie's going to get one more cast off, just barely. The Viego will stay alive. That is big for Degree, but yeah, I mean, there's always a possibility of 6-8-bit getting something done, but I never see, you know, these kind of boards top 4 without ribbon 3, and I just think Degree made the call that this is a doomed game. I didn't hit my ribbon 3. I just need to fight for like 1 or 2 more placements. So I want the items on my headliner, right, instead of having it on that non-headliner ribbon. And I think that's a reasonable call given the situation, right? Because I just feel like he had a horrible roll down, and then if the best you can do is a 6th, all right, just sell the extra ribbons and play for a 6th or a 7th instead of an 8th, because you could have that be the difference later on. You know, this is still just the second game of the day, and that extra point or 2 that you could get could really make all the difference.
I think the biggest issue for Degree, to be honest, even more so than the ribbon 3 not being an option anymore, is the fact that he's playing from 12 HP. Right, if you are playing Riven 2 plus Caitlyn from tempo and you have 50 HP through stage 4, I actually think there's definitely a world where you can cap out on 8, get rapid fire in, play around the Caitlyn instead, and get that 5th or 4th. But the fact that you now have to win out is it's pretty much just impossible for Degree. And we see Biri on the other side hitting the Riven 3. Oh my goodness, so it's probably curtains for Degree based on their matchmaking. So we'll have to tune in, but for right now, we do see Kaiwang, who's playing around a flex AD/AP board, this Zed kind of acting as a makeshift Akali, but actually putting in quite a bit of work. Honestly, the biggest issue is that there's just too many units still on the board, and with 2 single target damage units like Ahri and Zed, just not able to deal with everything, and eventually fall to Ripple Overdrive's board, who did actually pivot over to the Ezreal now with the Radiant Giant Slayer alongside the Infinity Edge. So Ripple looking like he's in a really good spot.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, right? Like his line did really look like kind of those Ezreal Caitlyn lines from last patch, but not a lot of people are playing them this patch. He has 4 big shot in because he did have that Kaisa as well as the Jhin in. So, you know, is going to be in a pretty strong spot at this point, you know, sitting at 80 HP. So now you're just pushing levels, I think, if you're Ripple and you're looking for that, you know, ultimate late game cap. I don't think you need to roll anymore whatsoever. Forcing Smurf account down at 11 HP. Biri took a loss even after hitting that Riven 3. So matchmaking going to make a big difference from this point. Humbug looking to try to knock Force and Smurf account out from here. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. The Yone 2 not looking like it's going to be able to get it done. Trying to heal up, but it does get CC'd and it's going to get burst down by that TF. And that's got to be it here for Weird. likely to go down, but no, excuse
On the
me.
back line. Oh, huge fight. Fortune barely alive. But that whole fight looked like it was going Humbug's way. At the very end, the Zed went on it, and I definitely thought that Weird was going to take it, but the TF with the final cast dealing enough damage to secure it for Humbug, forcing now down to their last life.
As well.
Oh
They're
man, we
both
might.
on basically 1 or 2 HP.
Yeah, we could actually see them go head to head. I'm not sure that they've played each other recently. And you have a Yone 2 up against the Riven 2. It's the two people who just completely missed on their roll downs and are both trying to salvage the game in different ways, with the 6-8-bit on one side and then with the Z2 on the others. I hope they get to play each other.
Yep, I mean it's Yone Riven, but it's almost more just like the Zed versus the Viego. So let's see how it's gonna go here. All coming down to this: who's gonna get 7th, who's gonna get 8th? Really, at Yone trying to work through. The Zed gets burst down, but on the other side, the Viego's still alive. It's really all up to the Viego now, and it's gonna get it done. Weird gets knocked out. Biri knocked out as well. Is gonna get the 8th, even with that Riven 3. Biri ended up not winning a single round after hitting that Riven 3. And Degree, who sold off the extra ribbons, made the call that, you know what, this is not a game that I can win out. I just need to fight for positions. Has at least secured that 6th.
This is a crazy game if you were a Degree, and really does speak to the fact that Degree was able to cut their losses and say, I'm not hitting Riven 3 this game, I'm just going to play for placement. The fact that you're actually able to save enough HP, you took 1 loss with 11 damage, which means probably a 1-unit loss, the only amount you can lose by to stay in the game, and then win a fight against the other low roller. It's huge for Degree. But I also want to call out Humbug, who was the Disco player in the lobby, right? Disco is what we were expecting to see a lot of going into the weekend, and we're seeing time and time again that when these Disco players are not able to hit and get online early enough, this is kind of just what happens. They are strong enough to not take a ton of damage, but eventually, going into stage 5, the latter half of it, they just don't have enough pieces to stabilize, and Humbug might actually be bot 4ing from an uncontested Disco spot.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, especially against these melee comps, it just feels like such a bad matchup. We'll see if he can actually take down this Riven 2. It's going to be about if the Viego can get in the backline. Great ult from the Viego, goes straight to the backline, but it's back into those melees now.
Cast.
Once again, it's going to cast
there
one more time, and Humbug is gone. Even with the Riven 2, it just doesn't matter. And that's what it's just one of these kind of meta things where the shift is making it so Disco is just not good in these lobbies, especially when so many people are playing melee reroll. And I think even more so on the unit accelerator, you know, people are going to force melee reroll. Degree might actually get a top 4. I mean, Kaiwing, Bruce Law at 1 HP, Kaiwing at 4, Degree still hanging on with the Riven 2 at 1 HP. Swapping those items over to that Riven headliner has earned him at least a couple extra points.
When you think about it, this Viego is enabled so exceptionally well because you have just the raw damage from the 8-bit alongside the Edge of Night, and Viego is probably the best Morello's applier in the entire game. He has this AoE Morello's applied to the entire board. They take additional damage, and then just through the sheer auto attack damage that Viego is putting out, alongside the Caitlyn auto attacks with a ton of AD, and even just the Riven 2. He takes another fight over Pokygom, who is looking to go 9 right now. Bruce, it looks like Bruce also wins his fight against...
he had a ghost. He had a ghost. Bruce got a ghost, but Humbug is dead.
3 players at 1 HP right now. Holy.
That is actually crazy. Everyone's just praying they don't fight Ripple, I think, right now.
True, very true.
Ripple is very clearly going to win this game. You know, he was on 100 HP for a very long time, and he's likely just kind of pushing levels and looking to cap out, you know, at the maximum possible board. But, you know, you said it. This Viego really is so incredibly powerful. 8-bit just gives you so much AD, you know, and he has, you know, the stacks. I don't know what he's at right now, but he's probably at like 8 or something out of the 10. Looks like, no, he's actually on 9, right? Because 225 is 10, I believe, stacks. So
I think 225 is 9, right? And then there's like the final one, or is 10 is it 10 and then the final score?
Yeah, it's 10 and then the final score.
Okay, yeah.
I think 225 is 10, but I could be wrong. I'm not 100% sure. But either way, he has a lot of those stacks, so is in a pretty good spot. It gets a little bit of extra damage coming through here, and does actually hit that Caitlyn 2. So Caitlyn 2 GS nothing to scoff at. We'll see who he's going to get as that matchup. Bruce Law at 1 HP, Degree at 1 HP. We also have Kai Wang at 1 HP. But Kai Wang has last stand. This is going to be a tough war for him to get through 2 RE2s. But the Riven's immediately in the back line. And how much work is it going to get done? No, not enough. It's going to get burst down by those RE, so it's up to Viego. The Viego is gone as well. Kai Wang looking like he's going to be able to take that round. Over on the other side, Bruce Law looking like he's going to be able to actually stay alive here as well. It's just up to that Karthus, and the Karthus will not be enough.
Wow, Degree finds the Lucian on level 8, puts the rapid fire in, and in the end, able to actually take the 1v1. Kai Wing falls, but Degree is still alive.
How did Degree win? His Riven and Viego died so early. I can't believe it.
It came down to that Lucian that Degree had in the back line, and I believe it was just because the Viego was able to stay alive long enough, despite the fact that Ari had the single target damage. Degree was able to output enough, and there was not any Omnivamp on that back line of Kai Wang, and so Kai Wang just falls. The last stand Omnivamp not being enough.
That's actually so crazy. Once the Viego and the Riven died, I literally just started watching the other board. Because I just thought it was over. I didn't even realize that the Lucian was going to be able to make it happen. Ripple, though, here just kind of killing people off one by one, it feels like. And we are going to see Degree getting another win. He's top 3 with Riven 2 after having to sell his other extra Riven 2. That is crazy that Degree was able to scrap out a top 4. I thought there was legitimately no chance that he was actually going to be able to get a top 4 from his position once he sold.
Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked. You didn't. It's not even like you hit the Caitlyn 2 extremely early, and you had 3 items on it. This was just
2 on stage 6.
Right. This was just the power of Riven 2 and then 8-bit Viego. I think the Viego is clearly the key player in this story. But we also do have Pocky. I want to give some attention to him because he is now level 9, has the 7 pentakill online, and this is the point in the pentakill comp when the scales begin to tip a little. When you're playing that early super fan variation, it's much cheaper and much weaker. But I will say it does not have a ton of single target damage apart from this Akali in the front line. The thing is, if the oh my goodness, what I was gonna say is if the Riven's able to get into that backline, then it's actually really good at cleaning up that Karthus. But there's just too much stuff on Pocky's board. He's able to take a win there and secure himself a top 2.
Yeah, and I think Pocky was playing the Ghost, and Ripple just killed off Degree. I do believe.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but Pocky also does have that Radiant IE on his Akali, so obviously a tremendous amount of damage that it is putting out. It is the true damage variant. Picks up a BT there, can probably throw that over onto the Yorick, and kind of just rolling for some of these luxury units here, you know, looking for that Thresh 2, looking for the Alawi 2, looking for the Yorick 2. Only just have that 1 copy of the Yorick. I can't really see him taking down Ripple, but we'll see if he's going to be able to get it done. You know, Ripple obviously does have such a strong board, and we're going to have to wait to tab over to it right now. Has not been able to find that Jhin 2, though, and has been rolling on 9 for a long time. So unfortunate for him that he couldn't actually get that Jhin 2 because it is itemized, but he does, of course, still have Jazz in there. He has the 4 big shot, I believe, with that big shot headliner from the Ezreal. So we'll see if it's going to be enough to get it done. The Viego, though, in the back line immediately. The Ezreal jumps to the other side, trying to put out enough damage here to actually burst down those melee units. The Threshold comes out and is buying some time, and the Ezreal goes onto that Karthus, does kill it off. But the ghouls from the Yorick could potentially be enough. We'll see as it's going for that Ezreal. The ghouls are going to be able to take them down.
Oh my
Ghoul versus Tentacle.
The Gava Ghoul takes the victory for Pokygam. What a crazy fight. Yeah. Watching that play out, you had this Viego go into a huge... It takes over that entire clump of Ripple's board, but the Akali falls relatively early, and at that point, it's really just about whether the Karthus can clean up, and when it didn't deal enough damage, the only reason he's able to win that is because the second cast of the Ghoul. The Ghoul comes out and is able to clean it up, but a crazy fight. Now just have a little bit of an upgrade as well. Yeah. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure that is the way these fights are always going to go, because it does feel like you can play around with some positioning a bit, to try and avoid that next time.
I mean, the Ezreal jumped over onto the Karthus and stuff as well, so let's see how this fight does go. Viego into the backline, but it's onto the Tentacles for now. This first Karthus cast is going to be big, but the Ezreal and the Jhin are completely untouched, and this fight is actually looking really good for Ripple. That ulti comes through from the Ezreal and one-shots the Karthus on the other side, and now it's all up to the Akali, but it can't close the gap. Pokygam gonna go down. Ripple at 46 HP will take it. The positioning this time was too good from Ripple. had double tentacle in the opposite corner, swapped sides, and the Viego got caught on those 2 Alawi tentacles. It bought so much time. The Ezreal was untouched for so long. The Karthus was so untouched as well. And with that Radiant IE, when that ulti comes through and actually crits the Karthus, Karthus just went pop.
Yeah, the Viego call out I think is exceptionally important there. The fight before, we saw the Viego target that entire clump, right? But because Pocky had the Viego in that back row because of the way he's positioning, the Viego wraps all the way around the board and then just ults on a couple of Alawi tentacles. You get no value off from your Morellos, no value from the damage amplification that comes through Viego, and ultimately that is the difference maker. But what a hard fought battle from Ripple. We talked about the level 8 roll down going for the fast 8 on 4-2, and you and I kind of said this feels like a hard spot to actually go first from, but in the end it actually was enough. Did it surprise you to actually see him make it that far?
Yeah. I mean, I think he did a really good job. I will say, so I was surprised by the level 8 roll down. You know, if that was me, and you know, I would have definitely been thinking about just going towards 9 and then rolling more slowly, or you know, like going to 8 a couple rounds later and then kind of slow rolling on 8. But either way, you know, he had such an HP advantage that once he stabilized on 8, he was able to kind of cruise towards 9. It's okay to take a couple losses because he played such strong boards early on, right? I mean, he was still 100 HP. I want to say at like 3.5 or something like that. So, you know, was sitting in a really good spot, but an interesting game overall. I've got to say I'm kind of like most impressed by Degree and his decision making in that game when it was looking like he was about to take the fattest 8th, you know, selling his Riven 2 with items to move the items over to his Riven headliner and living with 1 HP on a round. So that is absolutely the difference. If your items are on your non-headliner Riven in that, you're going to kill 1 less unit, you're going to die. And he would have died so much earlier in the game. To be able to scrap out a third from that spot is so intelligent. You know, also having the option for a Fawn saying, you know, the Fawn doesn't actually get it done here. I need to hit 6-8-bit. I need to play, you know, this different line, have the Viego as that carry option, because it really became way more about the Viego, as you were talking about time and time again.
Yep, yeah. Ultimately, Ripple, Overdrive, Gotcha, Pokygam, and Degree, the 3 players with bonus points going into the day, going 1, 2, and 3 in that final game. So we'll see how that affects the standings, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes for the analyst desk of game number 2.
Welcome back, everybody. It's day number 4 of the Remix Rumble KDA Cup, and North America has been on a tear when it's come down to recreating the meta and what we can come to expect out of an amazing day of TFT action. I've got Casanova and Crone here back on the analyst desk to break down that second game, and I think that just the biggest storyline of the entire game is how Degree got a 3rd place. That felt like a sprint that he had to take to that finish line.
It really looked like Degree was going dead last, right? It was contested by Berry. They were both going for Riven. Berry hit the Riven 3, and Degree, of course, did not, right? Only one player can even find it. And so at that point, he's like, okay, what can I do? He finds the emblem. He's able to go for the 8-bit emblem, tries to play 6 8-bit, and then plays around that Viego so heavily. It ended up being the big carry for that team comp. And it went from an 8th, and then suddenly he just kept taking out player after player, climbing all the way back, and makes it into that top 4, makes it into 3rd place. And there was that big crucial fight when all 3 of those players were at 1 HP, 3rd through 5th place, where the Caitlyn actually did so much damage just because of the power of 6 8-bit.
Yeah, that 6 8-bit stacking up for so long, right? He was been playing it since like the early game. It was like a 1-item Caitlyn as well, right? Just a Giant Slayer.
Yeah.
But when that damage came through at the end, like Kai Wing's reaction was like, what just happened? Like, I lost that fight? That was absolutely crazy. And I think the positioning also with Degree the whole game through, right, being on 1 life, having to position a Riven 2 and a Viego 2, right, your main damage dealers, because there's only a Caitlyn 1 at that point, and get to that spot was just even more impressive for fight after fight after fight. Getting a 3rd place there feels like the biggest win, right? It's one of those games that absolutely is insane. But then you have players like Pocky and Ripple, right, coming into the top 2. Ripple actually did such an amazing job at saving HP, playing efficient boards in the early game, and that is a really, really good skill to have as a CFT player, right? And that's when you're able to translate those games kind of into first places. And he didn't do it with these comps that we've talked about time and time again. He did it with an Ezreal flex composition, right? Running 4 big shots, had a true damage Jhin at the end, and really it just I even thought that Degree would be winning versus Ripple, but no, Ripple did take him out. And Pocky, of course, getting that Pentacoli online, dropping the 3 KDA variant that players usually run, but playing that true damage Akali instead. That would get the win, but still super impressive.
Still even had some improvements that he could have made to his board too. So had he found like the Thresh 2 or even like the Yorick 2, I wonder how far Polygon really could have brought it to make those final fights even closer. But it makes me so like amped to finally see a Pentacoli composition actually get into like a top 2 standing, because I feel like every single Pentacoli player that we've had on stream has struggled to get the composition online.
Yeah,
so sad.
I think there's some really good positioning from Pockygum as well, and I like the itemization, right? His Karthus wasn't about getting multiple casts, it was just every cast should basically kill all of the units that he casts on, which I really liked that setup that Pocky had. And then on the other side, you know, if he had found those little upgrades, I think Pocky would have been able to start taking rounds, but Ripple played so well from tempo that he saved all this HP, and towards the end of the game, he still had, you know, 3-4 lives that he could spend against Pocky, that even if Pockygum had, you know, hit a couple extra units and started to take a round, I think Ripple still could have found the upgrades and gotten there. And that's just kind of the impressive play that we've been seeing from Ripple all weekend. He faltered a little bit in game 1, but now he is back with another first.
Definitely. I also want to give some props to Bruce real quick, managing to top 4 with that Annie 3 going into that KDA line, right? It was saying, oh, Darth Dub's spot in the last game was so good, surely he'd be able to top 4, didn't manage it. So I was like, oh, is Annie just unplayable? But no, Bruce does prove that it is able to get into these top 4 situations. So well done there.
Super well done. Annie reroll is not dead. Not yet. Especially when you're able to get the Spellweavers online. But look at the victory laps we're really coming into this top 6 right now. Everybody with bonus points. Everybody also starting the day with a first or a second. And that's just like honestly what you hope to see coming out from those top 8 players. And it gives NA a lot of hope and strength going towards something like that championship at the end of the line. I know we have a couple more events and also steps before we get there, but NA is definitely bringing the hype so far. So a couple more games we've got left to go. We're gonna reseed the lobbies during this break, and when we come back, a fresh lobby and a fresh start here for some of our players with game number 3.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the KDA Cup here. We're here on the final day. I'm Azael, joined by Casanova, about to get into the next game here. It's going to be a good one.
Oh, yeah, we got a heater of a lobby for sure, right? We just saw Degree have that big game. We're going to have him back, but also there's a lot of top players we have a lot of expectations for that maybe aren't in the best spots in the standing so far. And the biggest one I'm talking about here is Weijin at 6 points. Definitely has a big road ahead of him to try and make sure he can get into that top 16, sitting at those 6 points. Alongside him, really, Spencer, Robin, Toronto, Tokyo, a lot of players that we expect huge things from, and they're kind of sitting towards the middle of the pack. But we're jumping in. We got these portals. It's showtime, support Anvil, and 3-cost champion. It looks like everyone's in agreement unless Noster decides that he wants to one guy one of these other 2 portals.
Yeah, it looks like it is just going to be... Oh, okay.
Oh, Noster.
He's hopping over to support Anvil. Respect. We'll see if he wins it out. We had one guy choose our last one, but it's going to be 3-cost champion. It's interesting because, like, in some ways it's lower variance. Obviously, it's not as crazy as Showtime and things like that, but also the chance of getting a 2-1 Heartsteel goes way up, right?
Like this?
Exactly. Like if you get Set or Yone, that can change the course of the whole game, right? There's kind of just 2 different angles that I generally take with this. If you have a Tom Kench or an Olaf, you can easily actually solo that next stage. He has double set now, by the way. And if you sell, you can make 10 with interest. But if you have a Yone or a Set or something along those lines, generally you'll hold it and try to play for that Heartsteel. So I don't expect Robin to actually, sell all this.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested about how Robin decides to play this spot, because he does have, the pair of sets, right? So trying to fish for the set 2, and then, having the Urgot, it pairs up for a really strong stage 2. But as you just said, it might just be bait, right? This is a lot of gold. It is 9 gold on his board that he can potentially sell for. He probably keeps the Heartsteel around, but interested to see if Robin, tries to go full econ with this very heavy gold start.
I mean, unless you're going to slam tank items, a set 2 I just don't even think is worth having on your board. It's too expensive. I would definitely hold 1 set to try to see if I can get that Heartsteel. So looking around, this was Toronto Tokyo obviously sold off whatever 3-cost unit he did start with. Is going to be making econ on this round, is going to sell off very likely that Eve, and make 10 here. So just going to be looking for what items he does pick up. Has a belt so far. But it'd be fun to just kind of tab around through some of these different boards and see what 3-cost units people did actually start with. Because, if anyone gets Heartsteel in 2-1, that's kind of the big thing I'm always looking for on these. Obviously, there are some strong 3-cost units, things like the Urgot, as you pointed out. So he didn't actually sell. Interesting.
Yeah, bot shop.
It's the Rage Blade and picks up... I wonder if he picked up the Jinx because he got the Rage Blade, because I know it's really strong with that, and sometimes people will just slam a Rage Blade on an early Jinx and then play towards Disco.
Yeah, it is good for streaking, and as you said, I mean, Disco is a line that he can go towards. I know Toronto Tokyo is going to be open to probably a wide variety of lines. He tends to kind of know all the different ways he can go. He definitely will have his comforts, but yeah, it does kind of feel like that's the direction, right? The Rage Blade got dropped, and suddenly he decides to not actually play for Eco, so it feels like that's the only thing that really makes sense is jump on board with Degree. This is Heartsteel immediately. You were asking about these 3 costs. Who could have gotten Heartsteel? Degree found it, has the set, gets the Heartsteel Cassante, and now with help is on the way, right? You can lose streak for now. Your power is going to come a lot later. You get the Heartsteel cash outs, and you also get that item coming out later on into the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's always interesting. I think that there is obviously a lot of value in this early Heartsteel. I don't think you need to like full open. You want to still kill some units. I don't think it's the end of the world if you win some rounds. So I don't think you need to get too ridiculous with your positioning and everything like that, because you're still just getting free gold, right? If you're keeping your health high, you're getting that little bit of an injection of gold. Even if you full lost, you're not getting like a massive cash out with 3 Heartsteel on 2-1. The most you ever get is like 11 gold. Often it's just going to be like 6 or an 8 cash out. But it is still a really nice kind of free injection of gold, and you can kill a lot of units off, especially because he got this Cassante headliner. So you can stay relatively healthy, get a little bit of free gold, don't need to go too crazy.
Yeah, and I'm curious if any of the Heartsteel players will actually raise the stakes at a certain point as well, because like Degree has this very early on, and I think winning in stage 2, this is something I've talked about with Heartsteel, throughout the whole set. Winning on stage 2 with your Heartsteel is great, and then in stage 3, you start to lose. You just keep in the same Heartsteel units, and then you lose instead of upgrading your board. And that ends up in the best spot because you get a lot more of those hearts, you get the better cash out. So I think Degree's really happy. Robin was the other player who we thought was going to have Heartsteel online. I'm not sure if he ended up, fully getting it together, but if he did, he's also currently on a win streak, and we'll have to see which of them decides to really full commit into this Heartsteel.
Yeah, exactly. Have to see some of these other boards. Noster, really strong board here. Does have the headliner Nami. Has, I'm not sure if that's a Dazzler Nami or if it's Disco, because he does have the Gragas and the Taric on board as well, but he has the upgraded Kennen with a Sunfire Slam, so strong early items here. It is going to be looking to streak with that. Robin Songs picks up a second win as well, so Noster, Peckle, and Robin all on that 2-win streak for now, so it'll be interesting to kind of like tab around and see all of those boards. Toronto Tokyo now did slam that Rage Blade.
There it is.
Yeah, that made sense to me. Otherwise, I would just always sell for Eco in that spot. But getting the pieces for Rage Blade means you're going to be in a really strong spot now, because especially with the rapid fire headliner, it's way better for these early stages.
And it didn't really work out though with getting the 2-loss streak, not having the eco, but at least he's killing units, right? 94 health is certainly not bad after 2 loss. It means these fights have been close, and that's kind of one of the big things about the changes to streaks is a lot of times just playing a strong board, keeping HP, and then trying to, maybe turn this around, find the wins later. We might see him start beating people who don't play any units on their board, like Wage and Iverson, and he'll get the gold from that, and he can start to maybe even completely flip this as he's holding a lot of pairs.
Yep, and he does decide, okay, I can make Eco without selling everything, so he sells the Aphelios pairs. Sometimes people can overhold on Heartsteel, because he had 2 Heartsteel, but he would still need to find a Yone or a Set, which isn't, that high of a chance from this position. We can see 2 Heartsteel players here. Pretty good loss there, picked up. So it's going to be moving towards a bigger cash out. It is going to be Weijin, obviously, with first pick alongside Solus. Weijin was open for it, so we'll see no spats are available. But there are some pretty good picks here. 3-cost bow is something that a lot of people will look towards, and it looks like he's going to grab that ribbon.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, Weijin is very open, right? Because he has no units right now. So it's really just a matter of, looking for what item combinations he wants to actually build into the comp he's going to end up rolling for. And, I didn't see his items on the quick look we had at his board, because he had the open for it, right? So we know he's just going to look for the heavy econ. So I'm curious what items Weijin actually fully has to go alongside this bow to kind of know exactly what line he's looking to heavy roll down for once we get to stage 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a good question. Something that's also kind of interesting I always find is when you have these 3-cost starter portals, a lot of people will play Heartsteel, and then sometimes open 4 can actually be pretty strong because there's less people leveling up and more people playing weak boards, so you're taking less damage on average, right? Because people aren't always pushing levels. But Robin Songs and Noster 11 did level up. They are both still at 100 HP, so going to be trying to maintain that streak. Degree here about to cash out. Peckle with a pretty strong board, so Degree likely to take a loss here. We'll see if that is going to be the case. The pair of Urgot's going to get a lot of work done here on stage 2. Even though he doesn't have any damage item slam, Gragas 2 as well is just so tanky, so it is going to be no units killed here, very likely for Degree, but we'll get at least that 6 gold cash out.
Yeah, and I mean, Peckle even slamming the Even Shroud, right? So that is kind of leading towards the 3-cost reroll either country, which you already have the setup for initially, but it could also just be the Yone or the Riven later on, because there's a lot of items to still be dropped for that direction. Degree does get the gold cash out, but the big thing to look at is going to be Robin and Noster. If they end up fighting each other, keeping the win streak is incredibly impactful into Krugs, right? Like, this is something that we've talked about a lot before the streak changes, but even afterwards, win streak has become so strong. If you can hold that through neutrals, it is insane.
Yeah. I'd love to hop over one of those boards. Noster also just hit Pantheon 2, so I want to see if they're going to be able to actually maintain their streaks here. But for now, we are watching Degree and Toronto Tokyo. This should be a win here for Toronto Tokyo. He is level 5, does have the double Rage Blade thanks to the super fans there over on the other side, and it's going to be able to crush through pretty easily what Degree does have. We'll have to see, is Noster going to be able to maintain that streak?
Robin's
does
kept his,
win, and
but
Noster's
Noster
playing
hasn't,
someone else, so they might both be able to do it.
Oh, Noster's fighting Peckle, though. Peckle was very strong. I think with the Even Shroud Slam, the double Urgot, that's a very good stage 2 board, and yeah, it's a very close fight, but it looks like this Nami is going to take it down still. And we've got 200 streakers into Krugs. Weijin holds on to streak. I think Spencer was full loss there at 76 HP.
Wow. This is
a lot of streakers here. And the big thing, Toronto Tokyo, we talked about how the Rage Blade was so good for stage 2, and he still lost those first 2 rounds, but then he win streaked the rest of the stage.
Yep. So in a pretty good spot. Maybe had some bad matchups early on. Robin with a really strong board though. 3 Penta, 2 Bruiser, 4 Mosher. At this point of the game is really, really strong. So he's setting up himself pretty well to move forward in this game. Also does still have that set pair, so did end up holding on to that. 5 streak, 30 gold. Would love to get some gold here from Krugs. Maybe try to hit 40 after this if he has to sell off some things. But we'll see how much he's going to get. Got the cloak, got 3 gold.
He could go 40 if he wants, but he loses his pair.
Yeah. Not what he's hoping. I think he's going to hold on. And those items are not very useful for him right now, unfortunately. So that's always a little bit rough. He is also playing Spoils of War. But when you're on this 5 streak and you get a really bad Krugs, it's tough, right? Because it's like, do you think that you can actually, get to a spot where you can keep winning? So he's going to try to maintain that. He's going to slam right now and just try to maintain that streak at all costs. So I really want to see Noster's board at this point and see what he's working with and see if either Robin or Noster are going to level up. Are they actually going to look to contest each other and try to keep that going? Where Solus here, rolling for those Yasuos, he's 2 off on the Yasuo.
Oh, all 3 of them went to 6.
Slammed.
All 3 of them, Toronto, Tokyo, Noster, and Robin, all went to level 6. So they're really fighting for those streaks because those are 3-win streakers in the lobby.
Yeah, and that's huge. I mean, you get into that 6th streak, that is the new point that you have to get to when you want that bonus 3 gold. That is the changes on these patch. So maintaining your streak at that point is huge. Solus here, he's definitely going to lose this one, but he needs to hit that Yasuo soon or he is going to be in a world of trouble. Continuing to roll down to 10, not finding Yasuo. So he's dead broke, still needs 2 Yasuos, doesn't even have a second item to
down all the way.
That is, okay. That's looking rough.
Team building can just do it right away, but he's 1 off.
And then you have no augment, right? Like that's just, I don't know, it's tough, man.
Feels like you want Harm Assist or you want even Tiny Titans to just buy you some more space.
Yeah, it's really tough. I feel like it's probably Harm Assist or Unified.
And he hit it right away.
Interesting. So he does hit. That's big. We'll see if he can start to turn it around. I feel like he's too broke. I feel like this is already kind of a cursed game unless he can get a spat or something to kind of slingshot this back because the rest of his board isn't even very strong. He doesn't even have items to slam on the Yasuo. So it's not even like the Yasuo is going to go 1v9 with 1 item. So it's really tough. On the other end, we did see that Robin Songs continued the win streak where Noster lost. So he lost his win streak. So Robin is the only full streaker right now, and it's going to be an incredible spot.
Yeah, the big thing I'm looking at is if Toronto Tokyo fights Robin, right? Because Toronto Tokyo also put a lot of investment into getting so much stronger here. And, either Robin or Toronto Tokyo probably is the one who took down Noster. As we see Peckle once again kind of just running with these Urgots. But this is actually, a fairly weak board. And Solus is actually being able to pick up a lot of kills for the Yasuo. Start getting this stacked up. And the big, inflection point will be when he can get to the 3 items. Because that's usually the sign that you can actually play 1-cost reroll is when you have at least, 2 items that are good for the carry very early. And Solus did not have that.
Yeah, and that's really tough, right? Like when you're already committed to that line and then you get a bad Krugs, you can't actually slam items for it. But you're already locked in. Toronto Tokyo obviously still playing towards what was expected. As soon as you slam Rage Blade, you're basically just going for TF. That's really kind of like all you're looking for at that point. But the Jinx Headliner, it's a really good item carrier for that TF to be able to try to push you towards it. Sometimes you can hit like a Senna or something that you can swap out for, play that Senna as a little bit stronger headliner. But he's in a good spot, has Superfan, has KDA, has that 2 Sentinels, so decent front line, decent back line. Even if he loses, it's not going to be by much. Where Peckle on that other side does have that Katarina headliner, and that 2.5 item Gragas is just so tanky at this point in the game. It should likely be that win there for Peckle, just not nearly enough damage from this Jinx to actually punch through all of that front line.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo already falling off a little bit in strength from that early stage 2. Saw this is 2 losses in a row, and they were big losses, right? Because he's already dropped down to bottom 3 in HP. Robin keeping that win streak still throughout stage 3, and Weijin keeping the loss streak. We need to see Weijin's roll down because he's gonna have so much gold. But I'm curious if he's greeting to 7 for 3-cost odds and just taking a ton of losses here. Maybe he found Heartsteel and just let it roll. I'm really interested in Weijin's spot.
Yeah, we have got to look at Weijin and see what he's got cooking. And I mean, there's also the absolute doomsday situation if he already rolled some and hit nothing.
Yeah, it could be the case.
Yeah, and sometimes that happens, right? Sometimes you play open fort and then you have to roll to stabilize and you hit nothing, and then it's kind of just, well, GG. Guess I go next. So we'll see what Weijin is actually cooking up here. He is level 6, does have a lot of gold, so he went 7, and now it's time for the roll down. Sells the Nart headliner, and he needs some sort of direction here. He's going to be
Oh, he
looking for
has
the
he has
Riven
Riven
very
too.
likely with that Riven
Yeah.
too. So he'd be looking for that Riven headliner, potentially a Yone headliner he might pick up. And we'll see what he's going to be willing to actually settle for. There's that Riven.
Kayn!
It is Edgelord and a Kayn. Oh my
Kayn
god.
and
So he's gonna be-
Viego.
that is insane. That is actually insane. What a hit. Oh my god.
That
His
is-
items kind of suck though, high key.
They do. They're pretty awful actually. But you could potentially just go pen with Last Whisper. It's actually not the worst thing in the world. Ends up going for Quicksilver. I think that's a defensible choice, and having Harm Assist can kind of make up a little bit for lack of sustain, at least at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be winning for now. Hitting
Oh,
the Kayn
yeah,
and
the
Viego
Kayn?
on that roll is actually insane luck, right? Like, that is such a good roll down there for Weijin. He only had to go to 30, and he's stable now. He doesn't actually have to roll anymore. I think you can actually econ back up and slow roll. Having 6 Rivens this early, and we haven't seen anyone else playing Riven.
Well,
So
7.
he's largely uncontested. He has his secondary and his tertiary carry with the Kayn and the Viego already on board. So yes, it's not the 8-bit Riven, but I don't think it even matters because he hit the Kayn. It actually turned out even better.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Like, it's actually just better that it's not 8-bit because you found Kayn Viego right away, right? So just playing the 5 Edgelord now, you're so much stronger right this second, and it's gonna give you so much more time to completely cap this board. And being on 7 Rivens, realistically, Weijin, you would think shouldn't have to slow roll on 7 too long before he can start pushing levels and actually, you know, find Kayn 2, find Viego 2.
Absolutely. I mean, Kayn 2 is obviously going to be a long ways off. You have to get pretty lucky to get it on 8, but you know, you can start upgrading a lot of these other things. And you know, one of the really high key powerful things about Kayn is what just happened there. You get that kill with your ultimate, he gets 3 gold, right? He just got 3 gold for free because of that kill. I always, when I hit an early Kayn and I'm playing these kind of comps, I itemize it second way over Viego because it just gets you ridiculous amounts of gold. Like, it can get you so much gold if you can get some items onto that. So we'll see what his Wolves is going to look like. But if he, you know, is able to kind of luck into some items, you can throw in whatever AP items you get, throw in some lifesteal onto the Kayn. And that thing sometimes is just popping out 3, 6, 9 gold per round if it can get in the back line.
I'm looking around, seeing some upgrades. Peckle grabbed Urgot 2 finally, had the pair the whole time. Spencer grabbed Yone 2. I'm curious if Spencer's actually playing towards that line or if he's going to end up, you know, just playing that for now, because I think Spencer might have been on Heartsteel earlier on. Peckle finds honestly good items if he is playing around this country line.
Yeah. Doesn't have a lot of Samiras, but he is rolling for that Samira headliner now. Obviously, you'd probably take the Urgot or whatever if you hit it. We'll see how this roll down is going to go. He has a lot of Amumus. Already has 3 Vexes. That's his 4th Urgot. There's Samira Executioner.
Yeah, I'm down.
I think you probably have to take it, yeah.
Yeah, a lot
Especially
of
because you
Amumus
already
as
have 3
well.
Vexes.
Yep, 3 Vexes, a lot of Amumus. This is actually a really good time to play the like 4 Executioner, 3 Country variant, right? Because Amumu and Vex are actually the most important units in that version. And I think there's even consideration to, keep the tier and try and play around a Vex item next, right? You've got the double IE, which is really good, but now you really want to itemize this Vex considering you're playing around Executioner.
Now, I always find this really interesting because I think it is uncontested country, and there's some melee rerollers. We have a Yone reroller and a Riven reroller. In this spot, I've actually found it pretty effective to just kind of play around your econ, go towards 8, get 4 Executioner, and slow roll at 8. Because the 4 Executioner is actually a really big spike when you have that Executioner headliner. So that's something that I really like to do because so many of the 3-cost units when you're uncontested will like already be out of the pool because there's 2 melee 3-cost rerollers that it's really easy to hit on 8 oftentimes. You kind of get the guaranteed power, the big spike of getting 8, getting that extra unit, getting extra Executioner in. So it'll be interesting to see if he does decide to actually commit to rolling on 7 and try to 3-star first, or if he's going to go to 8 and take that kind of more conservative line for the guaranteed power.
You know, he could have gone for, he can go for the 4 Executioner on 7 though. He still has this Gragas spot right now. He's got an extra Urgot in, right? There's a couple options to go for that 4 Executioner. And I was actually looking at crash test dummies because I think that the vertical Executioner actually has a weakness of low frontline. So getting 2 dummies and the stun, I actually felt like would have been really good here. And heavy hitters, I mean, it works because you're 3-starring your board. They're going to have a lot of HP, so it gives you damage. But I kind of would have liked the front line because Executioners, the thing they don't lack at all is damage.
Yeah, I actually really agree. I think it can be incredibly strong. Back over here to Weijin Iverson's board. He did not actually hit that 3rd full item, but he does have the extra BF. He has a couple of recurves on his bench and did elect to actually put that Morello over onto his Viego. So gonna deal some damage there to Peckle, who will take that loss, lose his streak. So Wajan Iverson gonna be streaking up here in a pretty good spot, but he's been rolling heavy. Wajan Iverson is not actually ecoing back up, so did decide not to try to sit. Did go for that Ribbon 3, was able to hit it.
Yeah, he hit the Ribbon 3, and then he also found Inspiring Epitaph to add on to this. So he's just hitting great augments. He's hitting his board, and he's still at 20 gold. So he rolled heavily. He still kept rolling down, but he hit the Ribbon 3 with 20 gold left. And you've already talked about how that Cane can just find you eco out of nowhere. So there's a lot of opportunities for Wajan just really reach for this this top end.
Is he actually going to play it? That's the interesting thing. Because he got the Heartsteel Headliner. He has the... I think he should just play 3. I think playing 5 at this point is too greedy. Because he's already in a bit of a rough spot. Has some nice support items. But he didn't really set up his front line to actually get value out of that Randuin's, unfortunately. So I feel like that's a little bit of a mistake. You kind of want to have that little circle clump that people love to do with that. Because you get so much additional armor and MR. And we'll see if that actually makes the difference here, because his front line is going to be that much weaker, and this Yasuo with the Giant Slayer is working its way through it. We'll see if it has enough time to finish off this fight. The Ezreal trying to take it down, but I think the Yasuo likely to win this fight. We'll see.
Ooh, one more cast! Ezreal! Oh, it's so close! But the Ezreal is able to get it done for Degree, and I think that is a sigh of relief from Degree, because I'm with you. He missed position there. He needs to get full Randuin's value for this front line, because his front line is pretty dog water. It's very weak right now, so really needs to beef that up.
Yeah, he was not punished for his mistake, and that always feels good, because you need those wins. When you're low HP, when you're rolling down like that. Solus picks up the spat. The first couple people able to go did not want to grab it, so I'm interested to see what Solus will do with this. He's sitting up at 60 HP. Robin Songs, haven't checked on him in a while, has taken a couple losses, so is down to 74 HP. So only streaker right now is Wajan Iverson. And we're back here over to Peckle's board, where he does have that 6 Amira. He has 4 of the Urgots, 3 Vexes, 6 Amumus. Hasn't been able to pick up anything else too big. Robin here on 8. Dead broke, but does find the Karthus Headliner as well as a Yorick, which is really nice to find early here. So he is going to start itemizing that Yorick, very likely, I would think. But we'll see if he actually wants to throw the BT and stuff on the Akali, or if it's going to be in the Yorick. I like it on the Yorick when you find it early. I think it's really powerful with that 5 Pentakill, especially because he doesn't have the Pentakill spat for the Akali. I think you're going to get more by itemizing that Yorick.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Yorick can be such a great carry in the late stages of the game, and you can just see how strong this Pentacle comp is immediately. Plus, Metalheads is going to help with the sustain for it. A very, very good setup for Pentacoli, and we're seeing, Peckle start to take a lot of big hits here. And I think one of the things that's been interesting is this Urgot 1 just kind of chilling on the board as well. There's an Amumu 2, there's a Samira 2 on the bench that could be played over it, or even just finding one Guardian, or even replacing this Gragas at some point throughout this game could have happened. Or the 4th Executioner also isn't in. So Peckle hasn't been rolling. They're going 8 like you thought might happen with this composition, which I don't hate going to level 8. But it did feel like you could have rolled just a little bit and gotten significantly stronger.
I agree with that 100%. I think that you should probably try to roll a little bit. Or honestly, I feel like playing a Mumu 2 is way better than playing the second.
I as well, yeah.
Like, I think it's not even close. Or the second Samira, I like as well. I think both of those are actually way better. An Urgot 1 at this point is basically useless. It doesn't even have Mosher. It's not doing anything, right? It's not like it's that strong. So we'll see how he's going to be able to do here. True Damage Spat was grabbed over on the other side for Solus, so that's actually a really big out. I forgot that he was that True Damage Yasuo player. The Yasuo trying to get in the backline. We'll see if this Vex can CC it up. It cannot get the cast off, and that means the Yasuo going to be able to chop through this backline. Peckle taking another loss here, but this one at least wasn't a big one.
Yeah, and Indomitable Will is such a great augment for this Yasuo line in the silver slot. So he gets that first kill, and Yasuo is really great at grabbing that first one, and now he doesn't get destroyed.
He just sold his headliner, by the way. He sold the Samira headliner.
Wait, really?
Yeah, he just sold his Samira headliner. I want to go back to Peckle. I want to see what he's doing.
Was it an Urgot in shop? Was it Urgot headliner in shop?
No, he didn't have anything in shop. So he's maybe going to try to
still on 7 and rolling for it.
Vex or something? I am so confused by this line. So I guess he felt like he had to play towards country headliner. He doesn't want to play the Executioner variant. I think the Executioner variant is not bad at all.
Executioner was better in this spot, considering the amount of Vexes, the amount of Amumus.
I think that was really strange. I'm pretty surprised because now he's
okay, but it hits a thresh.
He's rolling down. He will get 5 country. There's always the bailout of getting like a country spat or something like that, and then going 7 country when you do have the country headliner. But he's 2 off Urgot. He's still 3 off of Samira, and he is not close on the set. He is very close on the Amumu. He's 1 off on the Amumu. Now needs 2 more of both the Urgot and the Samira, but he's losing bench space as well.
Yeah.
Now he's got to start to sell things he wants to keep. This really is that awkward spot where you didn't hit everything. At least he has double IEGS. That is pretty much as high damage as you can get for this. But he has to make that choice of what to sell. He does sell off that extra Urgot, but this was like a really weird line. He went up to like 80 gold. He put some gold into experience, then decided to sell his headliner and roll down again on 7. And Peckle could be, in a really tough spot. He's got a couple rounds now where he has to hit. Like, he's got to hit now and start slingshotting back because he's 5 lost and he's dead broke.
Yeah, I mean, okay, there's the Amumu, but the items, it's Sunfire Even Shroud, so you need something to really beef that unit up because he's supplying you your anti-heal and your shred, but both of those items do not make you tanky at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he could go, like, he has some tank items on his bench, so he's got options. He could do Gargoyle, he could do Redemption if he wanted, but I think you want the tier for the Vex. So maybe it's just like a Gargoyle
It's gotta be Gargoyle. Yeah. The Gargoyle moves some stuff back, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Gargoyle Redemption to support it, but no Vex item.
Yeah, that's the tough thing. But I mean, he's losing. He's got to do something, right?
Yeah.
So, it's not going to be any Vex item. He's going to be hoping that he gets Vex items off the carousel, very likely. Wajan Iverson here is sitting on so much gold. This Riven getting work done, chopping through the Amumu. I don't think he's going to have the damage to be able to take it down. The Inspiring Epitaph has stacked up, but the CC does come down. The QSS has expired. Can the Vex get off another cast? The CC it up again. And is it going to get burst down? The shield does not come off, and now it's up to the Samira to get it done against the Kale, and it's not quite able to do it. What a close fight.
Oh, and Wajan greeting out all this gold to try and completely cap, and because of that, he gets rewarded on this very narrow margin win. He had lost the previous round, lost a decent amount of health, but Wajan now is going to be able to build a really great spot. As we look at Spencer, we haven't really seen a lot of Spencer, but he's on 5 Crowd Diver right now. Yone 3 has been hit, but can't find the 6th one. No Kiana found on 8.
Exactly. That's what he was really hoping for on that roll down. If you get the Kiana, that is massive. I mean, if he can stay alive, maybe you luck out on the carousel, but he's not even at the bottom. So usually Kiana's gone in those first picks, and now he's going to be going up against Solus, who is 8 now and does have that true damage spat as we talked about earlier. And the Yasuo is on the Yone, and that Yone may just be going down, but the Yone dashes past it. The Yasuo is now stuck on the Mordekaiser. It's going to turn around, but it's not going to be turning around fast enough. Solus barely surviving as the edgelord there for the Yone makes it dash past the Yasuo and allows it to heal back up.
Yeah, I thought that fight was looking good for Solus from the positioning, right? It seemed like that could be the way that Solus wins, but it wasn't even close. The damage difference of the 3 cost carry versus the 1 cost, and also just Crowd Diver giving so much damage. No Kiana on the carousel, but Spencer would be last pick anyway. There's no way it would get to him.
Yeah, not at all. Trying to think about what Solus could get as a bailout. There's not much. He's just going to grab that Death Blade. So that is something. Wajan, is he going to be itemizing more towards the secondary carry? So now that's going to be for the Kayn, very likely. Yeah, just throw that Death Cap on the Kayn. I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure if his Viego was fully itemized. I know that he had the Morellos on the Viego that he put on early. Viego is obviously really, really good with that, but I do place maybe too much value on itemizing the Kayn, so it'll be interesting. There's the Vex 3, but
there's
no items on that Vex 3 besides the Gunblade he can put on it. So, I mean, it's nice, but like, he needs that Samira, and he may have just been punished very heavily by selling off the Samira headliner.
Yeah, and it's with the heavy hitters choice as well, right? It's only good once you 3-star your units. And so basically down an augment when there was the option of crash test dummies. I know it's not as good as it used to be. The stats aren't that great on it, but when you're thinking about what this comp needs, it really is just a little bit more frontline and just not able to get it together. So we see going up against Robin, it's going to be that pentakill setup. It's still a Yorick 1, but he's got some crazy items, and the front line's pretty good. We see the cast from the Karthus just deletes Samira. So now the carry is gone with all the items, and it's up to the Vex.
Gunblade Vex ain't going to get it done, I think.
No, it's not doing
comes
it.
Through.
Oh, so that's going to be Peckle going down, and it felt like a great spot, but just could not get there at the end, never finding the Samira. Noster falls as well, but Noster going to be bailed out. Solus goes down, so we've got our 6th, 7th, and 8th for this game.
Yeah, and that's tough. I mean, Solus, he had to roll so long to hit that Yasuo 3. And Yasuo 3, I think, can actually be a really strong line, but only on like a high roll variant, basically. Like you have to hit the Yasuo 3 super early and be able to push levels, or it's just not strong, right? And he had to roll way too much gold, so not shocked to see him go down in 8th. Peckle had such a good spot. I feel like this is going to be one of those games where he's going to go back, review it, and really wish he had tried some different lines. Of course, there's no guarantees, but I feel like if he kept the Executioner, Samira went 8, rolled on 8, played 4 Executioner with that crash test dummy. This could be a very different story, but let's see how this one's going to go. Wajan Iverson, now 9, is going to be putting out so much damage. Look at the Kane in the backline, has the GS death cap as well as that GA, the Ribbons in the backline as well, and this Ezreal has no chance at all. Gets chopped down there, and Wajan Iverson going to take another win.
Yeah, Degree should fall here. Going to go out to -2. That's going to be 5th place. Toronto, Tokyo, Wajan, Spencer, Robin making up our top 4. And Wajan has really put together such an amazing board here, right? High rolling into that Kane and Viego early on and just used it to get to level 9. Still has 30 gold, so potential after this PvE round to roll down, maybe find Kane, find Viego, and fully cap out this board.
Yeah, I mean, he has 2 Kianas, right? So, like, he could even hit a Kiana 2 as just that luxury item. Sometimes you'll just get a random Kiana 2 in a Thieves Gloves or whatever, be able to have that value from that. It's going to be kind of up to, I think, Robin. I think Toronto Tokyo playing Disco has no chance against this melee reroll. I just think it's such a bad matchup. You're never going to actually be able to beat out Wajan. Wajan now on 2 Kianas, 2 Canes. You got to roll. Obviously not going to be selling your Ribbon for
Kane
that.
2.
But there's the Kane 2. That is massive. Does he keep going? It's interesting because he probably is so stable that he could have just stayed, but he wants to just 2-star everything, make sure he's in an incredible spot, looking for that last Viego, looking for the Kiana. Not going to be able to find it just yet, but yeah, I really want to see, what's Robin Song's board? Is he someone who actually has a chance to take down this board from Wajan? Because you're going to need something really special to be able to do it now that there's a Kane 2 and everything.
Yeah, Disco's not going to do it, but on the other side, this is the Crowd Diver board. Still no Kiana for Spencer.
For Robin, so maybe that could help to get it done.
Yeah, York too definitely can make a difference there. The Shred especially can just be massive. And looking, it's like Wajan is still strong enough to just beat the Crowd Diver board because no Kiana there. And on the other side, Toronto, Tokyo, Disco not going to be able to stand up to Pentakill, especially with York too. So really, we've come down to it. It feels like it's Robin versus Wajan.
Yeah.
Maybe if we see Kiana picked up for Spencer, he can start to contest, but it still feels hard pressed.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really tough for him to do it. And he's starting to just hold on to some of these extra pentakill units. Is Robinson going for like a Karthus 3 or anything? Because honestly, I think even with the York 2, unless he gets like Karthus 3 or something crazy, I just don't think his board can beat what Wajan Iverson has. Generally, York 2, even with good items, York 2 just gets one shot by some of these melee carries, by the Yone, by the Riven. It can be really tough when they have those cap boards. So we'll see. It is going to be a close fight here. And yeah, so Robin is going for Karthus 3. That's why the extra Karthus is getting held now. He has 7 Karthus, so is going to be looking for that.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at that Yorick get eaten alive by the edgelords. I think 7 edgelord is just too much, right? The damage, the attack speed coming through. And Robin takes a huge hit. And on the other side, I mean, yeah, it looks like the Ghost can be beaten by Spencer, but I don't know. I don't know if he's actually even beating real Robin.
No, I don't think he's going to. I think his board is not really that luxury cap out, right? He's stuck on 5 Crowd Diver. I think if he got 6, there's definitely a chance. So it's going to be up to that. Robin going to be rolling here for the Karthus 3. That's really his only way, I think, to win this game. Given the position, given how strong Wajan Iverson's board is, he's likely going to be playing for that second. He knows he's going to be playing to Spencer, so you have to position well for that. And we'll see if he's going to be able to take down Spencer. If he does, he secures himself a top 2, which is really, really good. But with Wajan Iverson even holding a Karthus, there's only 10 forecasts, so you'd have to find every single one that there is, or find a way to get some duplicators.
Yeah, and we're going to see him go up against Spencer in this fight. Feels like Spencer should go down pretty easy, but just watch that Yone, because he is walking towards the Karthus, but ends up now onto the Yorick, and Yorick is going to be able to stay healthy, get that Shred, get enough damage out that's just going to do it. Spencer lives on 1. He's still hanging out. There's a carousel. Maybe he finds Kiana here, but that might be the difference against Robin, but I don't think it helps him beat Wajan.
I don't think it helps him beat Wajan either, and he should be playing Wajan.
And Wajan just denies it to get his own Kiana too.
Yeah, that sucks. That really sucks for him. But we'll see what Robin's gonna go towards. He's just gonna grab a Gunblade here, likely just for the Akali, something along those lines. because I think everything else is already pretty much itemized. And again, all you can do, you just roll for this Karthus. We know at least one is being held, but there is a slim chance, an extremely slim chance that he could still find it. So now he has to kind of scout around and see, does anyone else pick up any more Karthus? It's just the one on Wage and Iverson's bench. So in theory, you still could get it. The problem is you need to find the only 2 copies in the whole thing left, and there's not a lot of players there. So there's so many other 4 costs that are in the pool right now. And Wave and Iverson has Kiana 2, he's got Kane 2, he's got Riven 3, he's got everything he could ever want with this comp.
Yeah, and we're going to see Spencer go up against Weijin, probably just get slaughtered here because all it was is a Kiana 2 upgrade for Weijin and nothing for Spencer, as these fights have not been particularly close. Yone even getting onto the Riven right away, but Riven dueling pretty well into that, in fact, winning. And that is just going to be Weijin taking that one. And now Robin actually does have the opportunity to try and sell board to find the Karthus 3, and maybe that can be enough, but it's going to be really tough. This is the last chance for him to look for it.
Honestly, even if he gets the Karthus 3, if he has to sell too much, I think he just loses.
I think so too.
There's like, especially when you're playing into GAs, it needs to cast twice, right? Like that's the problem, is that when you have a GA, when you have these things that can kind of like slow it down, you're not just going to one-shot the entire board. I think it's correct to start selling stuff because I think there's a 0% chance that he wins from here. But I think the odds are so ridiculously low anyway. You wouldn't even get that much gold. Like, what do you even sell from this spot to actually roll for it, right? Like,
you sell all your 2-star 3 costs.
Yeah.
You sell Gnar. It ends up being like 30, 35, 40 gold that you can sell off this board, which, you know, for two Karthuses, I mean, it's doable, but there's one out of the pool. And even at that point, I do agree with you that, hey, that might not even win. If it's just Karthus, Yorick, Akali as your whole board, that's the only thing that you have. Might not be enough, and Robin gets absolutely deleted. Weijin needed a big game, and he's got it here with the first place. He only had the 6 points going in, but now he's caught back up and more close to that bubble headed into game number 4.
Yeah, Weijin absolutely Goomba stomps him there at the end, crushes him down, you know, playing that open fourth style. Incredible roll down at 7. Like, that was the dream. He already had just naturaled a Riven 2 just by actually, you know, just having his shops coming to him. And then he rolls, he hits the Riven headliner, he hits the Viego and the Kane in the same shop, I believe.
Yeah,
so that is pretty good for that spot. Plus having the Edgelord headliner, that made it work, because generally you want the 8-bit headliner, you want to play around 4 8-bit, but because he found those luxury Edgelords so early, he instantly had 5 Edgelord, gets the 45% attack speed, could kind of just streak from there, plays towards 9, gets the legendary cap out, and is looking really good from there.
Yeah, I mean, we've said in the past, Weijin plays like he's gonna hit, and he absolutely played in this game like he was going to, and he did, right? It's always going to be the case with Weijin. And hey, we did talk about how maybe you know, open fort is dead. Weijin proving otherwise here. When you can find the units on that roll down, it can still work out great.
And Robin did it as well earlier. So both those players at top 2. I mean, Robin had a game where I can't remember if he got first or second, but he was, you know, finishing pretty high up there, I believe. If that was today or yesterday, I can't even remember. But that's all starting to blur together. Either way, another really exciting game here, and I think we are going to be heading to a break before we're back with the desk and some more games.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Remix Rumble KDA Cup. It is day number 4, and I'm joined by Gangly to break down what we just saw in that game number 3. Gangly, I feel like it's been a while since I've had a chance to talk to you, so how are you finding the day so far?
Oh, I mean, the day is crazy, right? We've had lots of fun games. I got to cast with Azale, who's an absolute monster, so that was really cool. We also got to see some exciting stuff off stream too, though. I did get a chance just while that main game was going on broadcast to check out one of the other lobbies, and Azale actually predicted it. We got to see the reroll Vi in action in lobby 2, Biri taking it to fruition and actually getting a top 4. And it's cool because I want to talk about it for a minute. The way Vi works is she does have this CC built into her kit and the additional damage based on the health of her target, right? And so she has a really strong matchup, surprisingly, into these melee reroll carries. And so the Vi reroll was individually able to take out a Yone player and do really well into the Riven as well. And so Biri able to take a top 4, and Pokygum in that lobby as well able to take a top 2. And it's actually, I feel like now is the part of the tournament where we're starting to see players kind of snowball, and the players who are on top are starting to pull away a little bit, right, from the field.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing that looking at the standings just after those first 2 games, that there were a couple players that started out the day with 2 top 4s, and all of a sudden they're in the leading of the pack. So wonder if that's going to maintain the case as we continue to look through these next 4 games. But for this game number 3, we got to kind of hone in on lobby 3, and this was the one that excited me the most, Gangly, because I feel like what a star-studded lobby we got a chance to watch after the reseeds.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at Robin Songs and Wajan Iverson going into this game, right? 2 absolute stars of North America, and interestingly enough, they ended up in the top 2, and the way they did it was kind of the polar opposite. You had Robin Songs, who win streaked all the way through stage 2 at 3-1. We had 3 different players go level 6. Robin Songs is the only player to maintain 100 health and that win streak. On the other side, though, Wajan Iverson plays around the open fort strategy, which you talked about it yesterday, is a little bit weaker with the system changes, but obviously still viable. He goes open fort, and on 3-5 stabilizes his board with the Riven 3, and then ends up taking the lobby over Robin Songs.
And I think that's such a testament to how good Wajan Iverson is as a player, to be able to recognize a spot that he can still open for it, but not have too little HP that he's going to end up falling in the end game. I remember this fight in particular. Peckle was a big surprise to me as a player, just kind of watching how they were building out this board. And I was so hopeful, because I look at that and I go, oh, but like, I love country reroll. You had a bunch of units, though, on the bench that sadly wasn't converting over to kind of like the fully optimized board that we hope to see out of something like that. But still, you know, Peckle still has a dog in this fight, not going to be out of it yet, despite being at the lower end of the standings. Poor Goobums and D-Pace still also have to try to pick up the pace a little bit. But Gangly, we still have 2 more games for these players before we actually cut down to a top 16.
Yeah, game number 3 is a really important inflection point for these players, right? Because you had 3 games to get to your spot in the standings, but only 2 games left to actually get yourself up. We saw players like Soju and Deepay and Goobums that you mentioned, even Spencer being in that bottom 16. On the top 16, though, I'd love to just stay here for a minute and kind of talk about some of these players. Wajan Iverson being one of those players that everyone has their eyes on, but we've talked a lot about players like Pokygum and Ripple Overdrive, 2 of these wildcard players that came into the tournament with a lot to prove, because though they have had very high highs, their current form has kind of been in question. And so it's fascinating to see that Pokygum and Ripple Overdrive, the 2 players who had high highs in set 5 for Pocky, set 8 for Ripple, come into the tournament today, and they kind of claimed it. They said, we're in form, we're able to do well, and it's coming to fruition. Pocky taking another top 2 in that last game. Ripple Overdrive in the top 8 right now, utilizing those bonus points from his really strong performance in the first day. These are 2 of the players that I know I have my eyes on going into the rest of the day.
I was watching two of those other players play out in Lobby 1, Malala and Setsuko. You could see them both in the top 3 of the standings right now, not only with bonus points, but because they were holding hands in first and second in that lobby. We ended up seeing Malala play with an Emo Emblem 8-bit Caitlyn. Very interesting headliner to choose, but also very much worked out for him. He did get a second with that composition, but then Setsuko was able to take it with a fully fleshed out Disco TF board. You love to see it. Maybe we get a chance to see a little bit more for them later today, but we're gonna go ahead and send it over to our casters to take us through that 4th game we've got coming up for you, Crowan and Azael.
All right, thank you very much, Necra Azael. We've reached the point that's real exciting today, right? Right about the halfway point. 2 more games to go until we cut 32 players into 16. That is 1 more after that until the top 8. So we're really getting close here to this real cut point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm excited to be casting with you for the first time. We didn't get to cast together at Vegas because you were too busy winning all your games competing.
Not quite all of them. I did okay, but not quite all of them. Didn't see me in the final 8. Next time, though, catch me there.
Yeah, you seem to be smurfing. You're doing well, though. So should be a lot of fun. Excited to jump into another game here. We got another lobby for us. Soju down at 11 points. You're looking at some of the people down there with him, like Roby Van Canoe, really need to pick up a big win if they want to be able to kind of slingshot themselves back up towards that top end, get themselves back in competition here. This is where it starts to get time to play for more of that kind of like 1st or 8th style, right? You have to play a little bit more risky if you're down on points and be willing to take a swing for the fences.
100% as we get on into game number 4, but I want to follow up with that point, especially when we talk about things like Heartsteel, right? And how much players have just been angling it in general, even when they don't need to be taking those risks. But certainly at this point, when you're down there, say, right, you know, Bruce is at 13 points, Upset Max at 12, Soju 11, Roby at 10, you really got to start chaining some first places together. So players might even just greed for Heartsteel a bit more, say maybe forego some good early game headliners to be like, okay, hopefully I just high roll a Heartsteel Cassante, and then we can start to go for these big cash outs that are onto the game. Because even like Setsuko earlier, right, raised the stakes 2 times in a row, and that, you know, a lot of things need to happen for that to really come to fruition, but still going to be on players' minds.
Absolutely. I mean, he also got super early 5 Heartsteel, so that was kind of the dream to be able to get 5 Heartsteel. And that this is larger legends, so a lot of people were sitting on that champion delivery. There was one person, I think Roby was sitting over on the spatula portal, but with larger legends, Loose Streak, Heartsteel, all that stuff becomes way more powerful, right? This is also going to be a Yasuo headliner picked up. I think it was True Damage. I didn't actually quite see it. True Damage on board. So Ford Yasuo is at 1-3 is really nice. Again, this Yasuo line can be very strong, but you have to hit early. We've seen it cap out and win. We've also seen what happens, like with Soulless last game, when you don't actually hit early.
Yeah, definitely. There's a couple games throughout today that have either gone for a win or really just bottomed out. Does find the Kennen upgrade, but yeah, the True Damage Yasuo being online, the items are amazing already, right? Good. Have the IE ready to slam, and Little Top needs that, right? Is kind of middle of the bubble now. 15 points is still solid, but needs to convert on these couple of next games. And speaking of the Heartsteel, Azael, Bruce finds the Heartsteel headliner Cassante.
That's huge, but I myself am a Heartsteel degenerate, so like I take this always. But you do have those games. You still have to find the Aphelios or the set. You know, like you're not going to find the set or the Yone because you didn't get it from your orbs, and you're not going to pre-level playing Heartsteel for those odds. So you still have to find the Aphelios, right? Like it's not guaranteed by any means. There's another Heartsteel headliner, but also does not have the Aphelios. So people are going to be digging for it, though. They're going to be willing to play more risky. Escort Quest is always so interesting because if you think you can play a strong board, Escort Quest is incredible. If you don't, it is garbage. He's going to take keepers, which mostly I see people just forcing disco when they have keepers. And he does have Shojin. He does have, you know, the Dazzler set up already, the Nami 2 there. He has a Gragas on bench, and he has Heartsteel. So now he has to decide, do I want to play around that Heartsteel? And I think he would, at least for a while. So he's actually going to level for it.
Wow.
And just try to play Win Streak Heartsteel, basically. And I'm expecting him to slam this Shojin and stuff as well then. And see where he can actually go with this.
That's actually really interesting because obviously generally if you win, especially in stage 2 with Heartsteel, you're not going to get that much value out of it. Maybe by the time you get to that cash out point, you're going to get 6 gold if you're lucky. But Soju, I think, has to consider how powerful he wants to be. If he wants to lose rounds, maybe he doesn't slam that Shojin in the early game. He did hit, looks like Bruce Law on the other side, the other Heartsteel player, did not quite hit the Aphelios or anything, you know, like the Yone or the Set, right? Because that gold already came through, but is maybe going to play until Carousel, right? I think if we had Greed and there's a Yone or a Set, even an Aphelios on the Carousel, you can still grab it, still get that value, but that's kind of like the latest that you really want to see it, especially when you're kind of basically full opening.
Absolutely. And I think for Soju, honestly, if I'm playing from this spot, I'm slamming the Shojin, I'm playing to win stage 2. And then on stage 3, I'm just not rolling a lot. I'm just trying to maximize economy. And if I take losses in stage 3, I don't really care. You can get, you know, a decent cash out. Usually if you win stage 2, you know, lose some in stage 3, or even just go like 3 win, 3 loss, whatever, that kind of stuff. You can get a decent cash out, right? So I think it's pretty valuable to play. You just keep your HP high. You know, if you take losses later, you take losses later. If he, you know, RNGs into like 5 Heartsteel, then maybe you play 5 Heartsteel for 1 cash out, things like that. And just try to ramp up that economy, keep your health high, and play towards disco. Because when he has keepers and a Shojin slam, like you're pretty much hard committing to that line.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be Lil Top versus Weird on the other side. And actually, we got to note that Weird had Twin Terror offered and did not pick it, which if you're seeing it at 2-1, it's almost blasphemy. Like an auto click. Yeah, right? For so many players. Like, why? I wonder what the thought process was from not taking it. It's not like this early game board from Weird is that much, or is like that strong or indicative of any other like better line. So, you know, just one of those things where maybe he just has some tech cooked up. I know he did actually specifically play Twin Terror earlier, so is comfortable with the line. Must have been something else that he was thinking about though.
Yeah. Did anyone else take it? Like, is he afraid that he's getting contested or something? I could maybe see that more.
Yeah, that could be.
Like,
oh, you're right. Actually, Upset Max, I think, is the Twin Terror player. So he did his due diligence there. We've solved the puzzle, did his scouting, and does not want to play contested. Yeah. Good call.
I can see that, right? Like, I think that's respectable, because otherwise, Jewel Lotus on 2-1 is pretty garbage, right? Like, I think Jewel Lotus is much more clickable as like a third augment, but it's not getting you much value at all. That is too big to fail, I do believe, for Kyun.
Yep.
So he's likely going to be playing Olaf reroll. He already has 4 Olafs. He doesn't have the headliner, so he's going to be at 7 when he finds the headliner, because he's playing no headliner right now. Already did slam that Titan, so Kyun honestly in a really good spot here. I feel like starting off already, especially if you get too big to fail, and then I'm completely spacing out. What is the heavy hitters? If you can get that combo, like that is the dream with 6 Bruiser, Olaf headliner. That's where you can be playing actually for first place with Olaf.
Yeah, and Kyun even finding some early round wins, and this is a super comfort comp for Kyun. He's played it multiple times already over the weekend. The game just a few games ago today, he didn't end in the top 4 though. Like we saw him win, saw him end in the bottom 4 as well. So even when he's in a good spot for it, and he's going to be the one to recognize those spots, it's not a consistent composition. Maybe not as consistent as we've seen, say, like a Yasuo for that 1 cost priority, but he still is in a decent spot right now to consider. And now we got to look at, was there a Heartsteel on the carousel that was grabbed by Bruce Law
for Forsen Smurf account? I don't know if anyone else was playing it. Bruce Law has a Nico, it looked like he grabbed. But Soju, so he's just playing that Heartsteel. So he did slam the Shojin kind of as I expected. He's trying to get keepers value. If you're wondering why, you know, his positioning is a little bit weird, that's why he is doing that, to get the value from the keepers. So he's just going to keep leveling. Now gets Sentinel in, wants to keep his HP high here. He'll get a little bit of a cash out. He's obviously going to get to the 6 gold, but that's about it. And he's just going to be working towards that disco line, pretty much guaranteed. You can play other stuff with keepers, but basically anytime I see someone take keepers on 2-1, they're going for disco.
Yeah, 100%. And hey, 6 gold, right? It's not bad, especially with Soju leveling up, trying to preserve a lot of HP while he's not going on a full win streak, right? Even, you know, win-loss, win-win-win is still going to be fantastic. He has 5 units now, so just a lot more keepers value. And the Bard Shojins is still going to do a lot of work. Maybe if he's lucky, farm a little bit extra gold as well. The gold isn't amazing for Soju right now, still only about 13, but still in a very solid spot. Gonna get that 6 gold next round and be able to make at least 20.
One thing I will say also that I always find is kind of like underrated about an early Bard. Oh, 4 Heartsteel now.
Interesting.
So now you're kind of wondering, like, do you hold it? Because if you get the set, I think I hold it for sure. If you get the set, you maybe play 1 5 Heartsteel cash out. But having an early Bard really punishes people who don't have damage items to slam early, because it actually does a significant amount of healing. And you know, it's one of those things where you can have a decent board, but it's kind of low damage. And sometimes you're getting 4-0'd, 5-0'd by this board, right? Like the Bard healing plus having Sentinel in, the Cassante headliner, it is something that's pretty difficult. Over here, a little top, basically full open. Not quite. He is holding those Yasuos on bench. Looks like he's playing Vampirism. Still has just the 5 Yasuos. Has a Yone. Does have that Kayle on bench as well. So has the Edgelord setup. But I believe he has not found a single Yasuo since PV phase. Because I'm sure we saw him pick up those 4 in the same shop, I believe. And this is where I get really nervous. Like when I play this line, I usually just sell my Yasuos then and I don't commit to it. Because I feel like if I don't have 6 or something like that, I don't want to roll for it on level 4.
Yeah, I think we've seen players in exactly that spot having to roll so deep. I believe it was Solus in the last game, rolled to like 0 gold, still didn't hit. And it's such a rough spot to be in. And I think you really need to be in a spot where you're at least 6 to 7 on Krugs before you start to consider, hey, is this even worth it to run? Yeah. Now, finally, we are seeing the twin turret composition by Upset Max basically full opened, but has found pairs of solid units, right? Has the 2 Twitches already, has the even Shroud on the Pantheon. About 40 gold, so Upset Max is still in a solid spot. Being 82 HP, 4 or 5 lost is really solid. And the items, being really blessed there.
IE Red Buff is really good on Twitch. He even has potentially like a Shojin if he wanted to go the Vex route instead. Those are all really, really good items. If it's me, I'm just doing IE Red Buff, and I'm probably just slamming it on Twitch right now because I think you can just start to turn around. Maybe he's okay taking a couple more losses, but he finds the Twitch 2 as well. Can play 4 Punk there. There's a Punk Pantheon. I think I just buy that, and I streak this stage by selling items. I think I'm totally fine to play that.
Really like that. You get to play 4 Punk with that. You get the big value on the front line. Yeah, Upset Max is going to think about it, but does indeed agree. You have all those really good items to slam. Even the leftover cloak and tier is fantastic. Use the tier for a Vex item later. You can put a cloak item on the Pantheon in the front line. Even you can sell that Pantheon headliner later. Try to find the Twitch. Looks like now he is. Was thinking about it. Maybe seeing the matchup. Not summoning the IE though yet.
Okay.
Oh, here he goes. Just a little slow.
Late. So I guess he wants to lose, but not by that much is kind of the thought process. Because he's on 5 losses. I can respect taking a couple more losses. So maybe just like the delayed slam to try to get it. But now I think he's going to win. He is going to win. So, well, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Either way, he wins at the end of the day. I think if you wanted to lose, you shouldn't have slammed at all. If you were okay with winning, then you should have insta-slammed to try to do more damage. But it's not really a big deal either way.
Oh, we do get some exciting options here. Recombobulator for Lil Top. And Lil Top actually, Lil Top didn't roll for the Yasuo as it looked like. No, he's pushing levels instead. So I think that's exactly the right choice, only being on 4 Yasuos after Krugs, as you were calling out.
Yeah. I've played those lines a lot. I've tried hard rolling for it. I've tried not. It like almost never works unless you have 6 or something like that, because it's not a win out comp. Like you need to get 6 true damage. You need to have all the other stuff to win, right? The Yasuo just kind of gets you there. So meanwhile, Kyun, 27 gold, level 5, has the Olaf, has really, really good augments here as well. Too big to fail, and I think that's Silver Veil. Yep, that's the QSS one for the team. So honestly, incredible augments, 4 Bruiser, 3 Pentakill already. It's not the Bruiser Olaf headliner though. So that is a little bit harder to play around. It does mean it's gonna delay your 4 Bruiser. You're gonna have to get the Alawi in as well, I believe, to actually get that 6 Bruiser. So that makes it much tougher to actually get that kind of capped out style. Whereas generally on 7 you can maybe get lucky and get 6 Bruiser already if you just hit that one Zac.
Yeah, you can't think about going more vertical pentakill though. That was played in a game earlier. It was a really high roll one that it did end up being a 10 pentakill Olaf, right? So Kyun's unlikely to find himself in that same position. You can consider
just going for a prismatic trait.
Yeah, no worries.
Just go for a 10 KDA, RE3. It seems pretty good.
High rolls the Zac on 5 though, so if we're giving Kyun a little bit of luck, hey, maybe you can roll an Alawi on 7 or something. We'll take that instead of a 10 pentakill. Pretty solid, but Kyun always seems to just have these best in slot items, or at least what he thinks is best in slot for Olaf already after Krugs with the BT and the Titans. The last item, we've seen a couple of variations, right? Players talking about, or even Gangly was mentioning maybe full tank Olaf is going to be really good, but maybe a secondary Titans or a Sterex, all really solid options. But Kyun just in a solid spot for now. As we move over to Roby Van Knob with a Sentinel frontline early game and a really, really strong Sen in the backline.
Yep, and we have seen a lot of people playing more towards these like Mosher headliners for the Vi, and it's been doing okay. It's gonna get absolutely obliterated by Roby Van Knoop's board though. He's on 7 win, did roll pretty heavily. He's looking like he's just gonna play full Senna reroll because he has the Senna headliner on bench. He already has a Senna 2 on his board. He rolled down to 20 on 6, so I think he's playing Senna reroll, which I don't know about you, but I have not really seen much at all on this patch anymore.
No, I haven't. The 2-cost rerolls that we have seen are mainly been Seraphine and, of course, Twitch with a Twin Terror, but Senna has not been played on this patch really much yet. I do think there is the potential for that, even with true damage not really being valued anymore. But either way, he's in a really good spot right now. Having especially the healing orbs as well with that 4 Sentinel frontline, they're so tanky. And when you do get a kill coming through, which Senna is going to take down a lot of units in stage 3, provide all that extra healing. The big question is it going to scale well into the end game versus all these other comps? And we really just haven't seen that yet.
And so Soju, 145 cash out there. Oh, Banshee's Veil is pretty nice.
Yeah,
does get the Banshee Veil, and he has either Rageblade or Gunblade. So he has really good items there for the TF that he's gonna play later. And a TF on 6, by the way. I didn't even see that as I was looking at the items. That is insane. So he gets the cash out, and he has 5 Heartsteel. So this is the dream. You just play 5 Heartsteel. You don't roll anymore. If it's me, slam your items on your TF. If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. You're gonna probably get anywhere from like 15 to 30 gold, depending on how strong the enemy boards are anyway. And you just put in this Banshee's Veil, and your TF has crazy attack speed now. So he does go for the Rage Blade instead of the Gunblade. Interesting choice.
Yeah.
The Rage Blade is considered, when I've looked at the math, it's basically true BIS. Like as far as maximum DPS, my understanding for like true BIS as far as pure damage is Shojin Rage Blade Death Cap. But this is obviously a little bit more utility. They made some changes in the patch, obviously with Rage Blade, and also with how the Rage Blade interacts with TF. So you're getting more and more cast of those cards out. And I think because he has the Banshee's Veil, attack speed synergizes so well with that Rage Blade because you're stacking up the Rage Blade that much faster with the additional attack speed you get from that Banshee's Veil. So he's going to get to ridiculous attack speeds on that TF pretty early.
Yeah, I do think that was probably the decision point, having that Banshee's drop more attack speed, building Rage Blade over a Gunblade. Gunblade is super good on TF. It's able to make the difference in a lot of late game fights, right? Especially keeping your front line alive. Just that little bit extra healing outside of just those disco balls. But Soju trying to play for, just the highest damage possible. I think that's a really good idea, too, because he's still playing 5 Heartsteel. He's okay with taking some losses, but just wants to kill units, right? I think that's really the big thing here.
Yeah, I think even though, Roby Van Knoop is full streaking, at least of the boards we have seen, I think Soju is the board I would want to be playing. Like, this is, I think, the best position in the game right now. He's 7. He's, at 85 HP. You're playing on this portal that gives you 15 extra HP to work with. And he just took a 3-unit loss with 5 Heartsteel. Like, he's laughing. You got 68 stacks from that. You get 3 more loss here, you're going to get a 30+ gold cash out, right? Like, you can get towards those 20-30 gold cash outs.
Speaking of cash outs, Bruce
Radiant.
400 plus
okay,
cash
we didn't
out.
see this. We hadn't seen that. That must have been Raise the Stakes.
Yes,
a 400 has to be Raise the Stakes, so
it was.
That's pretty crazy. He's playing 6 Heartsteel, by the way, and he does have that Radiant Shojin. The Shojin, not the greatest for the line that he's playing, but like maybe you can get towards a Jin or something and play it with a Jin. When you have double IE, it's like maybe you're looking for that sort of line. There's also always the opportunity. Obviously, of course, it's really rare, but if you can get a Kane on 7, then all of a sudden you're playing 7 Heartsteel. He's going to go 8 and roll. It does give him the chance to high roll that Kane and play 7, but he did sell off his headliner, so obviously not going to be looking towards that. Blitz, I think this is tempting to buy, but because his backline is pretty weak, he didn't want to commit to it. And now, do you think you put the Radiant Shojin on that? Israel? Yeah, okay, he's going to.
For sure. I think just the way that the mono generation works, it works out very, very well. It puts the double IE instead of the red buff. Yeah, Ezreal is really good on third cast. Obviously, spreading that red buff gives a little bit extra damage. And the scaling on double IE Ezreal isn't, say, as good as, when we're thinking about the units like Executioners, right? Like the Samira, who works super well with that. But hey, Brucel is trying to play for, again, just high damage output, right? The Ezreal cast is going to come through. Oh, man, Soju's board just gets deleted instantly. And he's still rocking with 5 Heartsteel right now, right? Both of them are. Bruce is on level 8, has the chance to, high roll again with that Kane if he finds it, and perhaps be thinking again about that 7 Heartsteel. We could see it. There's potential.
Yeah, there's potential. If you have a strong enough board, sometimes you can just greed it and play it for a little bit, and you get ridiculous cash outs. He did sell his Cassante, though, so we'd have to find another Cassante plus the Kayn, which could be pretty difficult. But I'm going to be interested to see what he does with his itemization because he has no armor pen. The red buff is sitting on the Aphelios, which is definitely not ideal. His front line is garbage. It's really just this Ezreal that is a very strong Ezreal, don't get me wrong. But like his Ezreal is his whole board, right? Like everything else is basically
100%.
useless. So you have to get that big ulti.
I think he's gonna have to consider like rolling for extra frontline before going to 9. While he's really strong right now, again, I mean that was against Soju's board, right? With Soju obviously is sacking. I think other players, especially on 4-2, going to the late rolling down, Bruce Law's frontline's gonna fall over. His Ezreal is gonna follow suit, and he's gonna start chaining a lot of losses. He's going to have to at least in the next couple of rounds consider rolling for more frontline.
This is interesting though, because I was looking at his character, right? And you see, oh, he's like half health, right? But then you remember, it is the higher HP portal, right? So he's still at 80 HP actually. So when I think about it as like 80 HP, and you take some losses, like the Ezreal's gonna kill units, so like he's gonna win this one. So honestly, I think the more I think about it, I feel like going fast 9 is actually just better. Because even if he loses, he's not gonna lose that bad. If he lost the next 2 rounds, he gets a fat cash out, and if he doesn't, who cares? Like even if you took I can't imagine taking like a 14 or a 15 HP loss with that board. Like Ezreal should kill enough. So I think the worst losses you're taking are like 10. Even if you took 3 or 4 losses, you'd be 50, 40 HP with a fat cash out. You'd be like level 9 with like 50 gold, right? So you could probably get one of those luxury boards. Because I do think that with Ezreal Caitlyn on this patch, you can't win the game with just like a standard board. Like it has to be with legendaries as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a really good spot recognition point for Bruce, right? Saying that, okay, the other boards aren't going to, deal those 14, 15 damage losses to me. Because even like, Weird here that we see on the board has not hit Yone 3 yet, has not reached that kind of critical mass. And the Ezreal from Bruce is killing most of the board. Even could win the matchup here, maybe does get stunned out. But it's a unit loss, right? Bruce is not going to be upset with that.
No, I mean that's kind of the dream. He took 9 damage to get that many stacks. Like he just got like another 60 stacks for 9 damage. So
that's worth.
We're feeling really, really good about that. Let's see. No spats on carousel. Perfect now. That is weird. Is going to grab that. So little top, I mean, will anyone grab the Kayn? Would be very interesting because we have Soju was still playing 5 Heartsteel last we saw. We know that Bruce is obviously playing 5 Heartsteel. No one going to grab it yet. So Bruce is going to take it.
He's going for it.
He has
needs
5.
the Cassante though.
Yeah, he needs the Cassante.
Like you mentioned.
I mean, maybe he just randomly gets one. I will say though, even if you don't, I would rather just play the Kayn instead of my Aphelios or something like that anyway.
100%. Ripple gets a tiny cash out here and is going to now pivot, but he doesn't have that much gold to work with and really needs to make a little go a long way here. Thinking about his pivot points, right? The items are going to be decent for some AD flex. Think about Pentakali potentially, but not having a Shojin for the Karthus. Hasn't even hit a good headliner yet, though. Kayn in the shop. Still, each roll that comes through and there's no good headliner just feels so bad.
Yeah, his board is horrible.
Oh, no.
Absolutely horrible. He's about to get
dizzy.
Trashed by this Twin Terror player. Yeah, he got super dizzy on that roll down, I think. None of his items are in. He's going to take like 14 here or something, at least 12, because you just played one of the strongest people in the game. So how much damage does he actually take? That was a lot. So now down to 40 HP, dead broke. Doesn't really even have direction with his board. So that is a tough spot to be in.
That's the biggest thing, right? Is no direction. You're still at a comfortable HP total with 48, but that no direction, very little gold to even piece something together means you're gonna Karthus too. But the items weren't fantastic. I think it was a Shiv and then a
it's gotta be like Shiv IE or something is garbage.
Yeah,
he had
no,
like
it's
a Hodge, he had IEs. Yeah,
it's not great.
Yeah, you're heading to 8th.
Roby though, making the center reroll look decent at least, right? 4 true damage, 4 Sentinel, has hit the Sentinel 3 and has a respectable amount of HP to work with here. Does have the dummies for some extra frontline, allowing Senna all this time. Lil Top, one of the players, right? We saw early game maybe going the Yasuo, ended up selling out of it, so he had 4 Yasuos, has gone towards Ribbon direction, but is only on 5 Ribbons and a little bit of HP.
Yeah, I think the Riven's gonna win this round though. Senna's just not that strong, right? Like he doesn't even have the 3rd item for the Senna. So Roby did hit it, but it takes a loss. He's down to 52. He's 13 gold. He just hit 7. It's like, how do you win out with this board? You probably have to get to 9 and get like Akali and Kiana 2 or something like that and get 6 true damage. Like it feels like the way you win out with this board is so far away and so unrealistic from where he is. He has enough HP that maybe he can finish somewhere kind of like above the bottom, but right now his spot I'm kind of thinking is like a 6th or something.
Probably. He did have, I mean, that's probably not going to bail him out, but 6 Aphelioses, so might go for that Aphelios 3. But again, the
zero
items,
item Aphelios 3 bailout.
Maybe you get a TG off of the Raptors, and then it just rolls into some good items every single round, right? We can pray. We can pray for it out like that.
On his 4th augment, he hits Lucky Gloves, and then he puts it on his Aphelios 3. I see the out now.
The secret augment. Kyun, meanwhile, is making this pentakill Olaf look really strong as well. Apparently you don't need Bruiser to just be this strong. It's not even like the rest of the board is that fantastic either. Yeah, has bulk for a lot of extra HP. These augments are really, really solid for him. He's doing a good job at spreading these items, getting value. The Karthus with the Morellas for the anti-heal, and it's really just the Olaf after all that doing the heavy lifting. 5 pentakill going to, be really powerful.
Yone 3 though on the other side, so let's see what this is going to get done. Straight into the back line, knocking out all these support units, and we'll have to see if the Olaf can get it done. I don't think it's going to happen. Yone just crushing through this so far.
It was close at the end.
A pretty big win. Yeah, it was pretty close at the end because that the explosions obviously from too big to fail do increase after 15 seconds, I believe it is. It does bonus damage. So it is quite a lot of damage. And I think Kyun though is more than healthy enough to get to 9. And then I think he's going to go out of 5 pentakill. He's going to hope to hit the alloy, and I think he will go towards that 6 bruiser is kind of my expectation. We'll have to see what he hits. There is Vex 3. That is massive. Vex 3, Twitch 3. Pantheon 3. I feel like every time I've been seeing people play Twin Terror in this tournament, they have been super low rolling, not hitting anything. And this is one of those boards that this could be, that first place game potentially here for Upset Max, because he's got everything. And now from here, you just start pumping levels. You go 8, you put in your second Pantheon. You go 9, you put in luxury units, and you can win out for sure with Twin Terror.
Oh, 100%. Being 101 HP, right? This is a disgusting spot. You could even maybe go level 9, level 10 in this kind of situation. Has that Tactician's Crown, right? Oh, man, yeah. Does a lot of damage, but the Vex, the Twitch, still alive. And taking out other strong level 9 boards when you're just level 7, Upset Max feeling super good about it. And this is exactly what he needs, right? Sitting on 12 points, Upset Max needed a big game, and this is shaping up for exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely. Lil Top now in a really tough spot here. He's 1 off the Riven 3. Does have a Caitlyn 2, which is kind of nice. Obviously needs that Riven. Dead broke. Not going to find his, unfortunately, this round. So he's going to start selling and roll a couple more times, but not going to find it. Really, really tough spot for him. Can throw that Morelos over onto the Viego. That's something. But he could, if he plays Upset Max, he's 1,000,000% dead. Soju, we haven't seen his board in a while, so maybe Soju or Weird, who is forced in Smurf account, maybe he could beat those, but it's tough. And I don't know. I mean, this is a really good matchup into Soju, but not having the Riven 3, I don't know if he's going to be able to get it done.
No, the Caitlyn in the back lines, that's really the only hope if it can get to that TF, snipe him down. Riven does dash in the back line, so there is a little bit of hope. The TF cast comes through. Riven does survive, but taken out by the Lux and the Ziggs. Lil Top drops at the bottom, unfortunately, in 8th place.
Yeah, Lil Top going to be going down. Bruce Law takes a big win there. Just got to 9. And you can see, Soju had that Ziggs. He would love to push 9, try to get it, Ziggs 2, Sona 2, Alawi 2. That's kind of how you win out with Disco. There's also a Punk Spat, so potential there for Upset Max if he wants to play that angle. Upset Max also did lose, so we didn't actually get to see who he lost to, but someone beat him, which is pretty surprising to me with that board that he had. He did have... Did he actually... I'm not actually certain. I can't remember. Did he change out of the Punk headliner that he had from the
he still had a Punk headliner, I believe. I'm actually not sure if Pantheon or the Twitch. Yeah, and that's, I think, really, really strong, actually.
It is. Yeah, we saw, I think it was, I can't remember who it was, but we saw another game where someone went Punk headliner, and then they played less Twin Terror. They got less Twin Terror value, but they really played it heavily around Twitch, and basically just full items on Twitch, had 6 Punk, played for that. This is going to be a triple reforge. Let's see what he gets. Ooh, that is even worse. The Spark is useless.
Yeah.
Zonia's is kind of useless, but I guess you could throw it on your Alawi or something.
It's okay for some extra frontline. I guess Runance is better than the Shiv if we compare those 1-to-1.
Like Spark is just like literally negative item.
Yeah, pretty much. Provides such little damage. Maybe a little bit of MR is gonna, be the only real value there.
Yeah.
But going up against Kyun does take out the Olaf, and this is still just a strong board, regardless of that lackluster Reforge. Has been playing 3 Heartsteel this whole time, right? Able to get 2 full items out of that last cash out, playing 3 big shot. That's fine. You don't need to go to 4 big shot. We're just playing
Jins.
good synergies at this point. A pair of Jins saying a level 9. If he hits that Jin 2, this could be a lobby winning board, right? We saw just a couple of games ago, Ripple won with a very similar board, that big shot kind of flex. And this front line, even though the Spark is there, right, there's still a ton of items and a lot of time this front line is buying.
Yeah. I will say, having Heartsteel Ezreal at this point kind of sucks. If you have Big Shot Ezreal, you have 4 Big Shots. Sure, you're getting some little mini cash outs, but like you just want combat power at this point in the game, and he is going to be going up against a very strong board right now. I doubt he will have the power to win that, but the first couple casts actually went down on the Alawi Tentacle, and now the Alawi Tentacle has respawned, so we'll see if this Twin Terror can get to the backline fast enough, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. It is going to be another win there for Bruce. The targeting was so bad from the Twin Terror, they kept going back onto the Tentacles, and it bought the time for the Ezreal and Jhin.
Yeah, that's the power of Alawi in so many matchups in this set, right? It baits Vex, it baits things like Akali, Karthus ults as well. Even when melee carries get stuck on it, Alawi resummons. Alawi is just so strong and buying that extra time. That's exactly what happened in that last fight, as Roby did end up dropping in 7th place. Didn't quite see him. I know he had hit a Garen 3 before he died, but like you were kind of surmising there, Azale, the Senna 3 just doesn't deal enough damage. The question was answered. It gets real outscaled.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, when I've seen it on this patch, that's kind of how it is. Again, it's one of those things where it's like, you can play it, but only if it gets like hand wrapped to you, right? Like if you're not even rolling and you randomly have 7 Sennas, then sure, you do it and you just push towards higher levels. Kyun on a big roll down here. Let's see what he can find.
He's finding the Alawi.
Kiana does have the Alawi, or he's trying to look
He needs
for
to find it.
2
Yeah.
Kianas, 2 Ziggs, but he's not going to hold them. He's going to sell the Kianas. Still not finding, and he is on that 3 loss. 5 bruiser. That's rough. I mean, this is that downside, unfortunately, of playing that pentakill headliner instead. You're so dependent on finding that Alawi, and the Alawi is not guaranteed, because as people push towards level 9, every single comp in the game basically will buy an Alawi and just shove it in there, right? So it's one of those things where so many of them can get taken out of the pool. And without that 6 bruiser, it is going to be really tough. But the Olaf getting a lot of work done, is into the back line now, takes down the Karthus, and may just be able to win this here. There's no healing debuff on it, and the Akali won't be able to get it done. So even without that Alawi, Kyun gets a big win there. That is preserving HP, buying him time to try to find that Alawi.
Yeah, that was big. And I think Kyun had a big choice between either going for a Warmog to the front line or an adaptive helm for the Sona, maybe get some Sona casts out, but it was only a Sona 1. I think the other item was a Shiv, so not wanting to prioritize that. But the Warmog synergizes so well with too big to fail, right? It's going to be 40% of your max HP explosion once they do fall. So really like the decision making there. And again, that Olaf just able to go toe to toe with so many carries. That Akali was there at the end. It just wasn't even close.
Yeah, exactly. And after 15 seconds, the range on the explosion is doubled, right? So if you can keep your units alive, it does have that 2 hex range. And now we're going to see another matchup here. Weird going to be going up against Kyun. We'll see if he can get it done, but the Olaf does take down the Zed. It's now all up to this Yone in the middle, but it gets CC'd up, and it's going to get burst down, and Weird is going to be gone. We'll see if Ripple wins. He does. Bruce Law stays alive. No, Bruce Law is going to fall as well in 5th, so we have our top 4. Weird out in 6th, Bruce Law out in 5th. Kyun hits the Ziggs 2 now, so a powerful backline. Meanwhile, Soju 60 gold, level 9. He's going 10. And then we'll see, is he actually going to be swapping out this TF for a legendary headliner? That's one of those inflection points where you have to decide. He has the extra TF, so I feel like you probably do. I think you probably go for something like that, that Sona headliner or the Ziggs headliner, because he has great items, honestly, for both of them. And I feel like it can be a really, really powerful swap, even though you would be falling out of 5 disco.
Yeah, the only falling out of 5 disco thing is where maybe you wouldn't do it, but maybe Soju is looking for if he can high roll like a TF3. I don't believe he's contested with disco. That's 4, still a long way to go. Yeah, it only has 4. That potential, but just like you said, maybe that legendary headliner.
I mean, to me, if you're not going to go for a legendary headliner, you should just keep rolling on 9.
Yeah.
Like, because 9, like having the extra 80 gold instead of spending it to level up, then you actually have way more realistic odds of hitting, you know, a 3-star, a TF or something like that. To me, it's like going to 10. Yeah, like getting the extra unit in for Disco does have a lot of value because you could go to like 4 Dazzler, you could go extra Sentinel. There's things that you can do. But I do think as far as like what is your win condition, how do you just like get first place for sure? I feel like, you know, getting a 3-star or getting a legendary headliner, those are kind of the things I would be thinking about. So he's going to go to 10. Let's see what the inflection point is here. Is he just going to look for those 2-star legendaries? Does hit a Yorick, so that's pretty nice. But I mean, he went there with like no gold, so pretty lucky, honestly, to get both the Yorick 2, because he had 0 Yoriks. He got Yorick 2 and finds the Alawi 2 with, what, 10 gold that he had to work with?
Yeah, not too much. And usually Soju's a player who would greed out a lot more, right? Typically it's like the Soju meme. Like he goes, you know, level 9, level 10, rolls once, you know, doesn't pet anything and dies. But no, Soju had a lot of HP to work with here, but still decides to push level 10. I actually think I like this decision. He still does, you know, get a little bit lucky and hit, but I think it's just going to be an extra unit buying time, especially against this Twin Terror board, right? If you're able to have just more units in your front line to tank those Vex shots, tank the Twitch as well, and allow your TF and Ziggs all this time, you know, this is a ghost fight, right? But I think it's kind of a preview of what we might see in a couple of rounds is Universe upset Max. Whoa, Kyun wins by the sliver of HP on Lux there. That could not have been closer.
Kyun still doesn't have his Alawi. This is getting to the point where I just think it's straight up really unlucky, right? Because he has been on 9 for a long time. He's been 9 for at least 5 rounds, I think. Yeah, because I think he hasn't put any XP in. So he's been 9 for 5 rounds. He had a lot of gold to roll as well when he hit there. And the Alawi would be such a big spike. So definitely sad for him. He did at least get that Ziggs too. So that's something. He has Dazzler in. You know, so he's going to be, you know, feeling pretty good about that. But I think your point with Soju is so key. Getting the extra unit in, and especially that it's Alawi 2 and Yorick 2. Those are the units that just clog up the board and create these garbage targets. Because now it's not just the tentacles. It's also going to be this Yorick spamming out ghouls that can be targeted by these spells as well. And every cast with this Twitch 3, with this Vex 3 is so big. So we'll see if they can get through that front line. They're working through it pretty quick here, but I don't know if it's going to be quick enough. We'll see. The front line's still just barely alive, but Soju going to have enough to push through, it looks like, and knock down Upset Max to about 2 lives. Kyun on the other side looks like he's going to die.
Yeah, fell over to the clone, but from Kyun's spot of not hitting Alawi, that's really, really unlucky. Getting a 3rd still doesn't feel too bad. I do wonder if he had hit, especially too big to fail, right? If he had hit that 6 bruiser power spike, would that have made the difference? Yeah, it definitely could have. But we're in our top 2 situation. We're going to be here for a couple of rounds this sale because both players 33 and 36 HP respectively. Soju going to level 10. Upset Max, I did think he was in a spot where he could have considered pushing to things like level 9, but has rolled some more gold, it looks like, on this level 8, is continuing to do so. Had an Alawi to put in, I suppose, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think there's any way Upset Max wins from here. There's nothing really even good to roll for, right? Like, he's going to be going for like an Amumu 3, but he has, you know, like, oh, excuse me, he already has the Amumu 3. So it would literally just be the Alawi 2 that he's rolling for, but it's an Alawi 2 with no items. So I don't think it makes any difference. And I just think there's too much trash on the board for him to get through with the Alawi 2 as well as the Yorick 2. And Soju also did just hit Sona 2 and Ziggs 2. I don't think he actually had both those upgraded prior. No, so he has everything. There's no way I think you're beating this board at this point. I think Upset Max would have had to have like a level 10 board or something like that to really contest. And maybe even then it would be too hard. You can see the power of this Twin Terror working through so many of the units, but just wasting too much time on these tentacles, on these ghouls. So it's going to be Soju taking this one down.
Yeah, the only way I could have seen that maybe going the other way is that Upset Max did get a Dragon Claw for some extra MR, and also the Amumu Thieves Gloves rolled into a Dragon Claw as well. But even then, it still was not enough. There is just inherent shred, right, from the TF and from the Blitzcrank having Onyx Spark. It is just way too strong. Soju has one of the strongest boards of the tournament. I think with all these legendary upgrades, you know, a Disco TF, one of the best comps in the game, being on level 10. So it's looking like a victory march for him if he's able to close it out against Upset Max here in what could be the final round.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be it. He has so much attack speed on this backline with the Banshee's Veil as well. Those tentacles in the front line buying a lot of time. The Orc is still alive, has a GA on it now as well to get that additional cast. The ghouls are going to be coming out, and now the front line getting low here for Upset Max, and that is where it all falls apart. Soju going to take this one. He needed it. was down at 11 points, gets a big first there, and is going to slingshot himself back into the competition.
Yeah, that's the big one. Honestly, for both Upset Max and for Soju as well, they're actually going to be both tied at 19 points. So they're both feeling good about that one. Exactly when they needed it, they made it happen. And both with some really, really just solid TFT play.
Yep, really good play. But we're going to be heading to a break before we are back with some more games and the analyst desk.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Remix Rumble KDA Cup. We are well on our way through day number 4, and we only have one game left before we determine which top 16 players will be moving forward to continue out the competition. I've got Gangley back on the analyst desk with me to break down that 4th game, and there's a lot of great highlights that I feel like we can just talk through here real quick, Gangley, especially when you look at how like this lobby played out. What kind of stuck out to you?
I mean, the things I was looking at going into that lobby were, I mean, honestly, our top 2 players, Upset Max and K3 Soju, were the 2 players who really desperately needed those points. K3 Soju sitting at 11 points and Upset Max sitting at 12. And they both were put in a position where they were able to try and capitalize on some really strong boards to cap out. We had Upset Max playing, of course, the Twin Terror composition that we've seen quite literally terrorize the competition the entire weekend. On the other hand, though, Soju kind of gets to show off what we've been whispering about all weekend, but have yet to see on broadcast, which is the power of this Disco TF. He plays it alongside Heartsteel, which essentially gives him these resources that he's needed to cap out the board, right? We've seen a lot of TF players go level 8, they roll for the TF board, and they kind of hit, but kind of hitting is not good enough in TF. It caps out extremely high, but unless you have the resources to get to that cap, you're going to bot 4. So Soju shows off the power of what playing TF from ahead can look like, ends up getting a super clutch top 2 along Upset Max, who are both now trying to slingshot themselves back into the standings.
We also did see another player in Bruce go for that Heartsteel cash out, and I feel like Gangly more and more often we're seeing these players pick the Heartsteel because they know that they do need that giant power spike in order to actually win these games. And when you have such little room for error now as we enter into our final game for this top 32, all of the cards are on the table now, and you might need to keep raising the stakes here like Bruce did in this game.
It's exactly what you just said, right? The mantra of the weekend has been no margin for error. All of these players are playing on a knife's edge because the truth is there are only 2 tournaments in the competitive circuit for TFT Set 10. If you want to make a run for regionals, it has to be a good run today because just making it to day 4 isn't enough. All those players placing 32nd to 16th, they're going to be on the outside looking in those qualifier point standings. So every single player needs to be playing perfectly because even if you're out of the running to make top 16 going into the next game, you still have to have as high of a placement at the end of the day as possible.
Yeah, we're still seeing every single player give it all that they've got because those qualifier points can add up, especially if you're able to have another good performance at the Heartsteel Cup, as you were just saying. It's going to be coming up in just a few weeks. These players do need to be on top of their game in order to be able to make it to that next step of going to the NA Regional Finals and, of course, representing North America at the Remix Rumble Championships. But fantastic for both K3 Soju and, of course, Upset Max to get another shot at making it into that top 16, because that's also where the money starts. It starts at 12th place, and so you know that you're looking to make it one hurdle forward in order to get that, and of course the closer to those top 4 spots.
And we got to see these players play in this lobby, but I know you and I also got to take a look at some of the other lobbies. And the one that stood out to me the most was out in lobby 2, Pokygom finding another top 2, Spicy Appies finding a first place finish. We can see right now, look at the standings. How many players have 5 players all sitting at 17 points? And we don't know what the exact bubble number is going to be, but what that says is that there's going to be a lobby with multiple players who are desperately trying to play for a top 4 just to make it into the next cutoff point.
You're so right about that, especially when we look at the fact that there's 2-point difference right now between 17th and 16th. So 19 points and above is really where you want to be right now. And honestly, Gangly, this also kind of looks like there's a lot of work to be done there now if you're looking on the outside looking in.
I want to draw attention to some of the players on the top 8 or in the top 16 right now. You have Setsuko, Kiyun, K3 Soju, all these players coming from that same study group. This is kind of giving me a bit of remembrance of Set 9, where we saw this same study group dominate the field, some of which ended up in the top 10, right? Setsuko and K3 Soju in the top 10 average placements across the entirety of Set 9. So to see them come back out and immediately find success, definitely a testament to just how strong that group is.
I agree with that. And I think somebody else that I really like to highlight there is also the Labs Kandrew. That's going to be Kandrew being in the top 8 right now and just consistency across the board for these first 4 games. It's so nice to be able to see a player like Kandrew be able to kind of live up to the hype, like making one of their first weekends and continuing to just do really, really well in the competition today. So a lot for our players to play for. We're going to take a short break and we're going to reseed these lobbies one more time for the final game where the players have a chance to sneak into that top 16 and keep going for the money and those NA regional final spots. Don't go anywhere, guys. It's going to be the rest of day number 4 of the KDA Cup right after this.
right, welcome back to the KDA Cup. I'm Casanova, joined by Gangly and Crowan, and we're going to be jumping in to game number 5. And this is where we actually start to cut down the field. Right after this one, we're going down to 16.
It gets very exciting here because you have some players that are sitting on the top of the bubble, some players that are sitting just below the bubble, some players that are entirely on that bubble, and some players who are kind of just running away with it, right? So the dynamic of every player in the next lobby is actually going to be a little bit different depending on what their point total is at. So we'll see if that actually affects the way that they play the game too.
Yeah, especially the players who are like tied with points. I think we got a couple of those coming up in the next game, but players' fates are going to be in their own hands. And yeah, taking a look at these point totals right now, DK and Solus both on 20 points, Leo and Lucan as well on 17 points. They're going to have to play Lucan and Leo for that top 2 spots, kind of exactly what we saw last game from Soju and Upset Max.
Yeah, and the big thing to look at too is Yuhao and Peckle at 13. A lot of times the cutoff is around 22, 23. There's a possibility we end up with a low or high cutoff, right? 21, 24, they can happen. And so Yuhao and Peckle are really looking to play for first and hope that it is a low cutoff at that 21.
On the flip side, on the high end of this lobby, it's actually not like the players that are sitting in those first 2 seeds are running away with the tournament. Players like Malala and Pakigam and Setsuko have a significantly higher point total than the ranks 5 through 8. And so we're seeing players like Kaindrew and Kiyun, despite the fact being the top 2 seeds in this lobby, are actually not that far ahead. And even though that they can play, they most likely have their spot locked into top 16, right? The thing is, it's not about top 16. These players are playing for top 4, which means you have to get to top 8. So Kiyun and Kaindrew, they can't take their foot off the gas. This next game is just as important as any other one that they've played today.
Exactly. That's a great point. They're going to have to still be playing for that first place because they want to get into the top 8 in those 4 spots for the regional finals.
All right, well, we're jumping in with game number 5, Portal Selection Crescendo, Training Dummy, and Treasure Armory. And once again, players kind of in agreement, but Kaindrew might look the one guy that's the Training Dummy, and we'll see if he gets it.
Every single game, it's just the one lab member who waits till the last second and then just switches the portal, this time not going in their favor. It is Lucan taking Crescendo.
Yeah, and that's going to be really, really powerful when we get to that 4-2, right? We're going to start off slow with the silver, then get to gold. But once those 4-2 augments come through, they can really shake things up. Not going to be quite as lobby warping as, say, we've seen actually a lot of prismatic games at 2-1, and then some crazy, crazy openers with those. But still, we're going to have to get to that point and see what players are able to get online.
All right, little gold for Kaindrew to start things off. Just 1 cost, so not finding, you know, like the Heartsteel 3 cost in the orb that we've seen a couple of times today with people pushing in that direction. It's going to be a cloak, pick things off, which a lot of times cloak doesn't feel good except in the melee lines, but we've seen a lot more adaptive helm recently after the buffs.
I know we talked a lot going into the day about some of these new players. Kaindrew, one of the players that has actually made final weekend before, but I think not a player that people have super high expectations going into the event. I think it's actually a perfect time to kind of give a shout out and a nod to a lot of the new players in this tournament, right? We said there are 8 remaining players who have never made it to the final weekend. 4 of them are in this lobby. DK, Peckle, Yuhao, and XLeo. All of which have never made a final lobby. And we said this is, if you want to make a name for yourself, it starts in this weekend. Obviously, one good tournament run is never going to be enough. But if you can make a deep run, make into that final lobby, make it to top 4, you're guaranteed a spot into the regionals. And all of a sudden, people are going to start remembering your name.
Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of players. I feel like, you know, remembering back to the past few sets, there hasn't been this many new names really be rising up and making a strong performance in the top 32, right? It is so hard to do. But when you have so many favorite players, you know, going out on day 3, where do those spots go, right? They go to the new blood, the ones that are hungry, especially the ones that we saw, say, like in Vegas. You know, the whole lab study group has really, really shown up. And there's a lot of other great players as well as we get into the first augment selection here.
Yeah, and one of the, you know, most vocal lab members in Vegas was DK. We interviewed him a couple of times. He has a really big presence within the lab. He's at 20 points right now, so he just needs a decent performance here in order to make it into the top 16. Of course, you want to go bigger and set yourself better for top 8, and his start is fantastic, right? He's got the pentakill version of the Olaf. Usually you like Bruiser, but we've seen the pentakill still work out, and he's on 6 Olafs on 2-1. A little bit rough on the itemization and ends up going for that Hodge, which I don't love on Olaf at all, but still, it is a very strong early game, and Olaf can win you a lot of rounds in stage 2.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. I expected DK there to be okay with losing some rounds in stage 2, but pick up the sword and save the chain vest for a Titans, save the sword for a BT. You know, that's what Kyun loves to run. He's been one of the, you know, most prominent players playing this line, as we just saw last game. But being on 6 Olafs already, I think DK just says, okay, hopefully I hit early, get that Olaf 3 online, and just want the items on him to propel that lead, be able to go to level 8, level 9 quicker, because getting that Alawi is going to be very difficult. But if you're one of the first players to level 8 to level 9, you have way higher chances of doing so.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sold by that position, to be honest. It does feel like even when Kyun did play the pentakill variation, which felt like it was a little bit lower cap, certainly, right? But he did have a setup for it. It felt like with the components not there, Hodge is significantly lower value compared to BT when you're playing it, when you're talking about having such a high value shield of the bruisers, because the BT will give you a percentage shield from your total health. I'm not entirely convinced, and I wouldn't actually be surprised if they determine that the investment is not worth it and they actually use this Hodge to maybe go into a traditional pentakill line playing around the Akali.
Yeah, I think that could make a lot of sense, right? You just have this extra Olaf, and you can keep that to play pentakill early if you still want it, and you can move this Hodge away from the headliner Olaf. The other thing is you've talked about the tank version of Olaf quite a bit. Steadfast Heart would have been an option that could have been gone for, and I think that would have been a significantly better Olaf item, right? You get additional damage reduction alongside the pentakill damage reduction. It plays very well with the large health pool that he'll have through the bruiser trait, and I just think that that item in general makes a lot more sense for an Olaf carry if you're playing around the unit and you wanted to slam right away than a Hodge does. I just feel like it doesn't do much for Olaf.
Yeah, 100%. Taking a look at this board from Peckle, it's cutting corners and the Heartsteel Cassante, but did not find any other Heartsteals, right? And Peckle, right, talk about this expected point values. Peckle needs a first to have like any chance of advancing, but says, you know, it's already 2-3. I haven't found the Heartsteel. I even, you know, pre-leveled to level 5. Found a Thresh, I guess, which is cool, but decides to go the direction of that Bard headliner instead. Has Superfans get the Adaptive Helm online, and hopefully you can just secure a win streak from here on out. But still, it's kind of a rough spot for Peckle and not one they really wanted to be in.
It's a play, though, to kind of cut your losses and say, you know what, this isn't working and I'm not just going to gamble on Carousel. I think the other thing to consider is, yeah, Peckle is probably not going to make it in the top 16, but like we said before, you still are playing for the qualifier points, right? And if you can get a 17th place finish, an 18th place finish at the KDA Cup, and then going into the Heartsteel Cup, you're in a strong position where you have a slightly better run. With only 10 qualifier points, every single one of those qualifier points is going to matter as well. And looking at this carousel, we do see a spatula right off the start. We see, I don't know what, I actually, in my mind, I see like Solus on carousel. I assume that a spatula is being picked up. He ends up taking the rod instead, and the spatula still waiting to find a home.
Wait, I really thought Kyun would have picked it up there. He had that Yasuo angle. Yeah, DK definitely wants it, but I thought Kyun was going to go for that early 6 true damage. He had 5 Yasuos already, was angling towards that Yasuo reroll, but it looked like considered it, but decided to skip it.
Yeah, and remember DK has that open chain as well, and it looked like he was angling towards pentakill with the slam of the Hodge. So that feels really good for DK. I think we're locked in on this is not an Olaf reroll. He's going to sell that off. He's going to get this extra pentakill from the emblem and use that Hodge. I think that's actually, honestly, an even better spot than it was looking like for that Olaf. If he had kind of forced towards that Olaf, with the items he had, it may not have worked nearly as well. Of course, he's bailed out by a spatula going all the way to the last round, but it's massive for DK.
On the other side, Kane Drew sitting with 3 Heartsteel nice and early. He's going to be stacking up, it looks like, starting on... Actually, it might have been even a 2-2 pickup, correct? Right? We got 23 stacks right now, so early Heartsteel for Kane Drew. We have seen a handful of players choose to raise the stakes. If Kane Drew, like we said, first seed in this lobby right now, but if the goal is playing for a top 4 finish, maybe it is actually worth it to say, I'm going to gamble and try and get an extra couple points in this lobby, because if Kane Drew can get first, all of a sudden, he can jump up from that 4th place position in the standings to maybe a 3rd or a 2nd.
Yeah, I think Kane Drew should be thinking about here. Even if I go for just a top 4 kind of play, I'm going to get into, I'm going to get into the top 16 regardless, even if he goes 8th. So I think he will always be raising the stakes here and just try to set himself up the best way he can for that top 8 to make regionals, right? There's no margin for error. And sometimes you got to take risks, though, especially when you're in a spot to do so. And 25 points, I think, is going to be exactly that spot.
I think it makes sense, too, because if we look at the overall tournament, there's a couple of players who are running away with it, right? When you look at Malala and Pokegom. So Kandrew, if he recognizes that, he understands that, okay, I'm in top 16, so I'm already going to get a good amount of qualifier points. Now is the time to raise the stakes on the competition, actually push to try and make that top 8, and even top 4 from there is the really coveted position. And I think that we will see him raise the stakes. I think it is very likely that he will go for this.
All right.
Lucan,
Taking
100 HP win
stock.
streaking.
That's right. Lucan, the only player to streak. On the other side, Kandrew does have the 5 loss streak. And now we're going to be able to see whether or not he's actually going to raise the stakes. We've seen it so many times today, even just today alone. Spicy Appy's able to take a first with it. Soju able to take a first with it. And he decides.
He's thinking. Oh, he cashes out.
He cashes out.
He's got a lot of gold here, right? He's already at 59 coming into Krugs. He's got the loss streak. He's going to be very rich going into stage 3. And he has the potential to just try and do a 3-2 roll down instead, heavily stabilize and play around potentially Yone reroll. It could play around the melees, right? Because he's got cloak, sword, bow. Fantastic setup to just try and play around Riven or Yone.
Definitely agree there. I think it's a very nice spot. The gold itself, it does feel like, you're probably losing. Like, you have the vampirism. The shape of his setup right now feels like losing up to 3-5 would be quite strong. So I'm not exactly sure if I agree with it, but I think that it's certainly strong. And now you have the Titans and the BT as well. There's a lot of setup. You can do an even shroud setup as well. And finding the Corki does mean that because you're not raising the stakes, if you just want to start getting the 8-bit stacks online, it is a small optimization. Obviously, it does stack up pretty quick once you get the Riven online, but you do have the option all of a sudden to play around that Corki and set up for Riven.
Yeah, I do actually think about that spot a lot. I think both routes are viable. Personally, still would have gone towards the direction of the raising the stakes, but Kyun, meanwhile, does hit the Yasuo 3. Had to roll fairly deep to do it, is on level 5 now, and plays that 4 true damage. Has the even shroud on the Echo, and Yasuo going to farm up a lot of stacks here with the Hodge and Edge of Night already being slammed.
Itemization's kind of insane for Kyun too. Can we just acknowledge that? Coming out of Krugs, and you literally have everything that you want: the Even Shroud, the Hodge, the Edge of Night. These are items that are going to allow Yasuo to get online so early. And I mean, Crowan talked about it before. It's the importance of getting those stacks, right? Because you want to be able to snowball through stage 3. The best way to do that is to get the additional 80 stacks on Yasuo every time he kills a unit. And if Kyun's able to do that for the rest of stage 3, all of a sudden his economy is going to be in a place where he can actually look to cap out quite high.
Yeah, he's actually not even that poor. And oh my god, he hits not today. That's phenomenal.
Pretty good.
I imagine that's just going to be a snap pick, but we'll see the reroll, see if he gets anything better.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Yasuo.
Twin Terror Yasuo.
I'm down. All right, no, but this is, this is like one of the best augments. It's so incredibly strong.
He even had a Vex on his bench. I just see the pivot. That's all I see.
Sell the Yasuo immediately.
3 a round after you hit it. Go the Vex. Vex best unit in the game. Yeah,
that's a Casanova play.
I'm down. I'm ready. Vex is broken.
You know what else is broken? Seems like Heartsteel. A lot of players going this direction. Leo now as well with the Heartsteals. We're not really seeing any 5 Heartsteel, like massive games, no raising their stakes quite yet, but still just that extra influx of gold. Players are being like, hey, if I find the Heartsteel, I might as well just go for it. Plus 6 gold is plus 6 gold. Maybe even get a bit more.
I actually want to call out quickly that production even gave us a call out that 23 to 24 is actually the most likely cutoff considering what the scores were already at. So our players at 13, it's unlikely, right? There's rare scenarios where it still happens, it drops down and they get there, but it's unlikely. But that means a player like Xleo right here at 17 points actually needs to have a massive finish here to make it in. To feel safe, he needs to go second.
Yeah, just to kind of give a picture for anyone who's joining in right now and didn't get to see when we showed the lobby originally, but players like Lucan and Xleo are sitting at 17 points, Solus and DK each at 20. Those are our 4 bubble players for the rest of this lobby. And if those numbers are true, 23, 24, you're looking at players like Solus and DK who are really just trying to find that top 4. And on the other hand, Lucan and XLeo are really in need of a top 2 to just have a chance.
Yeah, 100%. XLeo really feeling the pressure right now, but playing that hard steal. I love this choice. Lucan in a very similar boat. Solus and DK just having to play for really that top 4. Even a 5th could do it for them. So not feeling quite as much pressure. And you got to just take it one step at a time, I think. Can't be thinking about the top 8 already because you just need to get into the top 16, you know? One step at a time.
I'm looking at Leo here with 4 Heartsteel in, and if you can find the 5th, I think you just raise the stakes and you try and just play this very risky line and play for that top 2. Try and get yourself into that top 16. It's actually worth so many qualifier points if you can move to that point, and it does actually make such a huge difference because I think, you know, if you can make it to one of the final lobbies on one of these cups, it does mean that even just making final day on the next cup probably gets you one of those top 10 spots.
Winning the last 2 fights is a little spooky, though, although the Yone is there. So there's a world where you get the Yone. I believe that is the unit that XLeo was missing. Yeah, Spat as well. So there's a couple different options for XLeo. We'll see what they decide to do. Oh, I think they were looking at that Yone.
Give this to DK, right?
Oh,
no way DK just gets
Spat?
Okay.
No.
You get it. Okay.
I was like, if DK just gets another Spat for free, I mean, are we just seeing 10 pentakill happen here?
I mean, Kyun gets it with the Yasuo reroll, right? So now we have
true damage.
True damage spatula with the +1 true damage on that Yasuo suddenly means that the cap for Kyun can be significantly higher than it would have been otherwise.
Yeah, I don't want to say like never punished for Kyun. He did skip out on the spatula on the stage 2 carousel, but he says, okay, I have all my items. I guess if I get gifted one now, I might as well go for it. And we're gonna see a probably super capped 6 true damage board from Kyun here soon. He's stabilizing HP, but finds the edgelord for Kandrew here. Has 4 Yones, but again, just having that in stage 3, especially with that BT and the Titans already there, IE as well for the last item slam. This is a beautiful hit, not a moment too soon.
Really nice spot. All you're missing right now is the Kale is actually in. So the only thing you're missing is what? The Mordekaiser, I believe, to get the pentakill online. I think he already had the Viego on his board. So very close to that actual true stabilization point that you traditionally see on stage 4. But Kandrew is in a spot to do that kind of perfect power curve where you lose streak through stage 2 in the beginning of stage 3, and then from 3-5 onwards, you're strong enough to streak to bring your economy back up so that you can roll down once more, try and get that Yone online as soon as possible. So Kandrew's got to be feeling pretty good about the spot.
Yep, neither of them raising the stakes. Of course, Kandrew, that was pretty obvious, right? We did not expect that to happen, but looking at Leo, ending up just taking the cash out, finds a sword, I believe was the item that came off of that. So yeah, see if Leo can make something happen from here, because we look at these items and, you know, Morello, blue buff, and then there's a sword, 2 swords, a bow, and a chain vest. Yeah. I mean, what are we looking at here?
I mean, I have seen in the last game I was watching, I saw Pocky playing around some blue buff Zed kind of stuff, but it does feel a little bit like I don't really see the Pokygom Disco Zed board coming to life once more on XLeo here. To be honest, this feels like a very confusing spot to me. I'm not sure if this is some sort of like pentakill line. The units he's even holding, I feel like is not giving super clear direction on where he's headed. So I'm curious to see if XLeo is actually able to dig himself out of this, because he certainly needs as many points as possible if he wants to try and compete for the top 16. This does not feel like the setup required to do so.
I think theoretically you could go for a Pentakali, but have the blue buff maybe on the Viego. It's not amazing, but as long as you get other items onto the Akali or the Karthus, you can make it happen. DK on this board, has the Olaf 3, has the Pentakill emblem as well.
I feel like this Olaf is not staying there.
Oh, I want to remove her. That's all. Like, he can stay.
Time.
I just want to remove her.
Honestly, do you just Warmog Sunfire this thing right now and just like let her rip?
Let
right?
her ride. No. I'm down. Why Warmog's this set? Like, actually, Warmog's on this Olaf would be pretty solid.
Warmog's on the set does actually make me feel like maybe DK is considering keeping this Olaf through the rest of the game.
I think he is.
Right? Like, why did you get rid of the 3-star Olaf when you got heavy hitters?
Oh,
right?
that's
like,
true.
You can cap your board so high with the pentakills. I don't know if DK actually wanted this, or if he just like found a really random like 2 Olaf shop when he was already so close and decided, you know what, I guess Hodge isn't that bad, and just stayed with it.
Yeah, I think he did, because we see his spot right now. He's level 7, 40 gold. He's pretty on pace with the rest of the lobby, or not too far behind. So I think it was kind of a high rolling in his way into that Olaf. And maybe we can think about something like, 7, maybe even 10 pentakill later on. If he high rolls 1 more emblem, then can think about that. Again, he has the gold to go level 8, level 9 pretty quickly on par with the rest of the lobby, and perhaps find it. Just needs 1 more spat to do so.
Going into the prismatic augment again. This was crescendo, which means we get to see the silver into gold into prismatic. Kandrew does reroll stationary support, a augment that is quite powerful, but it does open you up to a little bit of variance. Instead, takes the new recruit, a little bit safer of an option. It also does allow you to play both EDM and the 6 crowd diver on 8 eventually. So it does have quite a nice cap. It fits very well into this board. Unfortunately, though, has the edgelord variation of the Yone, which certainly is not weak, but obviously the Yone version has a little bit higher of a cap. But Kandrew's board feels pretty good.
Yeah, Kandrew feels confident about the spot. Otherwise, Infernal Contract was there in case he felt like he needed to be bailed out. But being on 5 Yones and having the Viego, right, even though most of the board is 1-star, I guess he thinks that even if he loses these fights in stage 4, they're not going to be by too many units. Essentially, he's on 6 Yones, right, with that champion duplicator that comes from the new recruit. So Kandrew going to sack maybe 1 or 2 more rounds, look for that Yone 3, and then bounce back from there. And we get to see kind of a litmus test right now. How does it fare into that Olaf 3? It's now a Hodge and an Infinity Force.
Is anyone else upset by these Olaf items? He has so much mana. There's so much mana on this Olaf. It's like, it's frustrating. It's
He's about to cast. He's so close to casting. It's the hidden mechanic.
Yeah, the hidden mana bar on Olaf. He needs 999 mana to cast.
Ooh, wait,
He'll get there soon.
Pretty interesting from you, How. Okay, so oftentimes we don't really get to see the Executioner reroll variation of Vex. Without having the Twin Terror. This kind of looks like it's set up for the country board, but this time around, because you have the AP items, you choose to itemize the Vex instead. This is a pretty interesting spot from you, How. Kind of far from hitting, though.
I really like this from you, How, though, because one of the big things with the Executioner board is its front line is kind of weak because you're playing a bunch of Executioners, and so 3-star Amumu is really important. So Infernal Contract actually lets you roll so much that you should theoretically find 3-star Amumu, 3-star Vex, and actually really put together what makes this board so strong. It's a great way to play for top 4. Now, the issue is, you, How, of course, being on 13 points, top 4 is not going to get you into the top 16, but top 16 might be out of reach. So just playing for a good game and get as many points as possible, this can be a really good spot for you, How, to do so.
Yeah, X-Lay we saw was still on that heart steal, had 150 heart stacks, and I don't believe was cashing out next turn. Another spat.
DK?
Don't
No
give
one
it to
let DK have
DK.
it.
Do not let DK have it. Oh, Solus is going for it. Is this the time? No, he skips it.
Not sure what Solus is on, but he has skipped every spatula. This time does get the Ziggs. If he is playing something around that disco, though, that's obviously
disco.
Yeah, that feels like a huge hit if that is the case.
Oh my god.
It's still there in DK.
He just hits it. It's on his side because Keaton's the only other person who would want it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, 10 penta on the way. We'll see. We'll see.
It's the 2 players who wanted that spatula most, right? Kiyun and DK to be able to open up true damage vertical versus the pentakill vertical. And all of a sudden, this feels like the floodgates have opened for DK, who now opens up the potential 10 pentakill onto their board.
Okay, but how hard is it going to be for DK to make it to level 9 with a Trinity Force Hodge Olaf? I just like, is that winning rounds in stage 4, stage 5 here? Like, is that going to actually cut it?
I mean, we saw it get kind of destroyed just a couple rounds ago, right? Even by Kandrew's board, which is not that strong. So I'm a little scared. DK did have a decent amount of gold. Maybe he can go level 9, have like the exact gold to play just, the 1-star copy of all the pentakills. That might be enough, I think. But the 6 HP is pretty solid to get there, I think.
All right, it's time to talk about the thing that's on Kiyun's bench right now. My man's got Golden Egg. And here's the thing. Here's the nice thing about playing the 1-cost reroll. Kyun has 70 HP, has a very strong board up to this point in time, and he was able to go 8, roll down all of his gold, make his board as powerful as possible, and all of a sudden he actually has won a couple rounds being down an entire prismatic augment. It's a pretty good spot for Kyun, and honestly he's certainly going to cash out from this position.
Yeah, and just winning any rounds is massive, right? Because he's reducing that timer on the egg. So even if he starts going full loss from here, he should still cash out his egg. And if he can, build an insanely strong board off of that to help, supplement the Yasuo who will fall off as this game drags on, Kyun's in a great spot to just go first potentially from this spot. And with that, he would be in striking distance of, the top 8, top 4.
Yeah, Solus defaulting towards that disco line yet again. He's favored this all weekend long. Is on a Blitzcrank 2 and a TF1. That's where a lot of players will try to stabilize and go to level 9. But Yone is a pretty good counter. Once he gets into the back line, he heals back up, even with that red buff on the TF. Still going to be a round win for Kangdrew, and just props to Kangdrew for recognizing this spot and not over rolling, right? A lot of less disciplined players would have rolled down pretty heavily, tried to hit that Yone 3, but Kangdrew with great spot recognition to realize he did not have to.
On the other end, Lucan's got his board online, playing around the KDA variation of Ahri. Obviously, we saw a lot of Ahri last patch. This time, not going to be the Sentinel version that we've seen previously, but also Spear Sojin Ahri, not the ideal item. Obviously, the mana generation item you traditionally want is the blue buff, and sitting at 32 HP in this lobby, here's the thing. Playing around suboptimal Ahri items is not a problem in of itself. The problem you're going to face is that there's a golden egg cash out waiting to be had. You're at 32 HP, and with non-BIS items on your 4 cost, all of a sudden it makes it very hard for Lucan to find that top 2 finish that he needs, to be honest, in order to get into that top 16.
Kangdrew uses the duplicator, gets to that Yone 3, does have the upgrade on to this Viego as well. And the items for Viego are fantastic, right? You've got your anti-heal, you've got your shred, and a little bit of that sustain through the Hodge. So we'll see how much this spike just destroys the other side. It's Peckle on a disco board, and we know that Yone usually just can smash this board.
Positioning definitely making a difference in this fight, though. The Yone not able to get on the backline immediately, but yeah, the matchup is just really hard. We've seen it time and time again. Some of the strength that comes in the melee matchups right now is because of the loss of he's got 2. He's got 2. He is about to wait. Do you think that when Olaf casts, you get the level up? That actually might be it. You get to go level 9.
Mana that he casts his non-existent mana ability.
That's right.
Just level up.
Yeah, so anyway, Yone messes up TF. We got to see that. Typically, it also loses to Ahri. And so maybe Lucan can find a way back into the game if we have the matchup. But without the Sentinel version of Ahri, I'm not entirely convinced that the front line will hold up against Yone the same way that we've seen in the past. But there are a lot of defenses with the Randu and Zoman as well. So we'll see.
Radiant Virtue on the Thresh as well for Guardian. It's not quite going to cap out as high as the 6 Sentinel, but it still does have a lot of staying power and buying time for the Ahri, especially when that Akali 2 comes through. That's a lot of extra damage.
Yeah, this board looks really, really tanky. We're going to see some of these casts come through for the TF, and it looks like he is struggling to push through this board so far. Everything healing up from the Radiant Virtue, and the staying power is there for this front line, right? We just now are getting to these Guardian procs for the 4 Guardian, and the board's already gone for the side of Peckle. So Lucan, I think, has found a really good way to play towards a top 4, and he's at 17 points. So really, that's what he needs to try and make that top 16.
Not sure how far we are from cashing out this egg. I am desperately interested.
Cracking.
Wait, is that crack? Are those cracks actually showing that it's closer? I did not know that.
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea.
Let's just say it's cracking. Yeah, I'm down. It's cracking. It's almost there. But Kyun obviously in a very good spot still, right? 50 HP means that he must have won out.
Where? When? How?
Peckle? Okay, I saw Peckle with 6 Zacks a couple rounds ago, but I was like, okay, we don't need to talk about that yet. He's probably not going to roll a Zac 3, but he just hits it. Like, what? High rolling. Hello.
So that's what happens when Olaf casts. I get it now. Somebody else gets Zach 3. You hit the tipping point in how much mana you're giving Olaf, and you just instantly lose the game. That makes more sense.
And Yuhao just runs into it immediately, taking a big hit. Leo goes down in 8th, and that's actually just going to knock him out, right? He was one of our bubble players at 17.
Jeez.
An 8th here means he will not make that top 16.
That's a heartbreaking moment for Leo there, playing the Heartsteel, deciding not to raise the stakes and saying, no, I just need to play, you know, more consistently here. But no, it didn't end up working out, unfortunately.
Now we're looking at our other bubble players, right? Solus at 20 points, 5 HP. If he goes 7th, he's likely out as well. Wow. And he didn't have as big of a battle to get through, right? He had 20 points already, needing to get to 23 or 24. Solus fighting for his life.
Oh, this is it. It's popping. Here we go.
He was cracking, I told you.
That's right. That's right. He's got to clear the bench first. There's no room. Let's see. He's got a Force of Nature, a Radiant Redemption, a Gold Collector, some Frontline, and a blue buff as well. Kind of some interesting items.
I mean, this seems really good. I mean, like, that seems like a very great cash out.
That's not bad. Put the Collector on a Collie. Blue buff, you know, maybe is a little bit low roll here. But you have some tanky items for either the Mordekaiser Echo. Can you even consider the Yorick as well? That is a Yorick pair.
Yeah, and Collector and blue buff Redemption alongside a Warmogs. Kiyun going up against Lucan, trying to take him down here. We just had the cash out, and Lucan runs face first into this, but he is playing Ahri, which is pretty good into these melee carries, and she is onto the Yasuo, but there is the Edge of Night, and he takes her down instead. Lucan gonna take a lot of damage. Solus just dies. Solus down. Wow. Solus is not going to be able to make it to that top 16 as he drops down to 7th place, and he's only going to be at 22 points.
Wow. I think there may be ripple implications there as well. Not ripple, overdrive ripple. Ripple like a ripple effect. Because with Solus just missing that cutoff, it does actually change the potential for the cutoff, right? The way that all of these players on the bubble interact with each other means that they actually have the power to change what that threshold is. There's a world where if a lot of these players land on that 22 points that Solus is going to land on, then all of a sudden it does open up the door for 22 to be enough to advance in top 16. So I don't want to call it quite yet for Solus. I think it's still possible.
Yeah, on the reverse side, it does mean DK will always have at least 23, so that heads up dynamic works out too.
And it looks like it's only going to be 23, right? That's Zach 3 on the other side. Gunblade, Steadfast Heart, Warmogs. I feel like this thing just bounces all over your face and you die. Getting Goomba stomped out here. And here he goes. Bop, bop, bop. Takes down the whole board. DK going to go down. There's still an Olaf alive, but wait. Is he just... Is this Olaf? Is
he can heal infinite.
No, I don't think
no, he can't kill the Zach. The Zach just won't die. And there we go. It's a double elimination here as DK falls, as well as Lucan and DK. It is going to be a 6, so it is just that 23.6 HP, or -6 for each of them. But Lucan had more HP at the start of that round.
We talked about Lucan's spot having that Ahri, right? And it is good enough for a 5th, but unfortunately 5th is just not good enough, right? You really needed to be able to play something that allowed you to win out against these 3-cost rerollers or the 1-cost rerollers who hit extremely hard. And unfortunately, a non-optimal 4-cost carry is just not going to do it. So valiant effort from Lucan, but now all eyes turn to players like Kandrew and Kiyun who are looking to try and get their spot into the top 8 locked in by creating a gap between them and the rest of the lobby, right? These are our 2 top seeds going into this game, and now this is an opportunity for them to try and leapfrog some of those other top performers on the day.
Yeah, this is huge for them to carry that momentum forward, and Kandrew is especially in a fantastic spot. He has 3 itemized carries, is saving a ton of gold to go to level 9. He's going to be lobby winning potential here, as he has to first get through Peckle and the Cisco board, but we know this composition does do very well against that, but it is the Zach 3, of course, so see if he's able to take that down.
Yeah, the big thing is that Zach 3 from Peckle, right? You know, we were talking about how maybe the number can change. Peckle trying to get to the 21 points, or at least, you know, play for that 17th place, play to get very close there. And the Zach is doing a lot of work. It just won't die, right? That's Kandrew's 3-star Yone just firing away the Zed there as well. But the regen when the Zach cast is doing so much. Maybe overtime is enough because it's not doing damage. And yeah, Kandrew takes down Peckle fully. Peckle is out, so the Zach is no longer around.
Wow, the Zach was good enough for a top 4, but no more. When you're left up against Yone 3, Zed 2, Viego 2 as well, you can't heal through all that. It's just way too much damage.
Oh my goodness. And on the other side, I feel like we haven't really given him too much attention, but it's worth talking about Yuhao, who is playing this non-Twin Terror variation of the Executioner Vex, this time around with the traditional kind of country Samira that you would normally see, but kind of reprioritized it in the Casanova way. Vex first, figure out the rest later, and now Yuhao in the spot where they can potentially try and run over this Yone board for maybe even a top 2.
Yeah, I mean, Vex is pretty insane. Very good against the melees. We see the CC, right? Stun from a Mumu. Now Vex is going to go for a cast. Stuns the Yone once again, and now he's going to go down to the cast from Samira, and that's a win with the Last Stand. Last Stand doing great. Help beef up this front line. It's not even fully ideal setup yet because a Mumu's on a blue buff and a Warmogs. You really want that front line beefed up. But because the Samira and the Vex are both fully itemized, you've got the 4 Executioners online, the crowd control is there, it is doing so much damage, and Yuhao has a really good shot at playing for even higher placements.
Yeah, especially because Yuhao's board counters Kandrew, right? All that CC that's so powerful between the Thresh, the Amumu, and the Vex. Does have to get through Kiyun as well, though. Kiyun playing that true damage composition. It's going to come down to a lot of positioning and where that Vex is going to cast and where the Amumu casts as well.
And both of the opponents are playing these melee carries, right? So this should be ideal, but Yasuo found his way onto the Vex instantly and took it away. The positioning from Kiyun to get the wrap with this Yasuo made all the difference, and it didn't look close. The matchup should be pretty winnable, but you are positioning for both players. It makes it very tough.
And now all of a sudden, the top 2 in this lobby were the top 2 seeds going into the game, right? Kandrew and Kiyun, each at 25 points, are in a position now where they can make a very deep run. And, you know, kind of setting the stage a little bit for each of these players. Kiyun in set 9, we alluded to it earlier, was kind of a player who snatched defeat from the jaws of victory towards the end of that set, right? He was almost certainly making it to the regional finals, fumbles the ball in the Noxus Cup, goes, 61st, and just barely misses out on qualifier points. On the other hand, Kandrew, we've talked all about the strength of the study groups, the tier 1 study groups of Setsuko and Soju and Dishsoap and Goobums. And the lab is kind of known as kind of a for fun tier 2 study group, not taken seriously in the same way that others are. But now we have 4 different lab members making it to day number 4, and Kandrew potentially making his way into top 8.
Yeah, Kandrew trying to fight for that top 8, and that first place here will help so much. Even just that single point extra is so big. And we see the 2 brothers facing off, Yone versus Yasuo. But this Yasuo is going to get slapped down by his 3-cost brother as Kiyun's going to take a big hit. And Kandrew definitely in the lead here as far as power, but Kiyun still has 50 gold.
Exactly. The question was, what can Kiyun do to improve the board? It's going to be sacrifice 1 more turn, get into neutrals, go level 9, and perhaps find these upgrades like a Kayn 2, Yorick 2, Viego 2 still hasn't even been found as well. So he's unlikely to close out the game right now, but he has time. He's given himself so much. There's 3 Edge of Knights with that augment as well. The potential for Kiyun's cap can just get so much higher.
All right, and we see this fight happening once again. Kandrew, the positioning does have the Yasuo directly onto the Yone first. Does take out the Zac, but now dashing around. There goes Yone. That should do it. Kiyun found the positioning and absolutely destroys the board. It's just the Zed remaining, and he goes down. Kiyun finds the first, and that will put him in great position going into this top 16, trying to fight for a spot in top 8.
Yoon and both Kiyun and the lab member, I forgot his name immediately. Kandrew, thank you. And Kandrew, each had their hidden 4th augment of Rich Gets Richer, right? Because they're both making a huge gap between themselves and the rest of the field. So we'll have to see how the lobbies actually stand out from here on out. But I imagine that between them and Malala and Pokygom and Setsuko having such a strong day, that there may be a huge gap going into this top 16 where we may find some players unable to even make it into that final lobby.
Yeah, I really want to see how it shakes out, what the points ended up being to make our top 16. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the analyst desk to break down that game and let us know who's going to be in that top 16. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Remix Rumble KDA Cup. We have now finished 5 games of TFT, and we will be celebrating our top 16 players shortly. But we have a lot to talk about for that 5th game, Azael. Welcome back to the analyst desk. Let's talk about one cost reroll, because that was something that we were discussing a little bit towards the top of the day, but it seems like it's persisted.
Yeah, absolutely. It actually feels more prevalent today than it was yesterday. So, we were talking at the top of the day, what are going to be some of the adjustments that people make, from day one of broadcast, day 3 overall, to day 4. So one of the things I've seen a lot of is we're seeing a ton of Yasuo reroll. We're seeing a ton of Olaf reroll. And one of the players that I think is actually piloting that best is Kyun. Kyun has been playing a ton of Olaf reroll both yesterday and today. He also just got first with a Yasuo reroll game. He really is showing the power of it, especially just playing the lines if they come to you. I think if it's something that you try to overforce, we're seeing a lot of players still, go out in like 8th and 7th and stuff if you're having to roll too low to get it. But if you can actually get that with a lot of gold, there's a lot of different outs that you can have to actually go for those top finishes, right? We saw him yesterday go for a level 10 game with Olaf, where he was able to cap out around like Ziggs 2 and things like this. For this, he was able to cap out with the true damage Yasuo, getting a spat with true damage, and then was able to go golden egg because he was so strong to even push his board that much forward, getting a rated item, getting a fawn. So there's all these different ways that you can kind of be able to cap out these boards and get really high placements. And in this case, he finished the game at level 8 with 60 gold left, didn't even have to roll down, and was able to get that first place finish. So has been really, really strong. But we are also seeing some people fall into kind of the pitfalls of on the other side, where we've seen games like from Solus where he had to roll to 0 on Krugs to try to get the Yasuo 3, didn't even hit it, ended in 8th that game. We saw DK in this game going for Olaf reroll, but it was the pentakill variant and he didn't really have good items for it. So it's maybe not a line that he should have committed to. Hodge was the only item slam he had for his Olaf until his last augment, which was Freaky Friday. So he didn't even have items on it until, basically stage 4, stage 5, and ended up going out in like 5th, 6th, so it's one of those things where it's really interesting because we're kind of seeing both sides of it, right? We're seeing how you can really succeed with it and how you can really fail with it. And I think it's going to be kind of critical for a lot of these players, how they integrate that into their game.
I agree with that. And I think like along the same vein, while we see a lot of these players tend towards like these 1, 2, 3 cost rerolls, we're also seeing a lot of players maybe shy away from emblem usage. Even one carousel in this game, there was a spatula up for grabs and nobody wanted it. It was there until the very end. And you kind of sit there and look at that and go, but so many amazing emblems to craft. We're even seeing some really creative usage with like an 8-bit emblem. I've seen emo emblems running around. And so just kind of unique ways to sort of play to the meta, but it's going to be these 16 players sadly not making it forward after 5 games, and I think there's some surprises on this list for me for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Humbug finishing in dead last, had a really good day 2 where I think he was top of the table in day 2. Goobums did great yesterday, was in the bonus points, and he finished 2nd last, would have been tied for last because he had that 1 bonus point. We're seeing Solus not make it through with 3 bonus points. He had some really tough reroll games. A lot of our bonus point players didn't actually advance. Yuhao, Toronto Tokyo, Lil Top, all not moving on despite having great games yesterday. But there were some really close calls. It got very, very close for these players. We see 4 players sneaking through at 23 points, including Soju, Wage and Iverson, as well as DK, who all just barely edged out the competition here. And for a lot of them, it was thanks to, a big first place win. For Wage and Iverson, we saw him do a full open into a first place. For Sojo, we saw him go level 10 one game, get like a full legendary, disco comp with the Alawi 2, with the Yorick 2, with Zona 2 and everything in there. So we saw some really big games that I think kind of like carried these players through and were able to get them those extra points they needed.
Yeah, and this was after like even seeing a couple of rough games at the end of the day. Like I'm so happy to see like K3 Soju and Wage and Iverson there, because they did not have the best end to their 5th game, but they're still able to make it into that top 16. But something else we got to point out here, Zale, is that these points stay for these next 2 games. So we get to play a 6th game with our top 16, and then it cuts again. And look how big that gap is between that top 8 in the top 16 and the bottom 8 in the top 16.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need to go for some first places, right? Like there's not really anything else about it. We might be seeing open forts. We might be seeing, people heavily committing to Heartsteel Steel, if they can get it, trying to do raise the stakes a few times. We saw Solus get a first place with an 1100 cash out, which obviously was crazy. It's hard to replicate that, but these are the kind of things that people are going to have to go for, because the comps that are actually winning are crazy high roll type comps, you know, with emblems, with Heartsteel cash outs, with, you know, really, really luxury boards. So you can't just play like a standard game and go, I'm just going to go like a standard disco board and see how I do. You know, if you're down in those bottom spots, people like Wage and Iverson and Soju, it's time to risk it. It's time to go for first place or nothing, because otherwise, you know, you're probably not going to get enough points to catch up.
Yeah, and then there's poor Robin Songs who lost to Crab Rave. We did get the Crab Rave for one of our TFT lobbies. It was not on mainstream, but the clip of Robin Songs losing to the Mega Crab and getting 5th place, even with the board that he had, honestly blows my mind.
I mean, it is crazy. When you play that portal, you literally need to have lifesteal on your carries or you just automatically lose. Like, it doesn't actually matter how good your board is. It's not like he had some trash board. He had Yorick 2, he had you know, a Karthus 2, an Executioner, Ari 2, he had 4 Executioner, upgraded frontline. Your backline just dies. If there is not lifesteal on it, there's nothing you can do to actually beat it. So it's pretty wacky to see that eliminating a player in a tournament. But
Do we have the clip? Oh,
we have the clip. So, I mean, look at his board. Like, his board is actually good. Like,
so
Yorick
good.
2, he's got 3 items on his Nico 2 in the front line as well. You know, he has 4 Executioner with the Executioner spat. Like, that is a real board, but he just can't actually survive through. It's a little bit difficult once the round starts, I feel like, to see the HP on the Crab. I don't know why it kind of goes so dark like that, but it really wasn't even that close. Like, as the AoE starts to ramp up, his backline just dies, and the Crab, I think, doesn't really even get below like half health. It's a little hard to see, but down around maybe half health.
Yeah, he gets a couple of items and then it's just game over. And I remember watching his board progress throughout the game. He got to pick up that Executioner spat from a carousel and then he slammed it onto the Ari, and I'm like, amazing, you've got 4 Executioner. This is going to be a great game for you. And then he runs into the Crab and he gets 5th. So, you know, Robin, it happens to everybody. We're so happy for our entertainment that it happened to you for this game and you still made it into the top 16.
Yeah.
Oh man,
it's tough. I mean, Upset Max also lost the Crab, but he just didn't die because he had a lot more health. So like, it is tough to beat. It's kind of one of those weird portals where you have to actually think about the PvP phase and how to beat it.
maybe they won't have to think about it again as we get ready for the 6th game. It is top 16 now, and these players only have one more game before we head into our top 8 for our final game of the day. 4 spots at the NA Regional Finals on the line, so let's send it back over to our TriCasters, Casanova, Crowan, and Gangly.
All right, thank you so much, Nekra and Azael. The Crab Rave, we missed it. Come on, all I wanted was an invite to the Crab Rave, and you know, I guess from the look on Robin's face, it was a little disappointing.
Yeah, I would say so. Someone who's not disappointed, though, is my man from Tri-State, looking like a chic man going 2-2-2-2-2. It's Pokygom currently in first place right now. But right now, it looks like we're going to be looking at Lobby 2, Lobby B, where we have Malala, Setsuko, Ripple, Degree, Noster 11, Spicy Appies, DK, and Wasian Iverson.
Yeah, wow, these players kind of sneaking into the top 16 with DK and Wasian Iverson. They have to play out of their minds here and hope that a player like, you know, Ripple or Degree will go, you know, 8th and 7th respectively. But that point disparity from like 7th to 8th is what, 4 points? That's absolutely insane. It's going to be a crazy race for that top 8.
So yeah, the big thing to look at is like 7th, tied for 7th is the 30 points. And then at 8th, it goes down to 26 points. So currently that's the spot that pretty much everyone is fighting for, is that 8th spot there, right? You're looking at Appies, Noster, DK, and Wasian in this lobby. They're all really trying to play to jump above the person in 8th currently.
So here's an interesting thing to think about, though, right? We have Ripple and Degree, who are the 6th and 7th place point scorers on the day, right? At 30 points. With both of them in the same lobby, it's actually a little bit more likely that one of them goes 8th. And if one of them does go 8th, it suddenly opens up a door for more of those 25 and 26 point players to swoop in instead of the top 7 already being locked. So we have to keep an eye on how Degree and Ripple Overdrive both perform in this game.
All right, well, we are jumping in. Golden Symphony, Radiant Blessing, and Item Payout as our options. Lab member, once again, trying to one guy a portal, but it is going to be Item Payout going to Abby. I do love that. It is like this cute little charm of them where they just go stand on another portal, beating to their own drum, and it's working out so far for lab members in this tournament.
It's like the mental advantage we talked about, like start of day, like Malala, you know, once he gets the emote, he's gonna be flashing that every time. Once you win the portal, one manning it, it's always that mental advantage.
Yeah, I'm convinced they don't even want it though, right? But it's just like, I'm going to hurt you more than it's going to hurt me. And so that technically gives me an edge, even if I don't like it either.
All right, Heartsteel potential for Malala as we see the set grabbed immediately from one of these orbs. Not much else on this board going, right? He's just got a remover. The set, though, we are looking at that potential of Heartsteel, but for Malala, he's in a pretty safe spot. So just a solid placement here. Puts him in striking distance of top 4, with him being all the way at the top of the tables at 36 points.
Yeah, solid placement would put him in striking distance, but a great placement would almost just like lock him in top 4, right? With how far ahead he is. Say he gets like a first or a second, he could just be chilling. Obviously want to play for first place, you know, more qualifier points, play for the prize pool as well, but gets a ton of gold with that gold opener. If he's able to hit a Heartsteel Cassante and play the Heartsteel, that's going to be massive, and maybe he would go first from that spot.
So gold open's actually pretty bad here because it's item payout, right? So if you get items instead, you can actually also make econ, right? You can get close to the same amount of gold as the gold open. Not exactly, but you can still hit the same break points by slamming your items. And so you actually end up very far behind when you get a gold open on item payout.
So here's the trade-off though, right? In order to get that same gold value, you have to slam items.
That's true.
But by slamming items, it does allow you, it forces you to play more narrowly. So the argument could be that Malala's in the unique position, also buried treasure on item payout, amazing.
Insane.
Yeah.
Insane
But Malala's in a unique position where he has the advantage of the gold that other people have, but he can see how everybody else is going to commit their lines and then decide what he wants to play from there.
Ooh, Twin Terror with a Vi potential reroll for Ripple Overdrive. I think there was one game of that in this tournament. Well, not with the Twin Terror, but the Vi reroll. Does Ripple go for it from this spot?
I think this is just great to win streak early, right? Like you've just got both of these two Vi's. They're going to carry. They're going to use the stats pretty well early on. Plus Vi's already just a very good stage 2 unit. And then you just go into the normal line because look at these items, right? Tier, Rod, and Glove. This is beautiful to set up around your Twitch, but more so the Vex. Really great early setup. And yeah, I see you smiling. Yeah, Vex. Vex is so good in this line. And Ripple has the spot to go for a very good Vex setup.
We're each kind of working on our branding, right? I'm the tri-state guy. You're the Vex person.
I'm the Vex guy.
Yeah, exactly. We've got our things now, Crow. You got to pick something here.
Yeah, what the heck? I'm falling behind here. Don't worry, I'll pick one by the end of the game. I'll let you all know, but you know, I'm cooking.
It's also important to recognize, we just set it up before, right? Ripple, one of those players at 30 points, meaning that the rest of the lower parts of the standings really want him to go 8th. Setting up Twin Terror on 2-1 and probably going to be win streaking or at least winning a decent amount of those stage 2 rounds means that Ripple, quite frankly, has a very low chance of actually going 8th from this spot.
Asian with a 3 Heartsteel Cassante, having all these items, right? Idealism has the IE, has the Hodge. Once he channels his ult, he's gonna be one-shotting a bunch of units. Asian might not even be losing some of these rounds with that Heartsteel online, with just how powerful he can be in the early game.
Yeah, we talked about it before, that in order to get that gold value, you do need to slam your items early, and Weijin very obviously committing straight towards that Yone, and on the other side, we see some potential Olaf reroll going on with Keepers as well. Definitely going to get a large shield out of that cast. What you got?
Okay, DK. I need you to not put this tier on Olaf in any way, shape, or form. This tier cannot go there. That's not where it goes.
No Hodge Olafs, no
6
Infinity
Olafs
Forces.
again. He's got a sword. He's got a vest. Like this, hey, this another spot. Keepers, maybe not the best, but it's good for your early game, right?
Yeah.
So I'm okay with Keepers. Don't put the tier anywhere near the Olaf.
We'll see if he learned his lesson. Definitely feels pretty good, though, for Weijin, because obviously you get to make your clear direction, tell the entire lobby that you're playing around that Yone on level 7. You also have the Heartsteel in, right? And so because you slammed your items, you have the additional gold. He should be able to actually make interest right now, even though he hadn't already done that. But he'll also have the additional influx of gold through Heartsteel, and he doesn't even need to sack his board. He can play around a win-loss sort of stage 2, and still be relatively rich enough to play around either a 3-5 or 4-1 roll down for that Yone, and I think feel pretty decent about his spot.
You know, Ripple has to make a similar decision here in slamming items. The tier goes on to the Corki. If he wins, he could just sell the bench, make 10. But if not, you'd have to slam a Hodge or an Archangels to try to just make that econ breakpoint. The early Twin Terror is so strong, but the Gnar with BT and red buff is a bit stronger. Looks like he's just going to not slam, going to buy out the shop and pre-level to 5 as well. So indeed is not thinking about rerolling Vi, is going to of course go that stereotypical or more common Twin Terror direction between the Twitch and the Vexes, of course.
It makes sense for him to not want to slam because you kind of in this position could slam items for either Twitch or Vex, but you could only slam JG there as a commitment. I don't think Archangels is very good. You actually want upfront damage more preferably with that composition because of the executioners, because of all that crit. Scaling up the cast actually doesn't matter that much because if you just get like death cap instead, that gives you a lot of the upfront damage where you will just delete backliners regardless of any ramp from the Archangels.
DK takes the rod off Carousel, right? DK was the one with the 6 Olafs, right? I'm trying to remember exactly what those empty slots were, but it does feel a little strange to see the rod pick up if you are looking to angle around that Olaf reroll. On the other side, though, Malala finds the Gnar. Gnar is a chosen unit that we've seen a little bit more of this patch than last. I remember yesterday, Crow, and you and I were on the cast, we got to see, I believe it was Setsuko or Soju that was playing around that Gnar through that stage 3 and then was able to transition it, right? So we are seeing the Gnar a little bit more on tempo, and playing around Patient Study as well means that you can probably carry this into stage 3 and then look for that fast 8 where you want to play around the simple transition of the Pentakill Akali board.
Yeah, the big difference is that Malala doesn't really have items to work with, though. Soju had taken Idealism and had a double Hodge IE on the Gnar, and it was dealing a lot of damage. Malala's Gnar is just kind of there. Doesn't have Super Fan online, doesn't have any items, just has a Rod and a Chain. You don't want to really slam a Crown Guard on that unit as well, so it's going to be less powerful. Only takes down 1 unit from Wei Jin Iverson, and is still going to be continuing his loss streak. If Krugs are kind to Malala and he's able to slam 1 or 2 items, then maybe it'll be able to do a lot of damage and have a lot of value. But moving back over to Wei Jin Iverson, yeah, this K'Sante was strong enough to streak at least 4 rounds in a row. I was thinking, like, is he strong enough for it? It could win some rounds, but no, it's won 4 in a row. Looking to make it 5 here as 4 Sentinel is online with this K'Sante doing a kind of Yone impression here.
We're kind of seeing 2 sides of the same coin right now, right? We have Wei Jin Iverson, who is playing this truly rich version of stage 2. You have the Heartsteel online, you have 4 Sentinel as well. Malala, on the other hand, says, I don't need a combat augment because I can't really contest these strong boards. Is taking the Patient Study alongside the Econ Opener and hoping to scale later on into the game and spike at a point where he can get himself ahead of the curve. Wei Jin Iverson right now, though, does look like this 3-item K'Sante is going to be enough to streak all the way through stage 2. Actually, to be honest, something I have not personally seen in one of my games, but I kind of love this.
Oh no, this is great. I mean, K'Sante has so much attack damage, right, on his big attack. So this build just means he'll one-shot everything. He's already pretty bulky because of, you know, just casting over again in the early stages. One thing I wanted to call out, right, is Malala's spot gets even worse because this was item payout, because of the fact that he still played a board, but it looks like he open forted because everyone's trying to contest win streak. They're pushing levels. They're all slamming items. And so Malala is playing a board and still getting 5-0'd over and over again. And he's down to 66 health on stage 2 while not open forting. He was playing a board.
Yeah, having a 2-cost headliner, had 30 gold at 2-6, I believe, for Malala, definitely is not ideal. I do still think that there's potential to come back, right? Because he is going to get the influx of items through either Krugs or Wolves. Ideally, it would be through Krugs so that he can get value out of the actual portal before everybody else has, you know, already gotten their value out of their interest, which for a lot of players is coming very soon. Yeah, and he needs some items. Oh, he does have stuff now. Yeah. So honestly, Having the
Seraphine spot.
the Seraphine headliner also feels quite nice. There is a world where if you do slam some items, maybe you can play around the Seraphine reroll, though with Patient Study, it doesn't quite follow the shape of the composition. You can also choose to play more so just around the strong front line, make things like Steadfast Heart, play around the Rabadon's Death Cap, you have half a blue buff, maybe play around Ari later on in the game. But it does feel actually a little awkward to slam some of these items. Not exactly sure how
Yeah,
Malala
it's
will move
interesting because
forward.
he's one sword off of just Biss for Seraphine, but as you said, right, it's Patient Study, so he's just kind of would want to keep leveling up and not necessarily play around that. And it would really come down to just hitting a Seraphine almost immediately, or you kind of slow roll on 6 while Patient Study keeps leveling you up, and then you can continue your roll on 7 if you haven't hit by that point, because rolling for 2 costs on 7 is still a reasonable thing to do, and instead it just gives you better odds on rolling for the Nico, which you also want to 3-star in the comp.
Yeah, and the comp definitely caps out around when you get that Seraphine 3 online, when you get a blue buff kind of Ari to supplement your damage. I think that's, really powerful as well. So not a bad spot, even considering that Patient Study, for Seraphines is not terrible. And even when these augments come through, right, don't know if he was offered something like team building, but that could be a kind of big influential point as well.
I'm looking at Ripple. This is going to be that Twin Terror board, and we see that the Twitch is online, but he didn't have a headliner yet, so that's going to be the big thing to watch out for when Ripple does hit a headliner. He's praying that it is a Vex Executioner, but of course the odds are a little bit better that it's Twitch because you roll on 6.
On the other hand, Setsuko playing around Keepers alongside Disco is one of the strongest ways, if not the strongest way, to play this Keepers augment, and has the early TF as well. So Setsuko, for anyone who has not been following TFT, has really, by and large, been the best performing tournament player since essentially, I guess, the beginning of 2023. This is a player who dominated the competitive field, has won 3 tournaments in the last year, and is once again finding himself in the top 4, potentially making a run to another title, and that would make him the only person to have won 4 tournaments in North American TFT. Setsuko, certainly one of the favorites going into the event.
100%. He's shown time and time again why he is putting himself as, one of the best, if not the best NA TFT player. We talk about all the greats, but Setsuko's name for the past year, as you're mentioning, always pops up. In this round specifically, wow, the TF's able to get the job done with the Archangel stacking, and that's the Keepers 1 versus a Keepers 1 and 2 from Deacon their side there, stacking so many shields, and that board wants to be Disco as well, so we're going to have to see, do these players all hit, right? We've seen a lot in day 3 when there are multiple Disco players in the lobby, you can't all hit, and you're stuck on things like an Ari, end up going bottom 4 and not having the power that we typically see out of that Disco TF line.
Yeah, now we see Malala. We actually do get the direction that he's decided for, right? This is not going to be reroll Seraphine. He slams the Death Cap, which is incredibly strong now on this patch with the buffs, and he's 1 tier away from the blue buff to add alongside it. There is a really good Ari line for Malala open, and while it has been a little bit less popular, it is popping up more and more, and especially with so many people playing towards melee carries, it can be good. But with 2 Disco players in the lobby, I'm curious, because I think Disco actually has a very good matchup into the Ari.
Yeah, it does. But I do wonder if there's a chance, because we've seen a lot of players kind of take the Disco line and then land on Ari. There's also a world where we see the opposite here, right? Where Malala does still have a potential Disco line too, right? If he does take like a Sojin and plays Sojin Death Cap instead, you still can flex this 4 Sentinel front line. I think he's actually in a pretty interesting spot where his level 8
first.
His level 8 roll down, is going to be very flexible, and I think he can position himself to play around a few different 4-cost AP carries.
Definitely. I think it's actually still potential, if not likely, for it to land on a Pentakali composition. There is the Mordekaiser already on the board. There is an Olaf on the bench in case he just needs an extra pentakill to slot in.
Yeah, he had the option.
Exactly.
He went Shojin.
Yep,
Shojin,
sense. Death Cap, fantastic Arthas items.
When you think about it, right, like you're rolling on level 8. There are 2 AP 4-cost carries that utilize the Sojin really well, right? You have your Karthus and your TF. Blue buff on Ari is significantly better on Ari, but obviously much worse on those other 2. So if Malala wants to keep his options open, I think the Sojin slam here makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, I like it. I think he's in a really good spot off of that. Really turning it around from the gold spot, the gold opener, because he's at 72 HP now, right? Like it was looking a little bit dire early, And now I think he took Tiny Titans, right?
He did,
and that's how he's able to get back up. But I think Tiny Titans is a great pick because you needed to salvage the spot, but you were pretty rich from it. So having that extra HP is going to help. You get to 8 first, you get to roll down first. And as long as he finds some kind of board to land on, it's going to be in a really good spot. Now, looking at Noster, who is our biggest winner right now, 94 HP on a 6-win streak, going up against Appies, who's near the bottom of the table, still playing around an Evelyn headliner.
Yeah, the Evelyn headliner is just not going to get the job done at this point, but Noster well above the rest of the pack, and this is multiple times now where we've seen a headliner Gnar do so much work and stabilize boards so efficiently, right? You look at the rest of the board, it's not great. It's a lot of 1-star units. It's a Kennen with a Shojin death cap, right? But it really is all Gnar and setting himself up so nicely for those 4-cost headliners. And with that HP differential, right? All that econ, gonna be able to go level 8, have so much gold to roll with. It's unlikely that Noster misses.
See a quick Weijing cash out. He does get a vest alongside just some gold, and now he's going to potentially go out of Heartsteel. We saw him take it out, put it back in, so we'll see like when he actually goes. I mean, probably 3-7-4-1. Weijing actually goes for the big level up in the roll down.
Yeah, it seems like the 2 primary 3-cost rerollers we're seeing, Appies clearly angling towards the Riven Yone, kind of flexing between. He does have the Giant Slayer Slam, which is significantly better when you're playing the Riven line. On the other hand, Weijing's been angling from 2-1, right, to be playing around this Yone. So I think 4-1 is going to be a very important round for these 2 players to see which one of them hits what and how the other one has to respond.
We'll see if it's just those 2 roll downs. I'm sure there's a couple other players looking for it, but realistically, I'm most interested in those 2, right? Weijing versus Appies rolling for the same units. Who gets to go first? Does anyone even start rolling on 3-7 if they've got the gold, right? Weijing's already going to be 7 with like 70 plus gold. He could actually just start looking on wolves.
He's at 29 HP as well. I know he has the team building, which does give him the additional champion duplicator, but oh man, I really hope that my man has a little bit more gold to roll because he is looking unhealthy at the moment.
Yeah,
he started
this
rolling
roll
now.
down. Yeah, very carefully. Was going playing towards the Yone, I think more. You really want Quicksilver with the Riven, but no headliners that he wants popping up in the shop. 30 gold.
Riven.
Oh, hit the Riven.
Exactly
And
what he's looking for.
Interesting. Wait, is he...
I actually think there's a world where Appies skips this and tries to just go Yone. I think it's actually like, if you're going to come back and win the game, if you buy this Riven, you're locking yourself out of that Yone 3 potential for, a long time. And yeah, he does skip it.
Wow. I mean, he has a lot of the Yones online already, right? So the fact that you can find the Yone from right now, that means he has Yone 3, right? Once he gets his second champion duplicator. No, he has it right now. He doesn't even need the other. Wow, Yone 3 from Spicy Appies, and all of a sudden he is right back into the game.
Now we need to see Weijing's spot as well and see what happened there.
Absolutely love this decision from Appies. I think it's exactly what he needed. The Riven would not be enough. He had to high roll to be able to have a chance to get into that top 8, and he did. And oh, it's going against the other Yone right now, and that's 6 copies of Yone versus the Yone 3 from Appies.
Yep, Weijing tried to race him and did not get there first. Appies going to be able to take him down. And I think Weijing probably in the same spot, right? He had 23 points. He has to race Appies here for the Yone. They both recognize they're going to roll down on wolves, try and beat the other person to it. They both race for it, and Appies finds it.
What a brilliant roll down by both players there. And I'm so glad we actually got to watch that happen in real time, because for both of those players, their tournament basically ends if they do not hit, right? For Weijing Iverson right now, he's going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat because he rolled down for that Yone. But as soon as the Spicy Appies finds the 3-star Yone, there's no way that Weijing can also find it. He's going to have to pivot massively in order to find a new way into the top 4. Now, for Appies, he's not quite out of the woods yet, right? He doesn't have the Crowd Diver online, and he also needs a first or a second. The fact that he's on 29 HP does mean that if he takes just a few losses, he can find himself in the bottom 4.
Noster just saw a TF finish drop with the items he has, and he's like, you know what? I can do better. Rolls once, Karthus.
And does better.
I would say it's better. Yeah, it was a better pickup. But I mean, Noster's spot is just disgusting, and at 25 points, going for a first or second here, that's kind of the way that Noster gets to sneak in to this top 8.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I think Nosa recognized that, yeah, that TF was good, so he thought about it, but there's no other disco units, you know, that he had at the point, and he really, really wanted that angle to be KhazixMay. Does make it happen. Ripple on their side has a very, very strong twin terror composition, but still gets ran over by Appies with that new Yone 3.
Yeah, Ripple had found the Twitch as the Twitch 3, and now it's just looking for the Vex. He's got the extra rolls and also emo spat potential, right, from Ripple as a way to even further cap out the board. So there is options for Ripple to play further around the Vex, and there's even ways that you can extend to executioners, right? Like emo Karthus is pretty strong if that unit ends up being a little less contested than it seems like it's going to be in this game.
Appies is choosing to play around Heartsteel on his board right now. I wonder if he's thinking to himself that he needs to find a new way to cap out higher, and just having the Yone 3 itself is not going to get him there. So potentially looking for 1 or 2 more cash outs just to give a few more resources. Probably feels pretty good, even though it's an upgraded board up against that TF board, as Yone does typically stomp that matchup. Very hard for TF to actually get through. Though the Yone on the other side of the board, everything dashing now. Nami does bubble the Yone, but Yone's in the back line now. A few more swipes should do it, and Spicy Appies does find himself another win.
There's a couple open spatulas right now, Degree, and also, well, it doesn't matter because Degree is just going to go take this. He's going to end up with Attack Crown. Immediately, it's on a Yorick.
Wow.
That's beautiful for Degree.
Wow. Right in front of him, gifted to him, actually.
Yeah, players like Degree and Ripple Overdrive, again, are the two players that a lot of the bubble players or the lower players are looking to flame out if they want to have a better chance at the top 8. But Degree getting a Tactician's Crown, he's got to feel pretty good. And Ripple Overdrive currently in second. It is not looking like either one of these players are going to die anytime soon.
Yeah, especially. That's the big thing, right? These players in the bottom of the lobby in HP, once they stabilize, this lobby over the next course of, you know, stage 5 is going to be so, so close. We're going to see multiple players at single-digit HP or double, you know, in the teens and be eliminated just one round after another after another. Looking at Setsuko's spot here, 3 losses in a row, did not find a headliner that he wants yet. Trying to greed out, but already has the Blitzcrank 2, has 2 copies of the TF, and the items are solid, right? But it's just not strong enough versus a lot of these boards who have already kind of giga spiked.
Yeah, we've seen
Here we go, going up against Malala, who is still on that pentakill, right? We've got the Karthus, is what he was looking for earlier, and you see the damage almost taking out the TF right away, but he also has a Kali too with the Thieves Gloves. He also has Viego too, right? This board has spiked, and Setsuko has not found all of the spikes that so many other players have gotten. And actually, Setsuko might just be in the worst spot in this game with how low his HP is, where his board is at, because Appies and Degree just got big influxes of power because Degree got the Tactician's Crown.
TF2 and TF2 now for Degree means that he's that much stronger. Already won the last round as well. Oh man, this is really, really good spot, especially when you're contested. Hitting that TF2 is no guarantee. Has the Ziggs online as well.
This is a really nice setup for Degree, especially because you have all those melee matchups, right? TF does typically not perform well. A part of that is because of the clumping that's required from the disco ball, right? But when you have double the funk online, it does increase the range of those disco balls, allowing Degree to freely spread his units, and maybe he can actually make a deeper run than we've seen some other TF players make without getting that gigantic capped legendary board.
Yeah, but now going again up against Noster, and this is our other Karthus player, right? Malala and Noster, and we'll see Karthus not quite taking out this Twisted Fate yet, so it's not able to just delete, and Degree ends up finding a win as we see DK actually dropping even further. So Setsuko even found a win. I'm curious, has he found that upgrade, or maybe he fought DK and DK is just even weaker?
Yeah, not quite sure. Gonna see her soon, but Degree at least able to stabilize once again. Has the Yorick in there as well, right? And that's not a typical add in the disco composition. Usually it's gonna be, you know, Ziggs, Sona, you put an Echo in there for 3 Spellweaver, but it does give some nice traits right now. We have the set in for Masha, right? Have the Tarek in for the Guardian. None of them are itemized quite yet. Maybe we have some leftover items, but really does want to get more of that frontline online. Has only the Blitzcrank with the Chain Vest. Maybe is going to go something like a Gargoyles or a D-Claw, right? But still not amazing items for that front line.
It didn't have frontline. Also, I believe didn't have any anti-heal, so there was potential for red buff as well. But as you're saying, one of the problems in that composition at the moment is that though you have upgraded frontline, no items on it means that as the rest of the board scale up, you're going to start just ripping through that disco frontline. So curious to see how Degree ends up trying to salvage that position.
All right, and here's DK. He was also contesting the Twisted Fate, and with all these keepers, we did know that this was probably going to be the board with double keeper, and it just ended up so many other people on the disco line. And now we're just looking at this Karthus. The keeper's protecting Twisted Fate in the early stages of this fight, and Noster's front line is very weak, so it just comes down to the Karthus, and it just deletes the entire board. But can this Zac do enough? No, one more cast, and there it goes. DK down to 15. Degree and Setsuko following close behind, and all our Twisted Fate players are holding hands at the bottom of the tables.
Let's take a second to acknowledge that going into this game, the players that we mentioned that are sitting in that 25, 26 point threshold are Nostra 11 and Appies. Yes, players like Malala are running away with this game after stabilizing, and players like Degree and Ripple may not actually be going 8th, but there's still another position for players like Appies or Nostra to try and sneak their way into the top 8 if they go first. And at the trajectory they're running right now, we may actually see them fighting off in the top 4, the top 3 for that last first place finish.
Yeah, and looking at Ripple here, actually he may not top 4 with this Twin Terror, because we look at the items and they're actually not very good. Plus Punk going on to Vex is actually not very strong at all. She doesn't utilize any of the stats very well, and it's actually better to throw it on a Mumu in the front line to give the HP to synergize with Guardian. And so Ripple is going to start struggling here as we see Appies take a loss. Setzy down to 5. DK even found a win. The HP is getting very close at the bottom here, and it is a race to see who will end up in that 8th place as Ripple tries to roll down to find this Vex 3.
Is just a few away. Still go looking for the Mumu 3 and Pantheon 3 as well. One off of the Pantheon has that duplicator, right? And is going to just slam it. Yeah. And the items like you were talking about, that's a Protector's Vow on the Twitch. Some extra starting mana, I guess, but has that remover. If he's able to survive until Carousel, which of course he will be able to, then can find a third item Twitch, remove that, put it onto the Pantheon with that Protector's Vow, and then maybe he can start coming back in the game.
All right, there we go. Setsuko fighting for his life against Appies, but we see he had to group in the corner, and there goes the Yone into the back line. It's still just a Twisted Fate 1. Setsuko gonna go down, but he was at 34 points. He should still be safe for that top 8, even at 35. However, it's not looking good to make this a top 4 or to win the tournament to take an 8th there.
And Ripple going down to 7th place right now means that, yeah, maybe he's not going to go 8th, but 30 points right now, plus 2 if you go 7th, opens it up for players like Robin, Upset Max, Forsen, Noster, Appies to all overtake you with a first place finish. So it actually could still spell disaster for Ripple if he cannot squeeze out one more placement.
100%, especially with Nostra and Appies being on 25, right? A first place would mean that's 33, right above where Ripple would end up. He is going to take a Hodge off of the carousel so can put that item on the Twitch and then use the remover as I was talking about. But there's still players who are on that kind of, maybe 1 loss, 2 losses until being eliminated. Appies is one of them. Not much more that they can do with this board, is not finding any more upgrades besides that Yone. Viego and Zed are online as well now, but it still might not be enough.
Oh, it's a scary position. It was also 1 round away from the Heartsteel cash out and says, you know what, I cannot afford to greed any more Heartsteel cash outs. I need 4 Crowd Diver in right now. Puts the Evelyn on, and now hopefully this is enough for Spicy Appies to win out, find himself into the top 8.
Fighting for his life here against Noster. Just grabbed the emo emblem and it went on to that Akali. She will get more cast, but both of the carries are on Karthus. Karthus is down, and that Yone is still kicking full HP. Appy should be able to stay alive a little bit longer here as Ripple able to take down a Ghost on the other side. So both of our low HP players staying strong as DK drops to 1, Invasion down to 17. Look at Degree to DK. There is not much HP separating all of these players in the middle.
This is such an important round. If DK can hang on, if Ripple dies, it opens the door for potentially Noster and Appies to both make in the top 8. Noster still in a very healthy spot despite losing to Appies. The entire lobby dynamic is starting to open up entirely right now.
The theme of the weekend is no margin for error, and it's exactly what is happening right now as we get into the potential lobby losing situations.
And the big thing for that is going to be positioning as well, right? We see Appies here does have the Yone on the left side. It won't get to the Karthus this time, so it just has to be how fast can it shred through the rest of the board for Appies to make this happen. He gets stronger every round he lives because he's pumping up, and it stays strong as DK on the other side is going to go down. So that's another placement as Appies is going to continue advancing further. That's big for Noster, big for Appies as they continue to fight, but Ripple has held on a little bit longer. He gets 3 points here. He's going to be at 33, and that opens up tiebreakers potentially.
Tiebreakers can make all the difference, especially we have to see it. It could be something like top 4 rate. It could be number of wins, which could mean that if Noster or Appy take the first place here, that could be the tipping point. It's going to come down, honestly, to who wins this lobby. We could see the top 16 change entirely with just 1 or 2 placements.
Oh, Degree was in a very precarious position, but again, after that Tat Crown, after getting that, won most of his rounds. Now the Blitzcrank, has that 3rd tank item with the Warmogs. Degree has enough gold now to go level 9, and that is where we see this Disco TF composition really thrive. Still might have 2 lives remaining. 18 HP is likely to be 2 lives, and he's going to sell his headliner and trying to roll for another one.
Yep, LG's starting to roll down. Just gonna go an upgrade on the Blitzcrank. Finds a Sona. Does Degree want here?
Maybe want a high roll legendary one. I mean, isn't hitting it though.
Odds.
Oh, wait, finds Disco. Wow, finds the Disco Blitzcrank last second. Very strong. On the other hand, we do have Wajan Iverson, who salvaged his game, has the Crowd Diver Zed online alongside a 2-star Yone. He's up against Appy's board right now, though.
Appy staying alive. Degree going up against Malala, and Malala's board is just absolutely crushing. There's the Karthus cast, and it's just a Blitzcrank left. Degree going to take a massive hit here. Goes very low. Wajan on 1.
Degree is dead.
Down.
Wait a second.
He
now
is gone. Degree, that is now just
situation.
33 points. So the players on 26 can actually overtake Degree. And Degree has potential for tiebreakers. And Ripple overdrive on 1 HP. Ripple now has gained enough points to go 34. He should be pretty safe.
My goodness, there is so much to keep in mind right now. Appy's on Kane 2. Ripple still alive, should have his spot locked in, but Degree going down in 6 means that if Noster or Appy's win this lobby, we will have a tiebreaker scenario. Let's see how it all shapes up.
Here we go. We're looking at Ripple on 1 life there. He's going up against Appy's Ghost, whereas Wajan looks like going to be playing here against the Karthus on the other side. That's Noster's board. Ripple trying to take down the Yone. He's got the stuns from the Vex, but it's too much damage. The stun's not going to come out in time, and it looks like Ripple is going to go down, but will Wajan fall as well? No, Wajan going to hold on, just playing around the Yone 2. He pushed to 9. Even though contested, Wajan stays strong, makes it into the top 4 as Ripple goes out in 5th.
Ripple, though, 1 point over Degree, and they were the head-to-head matchup, 30 points apiece. Bodes really, really well for Ripple. Now reach our top 4. Wajan Iverson hanging on by a thread, playing the contested Yone, but is still able to get into the top 4 with the 6 Crowd Diver, has hit the Kiana too, and now it is all about positioning. How do you wrap onto the backliners? What items does Kiana farm, especially with that, best buddies? There's a lot of, not much room to make these positioning changes happen.
All right, Appy swaps, fighting Noster, has the Yone on the same side as the Karthus. We'll see if the dash through can make all the difference, but so far, Yone is not getting there. He's getting stunned up by the Vex. One more cast from the Karthus maybe can come out. There's the fear. The Vex, it's too much. Does Appy's live? No, he doesn't. Appy's is down. Appy's is down. He may not make it in to that top 8. It's out in 3rd, and so Appy's just going to be at the 31 points, and we know there's one spot that could be enough, but it's going to be so tough with Noster still alive here, fighting for that 1st place finish.
Noster making the run of the century right now. He and Appies needed to go heads up to try and fight for this spot that might have been lost by Degree for going 6th place. If Noster wins this, it might actually be the tiebreaker difference to get himself into the top 8. Noster 11, one of those players that's been around for so long, not always given the recognition that he deserves, but this time he's saying, you know what? I'm here, I'm a veteran, I'm making the run, don't forget my name.
And here he goes up against Weijin, who has clutched out a 2nd place, even though losing the contested reroll to Appies earlier on. And now he's just got one more opponent, and it's Noster playing around this Karthus. The casts are so big. The crowd divers are falling. The crowd control from Vex is too much. And it's just a Zed remaining, but it's not enough. Noster 11, when he needed it most, finds the 1st place.
Noster finds that first out of nowhere, able to cap his board amongst the best of them. Says, nah, Pentakali, let's go Karthus, and going to be with that Yorick with the emo emblem as well. BT Deathblade, so much damage there, well played from start to finish. And I don't know where the standings are going to end up, but Noster definitely put himself in a good spot, though. Super impressive, because that's another time where we saw a player contested with the 3-cost reroll actually lose on that contest, but still place higher.
Yeah, amazing run, both by Weijin to get a great 2nd place, but Noster back up against the wall, no margin for error. It's the mantra of the weekend. He brings it to fruition. He has a chance. It's going to go down to tiebreakers to see if Noster can make it into the top 8. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the analyst desk before we head to our final game of the KDA Cup.
Welcome back, everybody. It is day number 4 and almost the conclusion of the Remix Rumble KDA Cup. I've got Azael back on the desk with me to break down that 6th game where we're cutting half of the competition already. Oh my goodness.
It was absolutely crazy. Coming into this weekend, I think people were talking so much about TF and how there was going to be so many TF games, and we really hadn't seen that much of it. We hadn't seen it do that well. And then this game, we have 3 people committing to TF and going 8th, 7th, 6th. So just brutal. I mean, we had Degree committing with double the funk. We had, a player going with double keepers as well. Setsugo also went for it. So we had so many players that were actually committing to this line and all kind of just contesting each other and ending up just like holding hands at the bottom, right? And Setsuko, who had been in such a good spot coming into this game, he was in 3rd overall in the points, goes 8th. And that is really, really rough for him.
Yeah, it's super rough when you know that the players that are in those top 8 spots right now are so close together. So every couple of points are going to matter. But when you look on the other side of those contested compositions, we also have to talk about Yone because 2 players were trying to go for that reroll.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was actually really interesting, right? Because Spicy Appies was able to actually hit the Yone 3, and was able to do that pretty well. He went for like the duplicator augment, so actually was making sure that he hit that. Whereas at the same time, Wage and Iverson was playing the same line, but couldn't actually hit the Yone 3. So instead of just staying and committing to rolling for it, he decided to actually push levels. So Wage and Iverson pushes levels 2-9, ends up getting 6 crowd diver in, gets a Kiana 2, ends up being in a spot where he can actually outplace and get 2nd. So, he was in a really good spot. Appy's also just narrowly missing out, making that top 8 cut. I believe he would have needed a 1st in that game to do it. Ends up finishing, I believe, in 3rd. So close, but no cigar, unfortunately, for him. But it was definitely a really interesting game because we saw so many people contesting TF. We saw, one Karthus player just kind of one-shotting everyone with his Deathcap Karthus, who was dominating, playing this uncontested line. And that ended up being the line, that did win the lobby because that was the person that was not contested at all. There was 2 Yone players contesting each other. There was 3 TF players contesting each other. But this was also just like a crazy lobby as far as the average board strength in general, because we had Ripple playing Twin Terror Executioners, and he actually hit Exposed Weakness on this 3rd augment, which is the highest win rate 3rd augment in the entire game. And he went like 6th or something. So it's kind of crazy.
It's so crazy that was the power level, and it's even crazier to see where our top 8 are after this cutoff. That 6th game is going to be the deciding factor here for Degree and upwards to move forward. So you're looking at that left part of the page for who's going to play out this 7th and final game. But I can't believe it. Upset Max is going to lose out on that tiebreaker.
Yeah, that's tough. Loses out on the tiebreaker. Really disappointing result for him. Didn't have any 1st place to kind of push him through. The extra point that he could use. Had a lot of those 2nd place finishes. Soju and Spicy Appies also missing out by only 2 points. Wage and Iverson missing out by 3 points. Then we have obviously Keen's, Robinsong, Weird, and Lab DK also getting eliminated. And then you're looking up towards the top of the table here. Those top 4 are going to go straight through to regionals. Pokkigom, Malala, Kyun, all out of the head of the pack. Utilizing those bonus points that they got yesterday, such a big deal now in these final games. You can see out of the top 8, 6 of those players have bonus points, and those bonus points really were coming in clutch. It's only Setsuko and Kanedrew who haven't had those bonus points, but that could be the difference between getting that free spot straight to regionals and not getting it.
Absolutely. Those bonus points are definitely going to come in handy for those players, but it still looks like there are a couple spots up for grabs when it does come down to who is going to get those top 4 spots. Remember also, 12th place and upwards does get a piece of that $12,500 prize pool, and there are still a ton of qualifier points on the line. So while you might not be going home with some money, if you're in 13th to 16th, you still get a nice chunk of qualifier points to make your own journey towards that NA regional finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And every little bit of points you can get is actually going to make such a big difference, right? And getting you all the way there. So these players are obviously trying to scrape for every little placement that they can get. Setsuko was in such a good spot to actually be looking like he was going to get that top 4, even without bonus points from yesterday. Before that last game, he was really looking good to be able to actually push forward, get that top 4. With the 8th now, he has put himself in a lot harder of a position. Was 3-way contested on the TF, didn't actually, find a way to pivot out of that line. And now as a result, it is going to be so many people, it feels like, competing for that 4th spot. The top 3 have such a leg up on the competition that it feels like their spots are almost guaranteed unless they go like, 8th, 7th, things like that. So I think it's going to be so many players really fighting for that 4th, and it's going to make for such an exciting game because, when you go into these final lobbies, everyone is going to know the standings. Everyone is going to know how many points they need, how many points their opponents need. And you're going to be having to really keep that in mind because, hey, maybe all the people above you are going out at the bottom and you can play a more conservative game. Maybe all the people above you are up near the top and you need to just risk it all to go for first place. So I think it's going to be really fun to see what people come up with in this final one.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it too. And especially knowing that Pokygum might have even been 2 points ahead. He was averaging 2nd place across all of his games except for that last one. I'm going to chalk it up to losing to a Crab. Maybe we get Crab Brave to finish out our final lobby of KDA Cup, but only one way to find out who's going to be getting those top 4 spots to go straight to the NA Regional Finals. Let's send it back over to our casters, Casanova, Gangly, Crowan, to find out.
All right, thank you, Necra and Azael. I am actually just so sad they didn't invite us to the rave yet again. The other lobby having a crap rave, and we didn't get it. But maybe for the final, we'll have our chance here. But still, the stakes at the end of the day, we've made it to the promised final lobby. Top 8, but top 4 are the ones who advance to the regional final. And there is one spot that is heavily going to be contested.
That's right. They talked about it before. Pokygum, Malala, Kiyun all doing a fantastic job in giving themselves a little bit of breathing room, right? They have the potential to be able to make it into that top 4 as long as something catastrophic doesn't happen for some of them. But I feel like when I look at this final lobby, the thing that stands out to me is just the level of pedigree. We don't always actually get to see that at these cups because of the level of variance that can happen. But top to bottom, every single one of these players is an all-star.
And we're going to be jumping in with this final game. Look at our portal selection. Training Dummy, 3-cost champion, and support Anvil. Kane Drew, where's the lab pride? Go stand on your own. But it looks like Noster and Malala are in fact looking for these additional portals. And instead it will be this 3-cost champion. A little additional econ. Potential for big Heartsteel outs if we see the set or the Yone to kick things off.
Right, the lab is conforming to the masses and what they want. That's not what we expected to see out of the lab members. Kane Drew being the sole lab member, carrying the flag forward for the rest of them. Super impressive run. Talk about the pedigree of players in this lobby, and then a player like Kane Drew being able to hold his own against the masses, right? That is absolutely huge.
Yeah, I mean, kicking it off with Malala here, right? And I feel like this is a perfect starting point to talk about the pedigree of this lobby. When you think about the Vegas Open, Malala, the champion, he's holding the belt in the picture right there. This is a player who, for a long time, was known as the player who just can't get it done when it matters most. He was given this title of the choker, and now he clutches it up at the Vegas Open, immediately goes into the KDA Cup, and now finds himself ahead of the pack in 2nd place at 41 points, right alongside Pocky, and in a great position to try and win this tournament.
If you remember back to the start of the day, Malala said that he is not feeling the pressure anymore. And I think that's a big thing that allows you to play your best in TFT. When you're in your comfort zone, able to play your game, Malala knows he's a good player. Now he has that respect, that recognition, and still makes it happen when it matters, right? Malala is just 1 point off of Pocky. Definitely could be seeing him be a champion yet again and cement himself as kind of the king of set 10.
Oh, absolutely. It would be back-to-back set 10 wins, Vegas Open into the very first cup. And, I said at the top of the show, after we talked to him, I'm so ready for this new era of Malala, the Malala with no pressure on his shoulders, no weight there. And we're seeing it here. 41 points. He's essentially locked to go to regionals at this point, which is incredible already. And he's still fighting for that first place.
Right alongside Pokygum, the only player with more points than Malala, right? And we talk about the top 2. Number 3 is pretty good, Kiyun. And Kiyun is a player that we've talked a lot, quite frankly, about his failures on this broadcast. Set 9 coming in, fumbling the ball, just barely not making it to regionals. And Kiyun, one of those players that has been in the scene for so long, but to be frank about his tournament performance, has not always actually lived up to his expectations or his reputation when he's entered a tournament. This time around, we've got Set 9 Kiyun, who shows up and says, I can do it, I can perform well, and immediately finds himself at the KDA Cup trying to repeat that performance.
Yeah, I think seeing Kiyun's progression, especially in set 9, right, where he had that fumble at the end, most of it was still really solid, right? Didn't have like any breakout performances, but that's the level of consistency they love seeing out of Kiyun. And able to make it to the final lobby here at the first cup of set 10, right? That's why we're saying his name so much. And, you know, not really focusing on the failure so much, but just, I think, praising him for that consistency, at least personally.
How great would it feel for Kiyun after just narrowly missing regionals last set to lock it in the first cup, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's put himself in a great position to do so. He just has to tap it in this last game. He's in the, you know, worst position of the best positions to make it, right? If that makes sense, right? He's at 39 points. It's possible if he does take an 8th tier or 7th tier that he could lose his spot. So Kiyun just needs to play consistent. He's been playing great TFT all weekend. He just has to keep that up, and he's there.
I mean, Paki and Malala both have not bought forward this tournament, which means, you know, they're due. So you definitely take advantage of that. There's a world. One of them has a little bit of a slip up at the end. It's a 3-point difference for Kiyun to swipe his way into a first place. And I believe it would actually be the first time Kiyun has ever won a North American tournament in the history of TFT.
Yeah, no, I think so. But Game, I know you're new to the casting desk, but caster curses are real, okay? Well, you watch out. These are gonna come after you.
The power, I can feel it.
I know, you hold so much power now. You got to be careful with it. Use it responsibly.
All right. Well, looking at Setsuko's board just from the start here, this is another player. You know, you're talking about pedigree. Setsuko is, you know, he is the best of the best in North America. And while he did take that 8th in that last game, it does not lock him out of making it to a regionals with just this cup. And he's starting with a very strong stage 2 board, playing around the Vi headliner. He's got 4 Mosher, 3 Pentakill, 2 Bruiser. We've seen this streak all of stage 2. We've seen a very similar board do this already, and using Silver Spoon to have that extra early level up is helping quite a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Silver Spoon's going to be really, really nice at kind of increasing the tempo of the lobby. Even if Setsuko doesn't remain with this Vi, right? It could, after Carousel or maybe towards, you know, that Krug round, hit a 2-cost headliner and then use that to streak forward. But still, the Vi is very powerful. It's a unit that we hadn't seen too much of in the past, but after the buffs coming into this patch, she can definitely hold her own and is very, very solid to streak throughout all of stage 2. Akigam as well, leveling to 5. The tempo of this lobby is already really, really nuts.
Makes sense when you think about it, right? Paki and Malala and Setsuko, these players who are a little bit on top, right? Setsuko just under that at the 5th place position right now. But if they can increase the tempo early on in this game, what it does is that it punishes the low rollers. We've seen it time and time again today. There are a lot of players that going into that middle of stage 4, if they cannot stabilize and they've taken additional damage early on in stage 2 and 3, sometimes that extra 2 or 4 or 6 HP damage that you take early on in the game is the difference between you having one more turn to roll and not.
Spatula on the carousel, and Ripple is the first pick. Does he want it? And he does. Ton of Vex. We'll see what the Spatula ends up wanting to be, right? Because Pentakill tends to be one of them. Country tends to be one of the other popular ones. But 8-bit has been the one that's really come out kind of, I don't want to say come out on top. It's just when we see it,
sleeper.
It comes from a very good spot and it tends to have very good results. So I want to see Ripple's board, see where this Spatula feels like it's going to go.
Had the Emo York come out as well, right? That is the potential. Hadn't seen it quite maybe as much as the 8-bit that we saw a couple of times, but the potential is still there. Even things like an Emo Thresh, right? That can just cast so many times. So a lot of potential. Ripple, though, 63 HP, rather low at this point. Maybe with that spat can start to turn it around once the Krugs does hit.
See, on Degree's board, contesting, actually potentially not contesting Lost Streak. We're not exactly sure what Noster's board looks like. Ripple, I'm assuming at 63 means that he has taken
Risky moves.
Yep, risky moves. There it is. Yeah, so he is going to be trading that early HP and is going to be playing a strong board so that on stage 3 he gets a large influx of gold, able to stabilize there. So he's actually going to be trying to match the tempo of some of these other players. You can see just barely making the 10 gold interest right at the end there, but willing to kind of risk it all and play these strong 2-cost headliners despite the fact that it costs a lot, because he knows he's going to be able to retaliate some of that gold later on in the game.
I'm actually curious about Degree's spot here, because he had the 8-bit on the bench, but if he's considering Riven, he's not stacking the 8-bit yet.
Yeah, wouldn't be stacking it yet, and that's definitely something that we'd want to see him doing if he wants to play Riven. But I'm looking at Malala and Pokygom at the top of the tables here, the two fighting for first place, but also fighting to streak through stage 2. And we know how big of an advantage it is when you can streak all the way through. So if they fight each other, it can make a huge wave throughout this game. Wondering if they are in each other's pool. We're seeing Setsuko right now just looking to lost streak with the Heartsteel. Since he got the early wins, he's salvaged some HP, which is going to be very nice as he goes up against Kiyun, who we've seen play the Yasuo line plenty of times, and he's on 5 once again with army building, so it does seem like Kiyun wants to go for that once more.
Yeah, Yasuo 3 almost certainly locked in for Kiyun at this point. Just needs to hit 2 Yasuos, and surely he finds 2 Yasuos on his roll down, right? Surely.
Yeah, I think we might be dipping into that Castigar's territory a little bit again. No, but Kiyun is in such a good spot. He is playing Heartsteel as well with having 5 Yasuos, having army building. He is in a super, super good spot, being able to recover that economy as well. Definitely want to see if Kiyun hits that Yasuo 3 after Krugs. Malala even take out these 3 Yasuos. If he sells them, it's 3 back in the pool. Gonna make it easier for Kiyun. Malala should recognize that spot and hold them. It's a little, niche, micro improvement that you can make to your play, but still is something that you should be looking out for.
Yeah, and we actually saw that both of our 100 HP players kept their streaks into Krugs. They did not run into each other. So Malala and Pocky really swinging at each other for this final game. Full streaks through stage 2, fighting for the top spot of this tournament.
Pocky playing around the Tahm Kench headliner as well, to something that we don't always see, right? Because a lot of times you see the bruisers come online when someone finds the Olaf early. Instead, Pocky says that this Tahm Kench is good enough, and when he finds the additional bruisers to enable that, is actually in a position, because it did look like on 2-3 before he did double level to put that Gragas, like he was not in a position to streak. Instead, is able to get the 3 pentakill, 4 bruiser online, and suddenly he's in a really good spot. Not entirely convinced that this will continue to streak through stage 3, as we see Malala go 6, and Pocky says, you know what, I don't think it's worth it. I'm going to stay 5. I don't think I can beat Malala's board if he levels up, and they are going to match up.
Yeah, streak will end here, and the bruisers are going to have to try and deal with this, but Malala finding a 2-star Lulu with the Morello, I don't think this is even close. Malala is significantly stronger, especially with leveling to 6 on top of that. So Malala investing in keeping this streak, whereas Pocky going to try and econ a little bit, was making 40. Now we actually see he's only making 30. We buy a Unity pre-level. We'll see. I'm assuming he can still make 40 here after this loss.
I think he might have accidentally pumped XP in. Yeah, or potentially pre-leveled. I'm not exactly sure, but
no, he didn't just hit 6, right? So it wasn't a pre-level.
Huh. Yeah, I must have just bought a unit and said that unit was, accidentally pumped XP, or said the unit was worth it, but let's see a bit later, right? But Malala able to hold that 100 HP win streak forward, especially getting that 6, right? You get that new breakpoint of +3 gold per round. Kiyun did not roll for Yasuo at level 4. Instead, he is pushing levels, not something that Kiyun has done that much of this weekend, right? He's really, really favored these 1-cost rerolls, but says that I have Heartsteel online. I'm going to be powerful enough to save some HP right now, and is going to instead perhaps play around that Yone reroll and use the army building duplicators for that.
And we just saw Kane has raised the stakes. Kane currently 36 points, is the highest placed person in that top 4, right? He's 4th place, but a lot of players are very close behind him. Setsuko only 1 point below him, and Kane kind of risking it all here, going to raise the stakes, trying to play for a very high cap, and try and play to outplace everyone below him and secure that spot in the top 4.
Ripple Overdrive looking very strong at this point in time too, right? So you have the super fans online, you have the Crown Guard, which allows that echo, despite the fact that it is 1-star, to be extremely powerful because it will be a 3-item echo. And because you have the super fans, you can kind of flex your backliner very easily. Right now with the 2-star Kai'Sa means that you can throw that Nashers on the Kai'Sa because she's going to get a usable item from the super fan, has the Deathblade on her, and honestly looks like a pretty good spot for Ripple, who's doing a great job using the early sacrifice of health for gold.
Yeah, and Ripple actually slammed a KDA spat right there. That's not something that we see very frequently at all. Talking about other potential, like maybe 8-bit, maybe something like Emo, but no, it is going to be that KDA direction for Ripple. Maybe going to, just try to play around that Ari, like we know can have some success. It's not that, bad, but I don't know if it's able to, win some lobbies.
All right, now Setsi versus Kangaroo. Both of them on Heartsteel, but Kangaroo, of course, tried to weaken himself with the Raise the Stakes. Does seem like Setsuko will be much stronger. It is just that misfortune in the back trying to pick up some kills, but with a very weak front line. And Kangaroo going to kill off a decent amount of units, only taking a 3-unit loss here against Setsuko, as that is getting to be a pretty big Heartsteel cash out.
Yeah,
One more.
Andrew has some resources. You see that? I see a champion duplicator, a lesser champion duplicator, an Ari, and a Blitzcrank on the bench already. Kandrew gets a few more resources where there's a world where we see some sort of cash out that allows Kandrew to have an early 2-star 5 cost or a fully upgraded board on full 2 that just allows him to accelerate the game to a pace that no one else is ready for.
Ripple taking the Caitlyn. People looking for those 4 costs potentially. Ripple is going for that KDA, right? Had slammed that spatula, so perhaps just getting this tier for the potential blue buff, right? That's where Ari excels the most. But taking a look at some HP, right? Degree is falling really low, but Setsuko is going to be cashing out. Kandrew is the other player with that Heartsteel. Curious to see if he goes further or cashes out. Probably just the cash out though. It's like 270 hearts.
He has a lot of HP. I'm really curious how deep Kandrew wants to go. Yeah. Because how big does he feel like he has to go to lock in his top 4? I mean, that's the thing that Kandrew is asking himself right now, right? Because he wants to lock this regional spot. I'm pretty sure this is the first time Kandrew would make it to regionals. It's so big for him. And it's a way that he could just go big or go home here by continuing it. 60 HP, this is the last fight before he gets the option once again.
All right, Setsuko at a place now where though he has the Heartsteel in is a relatively strong board. He's holding a lot of things right now though, so I'm not exactly sure if Setsuko is just in a place where he's trying to figure out direction. He's holding some Crowd Divers, Sentinels, Bruisers, has the Pentakill things online as well. Does seem like he's leaning a little bit more towards that Pentakali though. We should be seeing the Kandrew cash out right now though, whenever we're able to get a look at that. On this side, though, we do get to see Malala with his upgraded Echo and a few different items, and it sounds like the Kandrew cash out should be coming next round, not right now. Yeah, so after this fight, we'll be taking a look at Kandrew. Hopefully, he can keep that loss streak going, get a big cash out, try and stabilize his game, throw himself back in the contention for that top 4.
Well, look at Noster here. I mean, he's very close to hitting his Olaf, but we're on 3-6, and he's still kind of committed into it. And Noster also playing Idealism, which I guess is acceptable to slam a Hodge onto Olaf. I still don't absolutely love it, but, at least that's not the worst case scenario. But Noster, I mean, he's salvaged some good amount of HP, but the fact that he's stuck on 5 rolling and we're already done with stage 3 is not very good.
No, definitely behind pace, very, very much. Still 2 Olafs away, right? Idealism is going to make that a little bit more appealing, but now we get to see the Kandrew cash out, 440 hearts. Here it is, a bunch of gold and another duplicator. I mean, Kandrew maybe can go fast 9.
No, that is so good. You find 1 5 cost on level 8. All of a sudden, you have a 2-star Sona. You've got a 2-star Jin, whatever it is that you want to play around your items. The items are a little bit flexible. You find something like a Lucian, it might even feel pretty good. But also, if you just find an Ari headliner right now, there's a world where you just find 3-star Ari right off the bat.
I like
TF.
this. He's got the
TF makes a
Ginsu, so
lot
it
of
feels
sense.
like you
Love
have
this.
to go towards TF.
Yep. Agreed. Definitely finding the TF there feels great. Has the slot open for his headliner as well. Still has plenty of gold to roll with, but not a lot of upgraded units on the board right now. To see how he stabilizes this.
No Shojin TF, not quite maybe like True Abyss. There is a lot of damage though with the Guard Breaker, the Death Cap as well after those buffs. And is going to get 4 disco in. Doesn't have a Nami though. So if we want to get to somewhere like 5 disco, we would have to just roll into a Nami at level 8, which there is no guarantee. This is a fantastic headliner, but no 5 costs came through. They don't want to double duplicator either. But really, if he just finds like 1 Ziggs or 1 Sona, that would be a massive power spike.
So there's that, but also the opportunity to actually 3-star the Twisted Fate is very real when you have 2 duplicators. And I'm curious if Kandrew will find that opportunity. He's sitting at 4 copies right now, so he does still have a ways to go. And yes, of course, it feels very good if he does find the Ziggs to just rip it right away. I'm just thinking if Kandrew is stable, maybe he should greed and wait and see what he needs to do from there to try and cap out and win this lobby.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get a lot of information from both the augment selection and the another champion duplicator.
He took
Snap picks it. He's gonna roll down right now. He only needs one more TF. He also could have a Ziggs 2 right now, but if he finds one more TF,
you don't use it at this point. It's TF. It's 1 TF.
Oh my goodness, keep rolling, baby. You got to find one more. Thing is, he actually has a lot to roll for, though, right? Because he still has no front line on this board, and there is obviously things that he can add. He can add the additional Dazzlers, which is really strong. The Alawi feels really nice on this board for sure.
Yeah, that's massive.
Yeah, it does give him that front line that he needs. And with just one more TF, Kandrew's in a position where he can almost guarantee himself a first-place finish.
And that would lock him in. He would just make it to the regional final. If he finds this, even if he doesn't win the lobby, there's no way he bought 4s with the TF3, right? He's making it to that regional. This is so big. 1 TF can make the difference for Kandrew going to regionals and not.
Is he going to be contested? Although our player's going to recognize this and try to hold all the TFs, right? Kandrew just needs one more, and then he has to get through Pokygom first, though, and it looks like that will be easy to do. The TF cast, the Karthus not able to target the TF. Kandrew hangs on, gets the Terra 2 upgrade as well. Kiyun drops very, very low.
Wow.
Remember, Kiyun is the one who really just can't go 8th. He's at 39 points. Going 8th opens the door for so many other players to actually pass him into this top 4. His destiny was his own at this point. He just needed to make it to maybe even a 6th would be enough. And he's down to 15 HP.
Oh no, this spot, he needs one more. He has 2 lesser duplicators. He hits it. Yone 3 online.
He still needs one more. He still needs one more. Yeah, he was only at the 5 Yones. It looked like he had 8, but no, he was only at 5. Even with the double duplicators that he's been holding from 2-1, not able to find the Yone 3. This is currently a tragedy for Kiyun. He'll have potentially one more chance to try and find this Yone up against the Riven board right now. Actually, the Riven's not 3-starred either from Degree, so depending on how the fight goes, the Yone's currently still alive, heading into the back line right now. And just like that, Kiyun stays alive.
So
huge fight.
Every life is so big for Kiyun. He just needs one more Yone, and he has Brink of Dawn Yone with IE and Hodge. It is such a good setup for him to at least salvage a couple more placements, but he needs to find it. And there's one on the carousel. It's running to Kiyun. There it is, saving his game.
My goodness. On the other end, Kandrew can also pick up this Ziggs pair if he does choose instead. Does take the rod. Lots of different ways for him to stabilize, most notably the TF3. Probably still going to be looking for that. Ripple Overdrive still streaking right now going into stage 4. One of the players that's currently at 34 points on the bubble alongside Kandrew Setsuko to try and get that 4th spot. If there's any way they can deny Kandrew his TF3, these are all the players that are looking to go in, looking on from the outside right now.
Every reroll is heart-wrenching watching Kandrew's board right now, because anytime a TF pops up, suddenly he gets to turn that into a 3 stars. Kiyun finishes up his Yone. It's going to be so powerful.
Degree hit Riven 3 as well, so a lot of big power spikes from multiple players, especially the ones lower in the HP, trying to bounce back, right? These HP totals are going to get so close.
Ripple up against Degree now. The Riven finally online. We also have the binary airdrop on the side of Ripple getting tons of value. However, does not have the upgraded Ahri, though the matchup is typically pretty good for Ahri. Actually, yeah, still is. Even at 1 star, the Ahri able to take out that Riven.
Oh,
Kiyun.
one more life.
Barely staying alive. The Yone 3 not enough to fight Pokigam, who's still looking to make a run alongside Malala. These two players in the top 3 right now. And while we've been talking about everyone vying for this top 4, there's this race at the top as well between Pocky and Malala trying to get a first place finish here.
Oh man, Setsuko as well, taking a big loss, dropping into 18 HP. And even with Kiyun and Degree both hitting the 3-star carries, they both take a loss. Now it is just one more fight. If they lose, they're gonna be out of here. And with Kiyun, of course, right, that's going to be a massive defeat if he's that close within the reaches of top 4 and it slips out of his grasp here for regionals yet again.
You know, the last regionals, it was defeat from the jaws of victory. And once again, he's got the jaws of victory and he's sitting so close to this 8th. And we do have the Yone. He's fighting up against Setsuko, who's also very low, playing a Pentacle board. It's upgraded on Karthus, upgraded Viego. The board's really strong. It's just Yone left. Can he get the swipes through? The heals are there, but the cast from Karthus puts him so low. And Kiyun is gone. 40 points is all Kiyun has. And if 2 players pass it, he's gone.
This opens the door for every single one of the players in this lobby because everyone would pass Kiyun with a first place finish. So even the players like Degree, who are currently not in a spot that looks amazing, you have players like Noster 11, Ripple Overdrive as well, Setsuko obviously. All of these players have a very clear path to passing Kiyun and finding themselves in the regional finals in just, honestly, we've got 10 minutes left. Yeah. This is a very, very close and stressful game, and if you have no margin for error, you have even less time now.
The goalpost is moved for Kandrew. He only needs a 4th to pass Kiyun at this point and become essentially safe, quote unquote. It's not guaranteed, but it means that everyone else would be vying to beat Kiyun and not to beat Kandrew.
Kandrew in a really good spot. There's still potential for him to fall as well, and then everyone's fighting for that 3rd and 4th spots. But Ripple Overdrive, one of the players that can be knocking one of them down, is in a solid spot, right? Is playing around this Spellweaver KDA that we haven't seen that much of. The success in terms of winning lobbies isn't there. He passes the Ahri headliner, ends up taking the Ezreal to play a kind of duo carry here.
Interesting. Also, note that it was not just that Ripple passed the Ahri headliner, also chose to not sell, to buy and sell. So clearly not looking for the Ahri at all, not looking for KDA nor the Spellweaver. Finds the duo carry because of the items dropped from that last PvE. All of a sudden, though, the board does actually have multiple threats on it, and if you can upgrade this RE2, you now have multiple forecasts online with the binary airdrop value as well. So this fight extremely close, and Ezreal able to clutch it out against Noster.
Wow, the Ezreal actually working out. Didn't even slam the KDA on the Ezreal trying to get it AD, but instead finding even more value out of a Giant Slayer. Just KDA onto the Sona instead. As we look at Kandrew still fishing for this Twisted Fate. Maybe this ended up being a bait with all of these sitting on the bench, but he is still not lost since he found the upgrade. So we can't say that yet, right? He can still find this. It's only once he starts losing that this becomes a problem.
Yeah, but there was 2 paths to victory for Kandrew, right? It's finding that TF3 or saving a lot of gold and going to level 9. It's so tempting with 3 duplicators to go that TF3, but there's a world where he just never hits and does fall off and doesn't get that first place.
Yeah, I mean, if you find a Ziggs and an Alawi in your shop, or a one or the other, to be honest, you all of a sudden have both 2-star Ziggs and 2-star Alawi on level 8, and that's probably enough to get you to level 9 and try and cap out another way. So I actually don't think that TF3 is the only out for Kandrew to win. He has a few different avenues he can go through.
Yeah, and we just saw Degree live. Now Setsuko fighting for his life, going up against the Olaf from Noster. Both of them very low. Noster can take lethal damage here if he loses, and he does. Noster out in 7, so Noster will not be claiming one of those top 4 spots.
And still a top 8 finish for Noster, getting that portion of the prize pool, getting qualifier points, but it does hurt being so close to locking in a regionals, especially when this set has very little to no margin for error for sure. Noster, you know, he had a good run though to get to this point, but now we got to turn our attention to Degree on 1 life. Setsuko as well, also on 1 life.
A third for Setsuko, passes up Kiyun at those 40 points. He's going up against Degree, could eliminate another player, gain another placement, but he's going up against this Riven. Viego has to stay alive a little bit longer, fighting against the Riven. He's regenning so much, he's staying alive, he's slicing and dicing through, and now it's one more cast from Karthus. It's not enough. Setsuko gonna take a lot of damage here. He's gonna go down, and
Wow.
Setsuko will not be advancing either to the regional finals through this tournament.
If you are Kiyun right now, you want the game to end in the standings that they are right now, right? You want Pokigam, Kandrew, and Malala to continue to topple over the rest of the lobby so that Kiyun can get that last spot in there. The thing that matters, though, is whether you want Degree or Ripple Overdrive to get that 4th place spot, because there is a world where Ripple Overdrive going 4th is enough to actually pass Kiyun in the standings. Stage 5 carousel is over. Everybody looking to spike their boards as they can. Ripple flexing around another headliner, going level 9. Buys the Karthus and sells it, which means he probably is looking for something else in that line. Finds the Zed. This is the line that a very similar line that we saw Pokigam playing earlier today around both the AP flex alongside a single AD carry. Pocky playing it around the Disco. This time around, Ripple playing it with the Ahri line. And Ripple's board honestly looks quite strong. Multi-threat composition. The 3 items, Sona, Ahri, and Zed online could maybe actually make a run for this 4th place or higher.
Runs into Malala, who is on the Twisted Fate as well. So this is why this has been so tough for Kandrew. There's not very many left in the pool for him to find to use those duplicators. Ripple gonna be able to find this win. Degree finds the win. Both of them staying alive. Pocky and Malala both losing, dropping a lot of HP as Kandrew stays on top. Pocky and Malala are fighting for that 1st place so incredibly close. Malala will win if he outplaces Pocky by 1 placement, because he always wins the tiebreakers as Pocky has gone 2nd in so many games.
Kiyun is sweating right now, seeing the wins come through from Ripple and from Degree, hanging on for dear lives, hanging on for that regional spot. Pocky and Malala as well, both lost their last round, but trying to bring it back here.
There's the fight. Pocky versus Malala. This can make a huge gap in the HP between the two, but there is Alawi in, soaking up a lot of the cast from the Karthus, buying a lot of space, and now it comes down to this cast from Twisted Fate. It takes down the Qiyana, but the Karthus is still full HP. However, same with this Blitzcrank holding on the fort in the front line, and that's going to be Malala taking a big chunk out of Pocky's HP. Kandrew gonna lose as well. Degree and Ripple still alive.
Every fight is so close, and we have not eliminated anyone. Degree, keep in mind, at 33 points, so I'm not even sure if he's able to make it into that top 4 spot with a 1st place. He has only one choice, which is just go first and figure out the rest later. On the other hand, we have players like Ripple, who with just a top 4 should be able to outplace Kiyun. And of course, Pokigam and Malala essentially playing heads up against one another. Every one of these players has something to play for in every one of the rounds remaining.
Yeah, Kiyun is at 40 points with that 8th. If Degree gets 1st, he would be at 41. And if Ripple gets 2nd, would also be at 41. So there'd be tiebreaker potentials there. There's so much still on the line with these placements. Every single fight matters so much. The positioning, not finding these upgrades, right? Degree not finding that two-star Viego might spell defeat for him, but this last second positioning, maybe he can do it.
Yeah, jumping into the fight, Malala versus Kandrew. It looks like Ripple versus Degree. Ripple can take out one more person of competition to try and get these spots in this fight, but it looks like the 8-bit is thriving. The Riven holding on too long. And we're seeing the Zed, though, actually getting to the back line. And now it's just Mordekaiser and Viego, but it is just a 1-star Viego. The Zed might just have the damage, but he does not. Viego gets the win. And now Ripple down to 5. Pocky on 4, and Degree stays in the game. Everyone's still alive after this fight.
Andrew most likely rolling down right now to try and find that TF3 or the Ziggs 3. Was sitting at 50 gold nearly during that last fight. Still has all of those duplicators, and we don't see any upgrades coming on the right-hand side, which to me says most likely TF has not been found, but also it means that the Ziggs or the Alawi have not been upgraded. So I'm not sure if Kandrew was holding on to those champion duplicators still. If you find maybe maybe he thinks he has one more round that he can green, the losses won't be bad enough. Scary spot.
Runs into Malala. Runs into Malala on the other side. Ripple versus Pocky, trying to hold on for these spots. If Pocky goes out here, Malala very likely just wins the tournament on the spot. Here we go. Malala going to lose this fight. Malala going to take a big hit from Degree. Degree's still alive. Pocky gone. The cast from Karthus. Is it enough? It's not. The Zed going to take him down. Pocky goes down. And that means Malala is our champion. First place in the KDA Cup. Malala back-to-back wins in set 10.
Oh my goodness, the champion from the Vegas Open. He says, I'm not a choker. I don't know what any of you are talking about. He makes his mark and solidifies himself as one of the best players in TFT set.
That's why he has the belt. Look at the picture.
That's right. That's right. You think they hand those things out for free?
Oh man, Malala solidifying himself as a set 10 king, but the victory march here to see if he can still win some rounds.
All right, here it is. Degree versus Kandrew on this side here. Degree still potential to try and sneak in, I believe, right? If he wins this lobby, he can still win, and he just took down Kandrew. Kandrew's gone. Duplicator's on the bench.
No. Out in fourth, maybe third, though.
Fourth for Kandrew. Third for Kandrew as Malala falls.
Okay, so with a third place finish, Kandrew should essentially be locked in, right? Passing over Kiyun, passing over Setsuko with his place from this game. But now Ripple and Degree are going to be heads up. And if Degree wins, he will be tied with Ripple Overdrive in points, which means we could be going to a tiebreaker for that fourth spot.
Yeah, the final spot will be between Degree and Ripple, and this fight might just decide it, because if Degree wins the tiebreakers, it's off of this first place, and it's off of beating Ripple. 8-bit proving once again how strong it can be as we have this 3-star Riven and the itemized Caitlyn putting it together, going up against the KDA Spat binary risky moves game that Ripple has piloted to the top 2. And this is the final fight. Here we go. Degree, Ripple Overdrive, fighting for a spot in the regional final. There's going to be the Riven taking out the Kiana. Crowd Diver is baited over to the Kale. We're looking at that Ari, trying to pump out the damage, but full health still on the Riven. The cast from the Caitlyn. This should be it. The Zed goes down. The stun comes out. Does the charm hit the Caitlyn in time? It does. And Degree goes down. Ripple wins, and that should lock him up a spot in the regional finals.
If that
Overdrive
through on the Caitlyn, Degree certainly wins that fight, but instead the Ari takes out the Riven not a second too soon, and the rest of the team able to overwhelm the Caitlyn before she can get the game-winning cast off.
Oh man, what a run there at the end. Neck and neck, just a fraction of a difference in that fight. But hey, Ripple wins out on yesterday and still makes it in, I believe, to that top 4, not succumbing to that day 3 curse. What an absolute beast. But Malala, though, champion back to back, coming from the Vegas Open, coming into the KDA Cup, and does it in style. What an absolute legend.
You think
Set
about
10 is Malala's world, and we're just living in it, Gangly.
That's right. That's right. And it's Malala, and it's Pokegum, and it's Ripple Overdrive, and it's Kandrew, right? It's the star of set 10 alongside these wild cards, right? That came out of nowhere. Pokegum, one of the players that took this break, and we've seen in so many different games that when you take a break from the game and you come back, you have to earn your spot back at the table. Ripple Overdrive, this player who to many people might have been this set wonder in set 8, comes back, finds himself back at the table. Players like Kandrew and Kyuin and all these players that found themselves in top 8, it feels like every single one of them has a story to tell, and it's so exciting that we got to be a part of it.
And we talk about study groups all the time, the tier 1 study groups, the tier 2 study groups, and then the lab, off, on the kiddie table, having a lot of fun back and forth. The coolest little group. They're so cute and so fun. But I think Kandrew has helped earn them a seat at the table here going into the top 4 of regionals. And I can't wait to see what happens more with this set. But what a great tournament we just had. We're going to go to a break and send it over to the analyst desk where they'll break everything down, hopefully get an interview with our winner. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the conclusion of the Remix Rumble KDA Cup. It's Azael and I on the desk to break down that 7th and final game before we get to celebrate our 4 players that have earned their spots to the NA Regional Finals. Azael, that last game was a blast.
Yeah, it was a really, really crazy game. A lot of interesting, openings. We saw Malala with this like eco opening where he's in such a good spot, made so much gold early on. We saw Kane Drew on this like massive cash out, allowing him to, get the raise the stakes, push forward. Like this is the cash out.
Yeah.
Look how much gold he hit. And he's on 106 gold there at Wolves. Like that was insane. And he had triple duplicator after he got new recruit. So he decided to just dig for TF for trying to go for this TF3. Malala also had a TF headliner. So there's only 2 left in the pool. So it was pretty difficult to actually, find. Wasn't ever able to do it. But I do think it was like he was playing very clearly for that first place. Also could have considered, just rolling more heavily, just duplicating legendaries because he had, he found that Ziggs, he found that Alawi and so on, and kind of just guaranteeing the top 4. But on the other end, we had things like Kuhn, who really had that tough game. Kuhn ending up going out, very low in this lobby, where he even took team building, and it's 4-4, and he hadn't even hit the Yone 3. Had to get his last Yone from the carousel, but couldn't actually recover. Whereas Degree on the other side was playing this Riven reroll, was down at 1 HP alongside him, was able to hit that Riven, was able to really kind of swing this game around and go so far with this 8-bit kind of edgelord comp.
Yeah, and on the other side of things too, to round out the lobby, we had Setsuko and Pokigam that were both running their own variation of pentakill. You had Pokigam that was really trying to vibe with the 4 Executioner line, and then Setsuko had to go with the Edgelord Viego. And neither of them, falling in 5th and 6th respectively, felt like they actually hit the pieces that they wanted to. I feel like you're really looking at the Akali to round out that composition and also just hit a pentakill headliner. So it kind of feels a little bit rough there, but Pokigam still got the points he needed to be able to make it into that top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Setsuko, I think, is going to be really disappointed with the final 2 games. Went 8th, then 6th, if I recall correctly, in those last 2 games. Prior to that, was in 3rd place, so he was in a really, really good position to get that top 4 and lock his regional spot right off the bat. Unfortunately for him, not going to be the case, but of course, he's an incredible player. Still going to have more chances to be able to do that, going forward. At the end of the day, it was Malala, Pokigam, Ripple, and Kane Drew who were the top 4. They were 2 points ahead of Kuhn and Degree, who came in there in 5th and 6th at 40 points, and then Setsuko at 38, and Nostra 11 down at 35. So, those 4 players are going to be moving on. The bonus points obviously making a big difference here. Ripple with those 3 bonus points, that was able to push him up. But what a day from Kane Drew, coming in with no bonus points whatsoever, able to still make that top 4 and claim his regional spot.
It's amazing. Definitely coming up big there for the lab. All of the study groups really performing well today, and that knowledge sharing helping out to make sure that they can grab those top spots. Still very impressive across the board for this lobby. They are all going to be going home with some prizing as well as a huge chunk of qualifier points to go towards the rest of their NA competitive journey.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a really fun couple days. Honestly, we've seen the meta evolve even just over this couple days. It felt like moving into day 2, people really started going more heavily towards a lot of these 1-cost reroll comps, which are really hit or miss. Like we saw 8s, it really is that risky style. You have to hit fast, but we saw people moving into that. We saw a lot of disco in these final lobbies. A lot of players were playing a ton of disco today. Yesterday in the broadcast games, we saw very little disco. And Malala, has to be said, just like what a beast, back to back, winning these massive events, right? He wins TVO, he comes here, he wins the KDA Cup. They talked about it a lot in TVO, having that kind of reputation as, when he gets to those final lobbies, he's going to choke. Well, it turns out not anymore. Comes up winning one of the biggest events ever in TFT in Vegas, now wins the KDA Cup. He has got to be really riding high.
Exactly. And I think that's one of the things that I feel like is so great. After talking to Malala earlier today, we were saying, with Vegas Open, do you feel the pressure to have to follow up a big tournament result like that? And he's like, honestly, no. I knew that win was coming. I just didn't know when. And we pondered, does that mean you're unburdened now to just kind of play to your heart's content and not worry anymore about showing the haters or the naysayers that you are one of the best players in TFT? So just major congratulations to Malala, and I think Pokigam as well. Just going for those really, really powerful boards and lines to be able to even get that 2nd place. They were tied for points. Malala had to win on tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy, right? And Ripple Overdrive, he was our day three like absolute monster, where he averaged the 1.5 across the games, and then comes in, gets into that final spot, doing incredibly well. But I believe we have the interview ready now. We're joined by Malala. Malala, congratulations, back-to-back champion here. You win Vegas, you win KDA Cup. It turns out once you win one, it's just that easy. You just show up to the next one, you win that one too.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, going into yesterday, I was actually pretty confident. I felt like all my friends and I had a really good read. I don't know if like I'm like just playing better this set or like what clicked for me, but yeah, I've been like super confident going into most of the tournaments. It's like a super insane feeling that I won back to back. I don't even know if it's been done, but like to win the first LAN TFT LAN and to finally get an NA Cup win is insane. Like I can't believe it.
I think you might have made history with the wins back to back for such a stacked competition at the Vegas Open and now winning the KDA Cup. I mean, Malala, I think like your play speaks for itself when you are saying you understand the patch, you know what to do, especially with the boards that you're given. But what was like the fun for you, like maybe your favorite board that you played today?
Honestly, I didn't stray too far from what's good on the patch. I played a lot of TF. I guess what I had fun doing was just like making sure I don't, what I said before the broadcast was I didn't play too many contested lines. I was like trying to pivot between Karthus and TF back and forth in a couple of my games, and I just landed on the one that was less contested, so I could hit my upgraded board and stuff. Yeah.
Also had fun getting first place again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty
That's
fun.
actually pretty
Beating out
fun,
all the
yeah.
other players, claiming a regional spot, winning some more money, all pretty fun things. What's your take on some of the one cost reroll stuff? Because it felt like today we saw a lot of that. A lot of people committing to Olaf, a lot of people committing to Yasuo. Does feel like that really kind of high risk style. We saw some people hit it early without spending a lot of gold, and then they can go, even 9. We saw Kyun go level 10 and cap out and win a game with that. But we also, on the other hand, saw a lot of people, even going out 7th, 8th.
Yeah. So usually what happens like with the dynamic of the tournament is the people that have the read that like reroll is going to be good, a bunch of them make it out on the first day, and then when they play on the next day, they like end up contesting each other, or they end up like going bot 4 because everyone's like trying to play the same line. So it's just important making sure that you play the what's not contested, and you play sort of like TFT's like sort of in a state where it's a little bit like rock paper scissors in terms of the composition that you pick. So just making sure that you lean towards the comp that beats out most of the other comps when you hit your board was usually my plan.
So did you ever run into any trouble of like what should you pick in this spot? Because there were a couple of players that we saw kind of go for some really unique boards and lines. So anything that kind of threw you for a loop when it came to that decision making?
Yeah, honestly, in that last game, I thought I was in a really bad spot because I was laning TF pretty much the entire game, and Kane Drew had like 6 of them. I thought I was gonna have to play like Lulu 3 backline, but luckily I held, luckily I rolled down. I hit a chosen TF in like one of my last shops, which sort of saved my game. Not too many people play like too many out of the meta stuff. I honestly wanted to play like more games of reroll Seraphine, but I was never really in the spot to play it. I think that was like a little bit of tech that not too many NA players were willing to pull out. But yeah.
What is it about some of the 2 cost rerolls that have kind of made it fall out of favor? Because it feels like, obviously people were playing a ton of Jax last patch, that got nerfed. Seraphine, a lot of people I felt like talked about Seraphine coming into this tournament. And I know in some of the other regions it actually had been really successful. I believe in APAC it was played and had some really good results. I think it was played a little bit in EU and had some good results, but it just felt like no one really wanted to go for it here. Do you think it's a line that less NA players were familiar with, or maybe just people were a bit risk averse going with some of those reroll comps?
Yeah, I definitely think I would like watch some VODs of some NA players playing it yesterday. It definitely looked like they were playing it from like slightly less than optimal spots. I don't know if they're like necessarily bad spots, but I personally wouldn't have played like reroll Seraphine from those spots. I think for the reroll comps that aren't Yone and Riven, you have to play them from a very niche spot, like a KD, like for Seraphine, for example, like a KD opener with like Shojin start. Or else like you just miss like a bunch of gold intervals, and then you're forced to like play a comp where you have to win out with like a low amount of HP, especially on a comp that doesn't even win out, which is the case for like Seraphine. So I feel like for some of the reroll comps, you have to be in a very particular spot, which is obviously like a pro if you have like every single line in your bag, and you can just pull it out when you have the correct spot for it.
That's awesome to hear. Thank you for sharing that insight, and we're looking forward to seeing what you're going to do next. Speaking of which, what is next for you, Malala? You won the Vegas Open, you won the KDA Cup.
He's gonna win the next one.
You're winning Heartsteel too, I guess, is how I should kind of put the dominoes up, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully, I'm actually participating in like the Chinese MSI. That's happening in like 7 hours. So I
Wow.
was,
Oh wow.
I was actually planning on going to sleep after the tournament, but like now that I won, I feel like the adrenaline's just gonna take over, and I'm not gonna be able to sleep. I'm gonna pull an all-nighter for the
This
Chinese
win was
MSI.
just a warm up for the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully I win that one too, and we'll see where we go from there.
That's actually super cool. So you're playing in the Chinese MSI, you're saying.
Yeah.
So do you think that like have you prepped separately for that? Are you looking at playing the same kind of style that you played here? Do you think that, you know, there is a difference that you're gonna have to adapt to in how the Chinese players are playing versus how NA plays?
Yeah, I think usually like NA and China play kind of similarly. I think we both play like pretty gritty, but China likes to reroll a lot more, which I guess was sort of the case in day 4 for KDA Cup. So yeah, I just plan on playing the same. If it doesn't work out, it just doesn't work out, I guess. I don't really have a backup plan. Yeah, maybe I like steal their tech and like slowly adapt into it, like as the games go on.
Well, we should let you go, at least try to get some sleep, I think. So best of luck, Malala, at the Chinese MSI tournament that you're playing in a few hours. I want to give you one last chance to give any shout outs you feel like you might have missed at the top of the show when we talked to you before.
Yeah, sure. I'll just once give a shout out to my study group, Philip, Wei and Iverson in Toronto, Tokyo. I actually think my sister might be watching, so I'll give a shout out to her. She was actually super supportive of me as well at Vegas. She was like watching every single time I was on the main broadcast. So yeah, shout out to her.
Oh, it's amazing. Malala, thank you again so much. Congratulations and best of luck. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
He's playing in another tournament. I can't believe it. Like, he just won one. He's gonna go play in another TFT tournament.
That's just the TFT life, man. A lot of these top players are grinding. You open up the stream, they just have like they have their results tracker, like 5 rows of games. You know, they've been playing 30 hours. So now he's just doing that, but with tournaments, built different.
Built different, and you know what? Honestly, it's paying off for him. So mad respect to Malala, wishing him the best of luck, and we will be seeing him again at the NA Regional Finals along with the rest of our top 4. How exciting is that? As this was our prelude to what's to come, Azael.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be so much fun. We already have 4 players that have qualified now for regionals. Everyone else obviously walking away with some qualifier points, trying to join those top 4 in regionals, trying to make their way, you know, through this circuit. We have another cup that's going to be coming up. Obviously, all the online ladder snapshots are really important as well. So it's been a really fun way to kind of, you know, kick off the competitive season here in 2024 for TFT.
It's been an amazing weekend. We had 4 incredible days of competition, 2 that played out last weekend, the mega patch 14.1 until now to play out days 3 and 4. We got treated to some amazing games by some amazing players. Thank you so much to everybody that competed in the KDA Cup these past 2 weekends. We are looking forward to seeing who's going to make the cut for the Heartsteel Cup that's coming up in just a few weeks' time. So make sure you're going to go hit that ladder, play those games, and we hope to see you on this broadcast very, very soon. That's going to do it, though, from us. Azael, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. I hope you had a ton of fun.
I did. It was a blast. Hopefully, I will be back for some more TFT soon.
Would be amazing. From all of us here, Crowan, Casanova, Gangly, myself, thank you all so much for watching, and we hope to see you all shortly at the Heartsteel Cup in a few weeks. Have a good night.